Welcome to the world of transformative communication with Leil Lowndes' timeless classic, How to Talk to Anyone. Why should you dive into this audiobook? Because it's not just a book, it's your gateway to mastering the art of winning hearts, influencing minds, and building meaningful connections. This audiobook offers 92 actionable lessons that teach you how to command attention with just your presence, make people instantly feel valued and connected, handle conversations with charisma and ease in any setting, from boardrooms to casual gatherings. Key lessons you can't miss. 1. The flooding smile technique. Number 1. Learn how a genuine, well-timed smile can leave a lasting impression. 2. Sticky eyes technique. Number 2. Understand how to maintain engaging eye contact that signals trust and respect. 3. The big baby pivot technique. Number 5. Discover the power of giving undivided attention to make others feel truly special. Must listen part. Start with part 1. How to intrigue everyone without saying a word. It lays the foundation for everything this book offers, teaching you to make an unforgettable impression in just 10 seconds. So, are you ready to unlock the secrets of connection and charm? Hit play and step into a world where conversations open doors and relationships build success. Book Introduction. How to Talk to Anyone, by Leil Lowndes. Imagine being able to effortlessly connect with anyone, whether it's at a corporate meeting, a social event, or even during a casual conversation. That's the promise of Leil Lowndes' best-selling book, How to Talk to Anyone. This book isn't just about small talk, it's a masterclass in building meaningful relationships, gaining trust, and making a powerful impression. Packed with 92 proven techniques, it offers practical tools to help you make an unforgettable first impression, communicate with confidence in any situation, understand and connect with people on a deeper level. Whether you're looking to succeed in business, enhance your social life, or simply become more charismatic, this book gives you step-by-step strategies to achieve your goals. Dive into this audiobook and discover why so many successful people swear by these techniques. Each chapter is a treasure trove of insights designed to help you unlock the art of communication and truly thrive in any environment. Prepare to change the way you interact with the world. How to Talk to Anyone is your guide to mastering relationships and achieving personal and professional success. Part 1. How to intrigue everyone without saying a word. You only have 10 seconds to show you're somebody. The exact moment that two humans lay eyes on each other has awesome potency. The first sight of you is a brilliant holograph. It burns its way into your new acquaintance's eyes and can stay emblazoned in his or her memory forever. Artists are sometimes able to capture this quicksilver, fleeting emotional response. My friend Robert Grossman is an accomplished caricature artist who draws regularly for Forbes, Newsweek, Sports Illustrated, Rolling Stone, and other popular publications. Bob has a unique gift for capturing not only the physical appearance of his subjects but also for zeroing in on the essence of their personalities. The bodies and souls of hundreds of luminaries radiate from his sketch pad. One glance at his caricatures of famous people, and you can actually see their personalities. Sometimes at a party, Bob will do a quick sketch on a cocktail napkin of a guest. Hovering over Bob's shoulder, the onlookers gasp as they watch their friend's image and essence materialize before their eyes. When he's finished drawing, he puts his pen down and hands the napkin to the subject. Often a puzzled look comes over the subject's face. He or she usually mumbles some politeness like, "Well, that's great. But it really isn't me." The crowd's convincing crescendo of, "Oh yes it is," drowns the subject out and squelches any lingering doubt. The confused subject is left to stare back at the world's view of himself or herself in the napkin. Once, when I was visiting Bob's studio, I asked him how he could capture people's personalities so well. He said, "It's simple. I just look at them." No, I asked, "How do you capture their personalities? Don't you have to do a lot of research about their lifestyle, their history?" "No," I told you, "Leil, I just look at them." He went on to explain, almost every facet of people's personalities is evident from their appearance, their posture, the way they move. For instance, he said, calling me over to a file where he kept his caricatures of political figures. "See," Bob said, pointing to angles on various presidential body parts, "here's the boyishness of Clinton, showing me his half smile, the awkwardness of the elder George Bush, pointing to his shoulder angle, the charm of Reagan, noting the ex-president's smiling eyes, the shiftiness of Nixon, pointing to the furtive tilt of his head. Digging a little deeper into his file, he pulled out Franklin Delano Roosevelt and, pointing to the nose high in the air, said, "Here's the pride of FDR. It's all in the face and the body." First impressions are indelible. Why? Because in our fast-paced, information overload world of multiple stimuli bombarding us every second, people's heads are spinning. They must form quick judgments to make sense of the world and get on with what they have to do. So, whenever people meet you, they take an instant mental snapshot. That image of you becomes the data they deal with for a very long time. Your body shrieks before your lips can speak. Are their perceptions accurate? Amazingly enough, yes. Even before your lips part and the first syllable escapes, the essence of you has already made its way into their brains. The way you look and the way you move accounts for more than 80% of someone's first impression of you. Not one word needs to be spoken. I've lived and worked in countries where I didn't speak the native language. Yet, without one understandable syllable spoken between us, the years proved my first impressions were on target. Whenever I met new colleagues, I could tell instantly how friendly they felt toward me, how confident they were, and approximately how much stature they had in the company. I could sense, just from seeing them move, who the heavyweights were and who the welterweights. I have no extrasensory skill. You'd know, too. How? Because before you have had time to process a rational thought, you get a sixth sense about someone. Studies have shown emotional reactions occur even before the brain has had time to register what's causing that reaction. Thus, the moment someone looks at you, he or she experiences a massive hit, the impact of which lays the groundwork for the entire relationship. Bob told me he captures that first hit in creating his caricatures. Deciding to pursue my own agenda for how to talk to anyone, I asked, "Bob, if you wanted to portray somebody really cool, intelligent, strong, charismatic, principled, fascinating, caring, interested in other people." "Easy," Bob interrupted. He knew precisely what I was getting at. "Just give 'em great posture, a heads-up look, a confident smile, and a direct gaze. It's the ideal image for somebody who's a somebody." How to look like a somebody. My friend Karen is a highly respected professional in the home furnishings business. Her husband is an equally big name in the communications field. They have 2 small sons. Whenever Karen is at a home furnishings industry event, everyone pays deference to her. She's a very important person in that world. Her colleagues at conventions jostle for position just to be seen casually chatting with her and, they hope, to be photographed rubbing elbows with her for industry bibles like home furnishings executive and furniture world. Yet, Karen complains that when she accompanies her husband to communications functions, she might as well be a nobody. When she takes her kids to school functions, she's just another mom. She once asked me, "Leil, how can I stand out from the crowd so people who don't know me will approach me and at least assume I'm an interesting person?" The techniques in this section accomplish precisely that. When you use the next 9 techniques, you will come across as a special person to everyone you meet. You will stand out as a somebody in whatever crowd you find yourself in, even if it's not your crowd. Let's start with your smile. 1. How to make your smile magically different. In 1936, one of Dale Carnegie's 6 musts in how to win friends and influence people was smile. His edict has been echoed each decade by practically every communications guru who ever put pen to paper or mouth to microphone. However, at the turn of the millennium, it's high time we re-examine the role of the smile in high-level human relations. When you dig deeper into Dale's dictum, you'll find that a quick smile from 1936 doesn't always work, especially nowadays. The old-fashioned instant grin carries no weight with today's sophisticated crowd. Look at world leaders, negotiators, and corporate giants. Not a smiling sycophant among them. Key players in all walks of life enrich their smiles so that when they do erupt, they have more potency, and the world smiles with them. Researchers have cataloged dozens of different types of smiles. They range from the tight rubber band of a trapped liar to the soft, squishy smile of a tickled infant. Some smiles are warm while others are cold. There are real smiles and fake smiles. You've seen plenty of those plastered on the faces of friends who say they're delighted you decided to drop by, and presidential candidates visiting your city who say they're thrilled to be in. Big winners know their smile is one of their most powerful weapons, so they've fine-tuned it for maximum impact. How to fine-tune your smile. Just last year, my old college friend Missy took over her family business, a Midwestern company supplying corrugated boxes to manufacturers. One day she called, saying she was coming to New York to court new clients, and she invited me to dinner with several of her prospects. I was looking forward to once again seeing my friend's quicksilver smile and hearing her contagious laugh. Missy was an incurable giggler, and that was part of her charm. When her dad passed away last year, she told me she was taking over the business. I thought Missy's personality was a little bubbly to be a CEO in a tough business. But, hey, what do I know about the corrugated box biz? She, 3 of her potential clients, and I met in the cocktail lounge of a midtown restaurant, and as we led them into the dining room, Missy whispered in my ear, "Please call me Melissa tonight." Of course, I winked back. Not many company presidents are called Missy. Soon after the maitre d' seated us, I began noticing that Melissa was a very different woman from the giggling girl I'd known in college. She was just as charming. She smiled as much as ever. Yet something was different. I couldn't quite put my finger on it. Although she was still effervescent, I had the distinct impression everything Melissa said was more insightful and sincere. She was responding with genuine warmth to her prospective clients, and I could tell they liked her, too. I was thrilled because my friend was scoring a knockout that night. By the end of the evening, Melissa had 3 big new clients. Afterward, alone with her in the cab, I said, "Missy, you've really come a long way since you took over the company. Your whole personality has developed, well, a really cool, sharp corporate edge." Only one thing has changed," she said. "What's that?" "My smile," she said. "Your what?" I asked incredulously. "My smile," she repeated as though I hadn't heard her. "You see," she said, with a distant look coming into her eyes, "when Dad got sick and knew in a few years I'd have to take over the business, he sat me down and had a life-changing conversation with me. I'll never forget his words. Dad said, 'Missy, honey, remember that old song, I loves ya, honey, but her feet's too big. Well, if you're going to make it big in the box business, let me say, I loves ya, honey, but your smile's too quick.'" He then brought out a yellowed newspaper article quoting a study he'd been saving to show me when the time was right. It concerned women in business. The study showed women who were slower to smile in corporate life were perceived as more credible. As Missy talked, I began to think about history-making women like Margaret Thatcher, Indira Gandhi, Golda Meir, Madeleine Albright, and other powerful women of their ilk. Not one was known for her quick smile. Missy continued, "The study went on to say a big, warm smile is an asset, but only when it comes a little slower, because then it has more credibility." From that moment on, Missy explained, she gave clients and business associates her big smile. However, she trained her lips to erupt more slowly. Thus, her smile appeared more sincere and personalized for the recipient. That was it. Missy's slower smile gave her personality a richer, deeper, more sincere cachet. Though the delay was less than a second, the recipients of her beautiful big smile felt it was special and just for them. I decided to do more research on the smile. When you're in the market for shoes, you begin to look at everyone's feet. When you decide to change your hairstyle, you look at everyone's haircut. Well, for several months, I became a steady smile watcher. I watched smiles on the street. I watched smiles on TV. I watched the smiles of politicians, the clergy, corporate giants, and world leaders. My findings. Amid the sea of flashing teeth and parting lips, I discovered the people perceived to have the most credibility and integrity were just ever so slightly slower to smile. Then, when they did, their smiles seemed to seep into every crevice of their faces and envelop them like a slow flood. Thus, I call the following technique, the flooding smile. Technique 1. The flooding smile. Don't flash an immediate smile when you greet someone, as though anyone who walked into your line of sight would be the beneficiary. Instead, look at the other person's face for a second. Pause. Soak in their persona. Then let a big, warm, responsive smile flood over your face and overflow into your eyes. It will engulf the recipient like a warm wave. The split-second delay convinces people that your flooding smile is genuine and only for them. Let us now travel just a few inches north to two of the most powerful communication tools you possess, your eyes. 2. How to strike everyone as intelligent and insightful by using your eyes. It's only a slight exaggeration to say Helen of Troy could launch ships with her eyes and Davy Crockett could stare down a bear. Your eyes are personal grenades that have the power to detonate people's emotions. Just as martial arts masters register their fists as lethal weapons, you can register your eyes as psychological lethal weapons when you master the following eye contact techniques. Beloved people in the game of life look beyond the conventional wisdom that teaches, keep good eye contact. For one, they understand that for certain suspicious or insecure people, intense eye contact can be a virulent intrusion. When I was growing up, my family had a Haitian housekeeper whose fantasies were filled with witches, warlocks, and black magic. Zola refused to be left alone in a room with Louis, my Siamese cat. Louis looks right through me, sees my soul, she'd whisper to me fearfully. In some cultures, intense eye contact is seen as sorcery. In others, staring at someone can be threatening or disrespectful. Realizing this, big players in the international scene prefer to pack a book on cultural body language differences in their carry-on rather than a Berlitz phrase book. In our culture, however, big winners know exaggerated eye contact can be extremely advantageous, especially between the sexes. In business, even when romance is not in the picture, strong eye contact packs a powerful wallop between men and women. A Boston center conducted a study to learn the precise effect. The researchers asked opposite-sex individuals to have a 2-minute casual conversation. They tricked half their subjects into maintaining intense eye contact by directing them to count the number of times their partner blinked. They gave the other half of the subjects no special eye contact directions for the chat. When they questioned the subjects afterward, the unsuspecting blinkers reported significantly higher feelings of respect and fondness for their colleagues who, unbeknownst to them, had simply been counting their blinks. I've experienced the closeness that intense eye contact engenders with a stranger firsthand. Once, when giving a seminar to several hundred people, one woman's face in the crowd caught my attention. The participant's appearance was not particularly unique, yet she became the focus of my attention throughout my talk. Why? Because not for one moment did she take her eyes off my face. Even when I finished making a point and was silent, her eyes stayed hungrily on my face. I sensed she couldn't wait to savor the next insight to spout from my lips. I loved it. Her concentration and obvious fascination inspired me to remember stories and make important points I'd long forgotten. Right after my talk, I resolved to seek out this new friend who was so enthralled by my speech. As people were leaving the hall, I quickly sidled up behind my big fan. "Excuse me," I said. My fan kept walking. "Excuse me," I repeated a tad louder. My admirer didn't vary her pace as she continued out the door. I followed her into the corridor and tapped her shoulder gently. This time she whirled around with a surprised look on her face. I mumbled some excuse about appreciating her concentration on my talk and wanting to ask her a few questions. "Did you, get much out of the seminar?" I ventured. "Well, not really," she answered candidly. "I had difficulty understanding what you were saying because you were walking around on the platform facing different directions." In a heartbeat, I understood. The woman was hearing impaired. I did not captivate her as I had suspected. She was not intrigued by my talk as I had hoped. The only reason she kept her eyes glued to my face was that she was struggling to read my lips. Nevertheless, her eye contact had given me such pleasure and inspiration during my talk that, tired as I was, I asked her to join me for coffee. I spent the next hour recapping my entire seminar just for her. Powerful stuff, this eye contact. Make your eyes look even more intelligent. There is yet another argument for intense eye contact. In addition to awakening feelings of respect and affection, maintaining strong eye contact gives you the impression of being an intelligent and abstract thinker. Because abstract thinkers integrate incoming data more easily than concrete thinkers, they can continue looking into someone's eyes even during silences. Their thought processes are not distracted by peering into their partner's peepers. Back to our valiant psychologists. Yale researchers, thinking they had the unswerving truth about eye contact, conducted another study that they assumed would confirm, the more eye contact, the more positive feelings. This time, they directed subjects to deliver a personally revealing monologue. They asked the listeners to react with a sliding scale of eye contact while their partners talked. The results: all went as expected when women told their personal stories to other women. Increased eye contact encouraged feelings of intimacy. But, whoops, it wasn't the same with the men. Some men felt hostile when stared at too long by another man. Other men felt threatened. Some few even suspected their partner was more interested than he should be and wanted to slug him. Your partner's emotional reaction to your profound gaze has a biological basis. When you look intently at someone, it increases their heartbeat and sends an adrenaline-like substance gushing through their veins. This is the same physical reaction people have when they start to fall in love. And when you consciously increase your eye contact, even during normal business or social interactions, people will feel that they have captivated you. Men talking to women and women talking to men use the following technique, which I call sticky eyes, for the joy of the recipient and for your own advantage. Guys, I'll have a man-to-man modification of this technique for you in a moment. Technique 2. Sticky eyes. Pretend your eyes are glued to your conversation partners with sticky warm taffy. Don't break eye contact even after he or she has finished speaking. When you must look away, do it ever so slowly, reluctantly, stretching the gooey taffy until the tiny string finally breaks. What about guys' eyes? Now gentlemen, when talking to men, you, too, can use sticky eyes. Just make them a little less sticky when discussing personal matters with other men, lest your listener feel threatened or misinterpret your intentions. But do increase your eye contact. Slightly more than normal with men during day-to-day communications, and a lot more when talking to women. It broadcasts a visceral message of comprehension and respect. I have a friend, Sammy, a salesman who unwittingly comes across as an arrogant chap. He doesn't mean to, but sometimes his brusque manner makes it look like he's running roughshod over people's feelings. Once while we were having dinner together in a restaurant, I told him about the sticky eyes technique. I guess he took it to heart. When the waiter came over, Sammy, uncharacteristically, instead of bluntly blurting out his order with his nose in the menu, looked at the waiter. He smiled, gave his order for the appetizer, and kept his eyes on the waiters for an extra second before looking down again at the menu to choose the main dish. I can't tell you how different Sammy seemed to me just then. He came across as a sensitive and caring man, and all it took was 2 extra seconds of eye contact. I saw the effect it had on the waiter, too. We received exceptionally gracious service the rest of the evening. A week later, Sammy called me and said, "Leil, sticky eyes has changed my life. I've been following it to a T. With women, I make my eyes really sticky, and with men, slightly sticky. And now everybody's treating me with such deference. I think it's part of the reason I've made more sales this week than all of last month." If you deal with customers or clients in your professional life, sticky eyes is a definite boon to your bottom line. To most people in our culture, profound eye contact signals trust, knowledge, and an "I'm here for you" attitude. Let's carry sticky eyes one step further. Like a potent medicine that has the power to kill or cure, the next eye contact technique has the potential to captivate or annihilate. 3. How to use your eyes to make someone fall in love with you. Now we haul in the heavy eyeball artillery. Very sticky eyes or superglue eyes. Let's call them epoxy eyes. Big bosses use epoxy eyes to evaluate employees. Police investigators use epoxy eyes to intimidate suspected criminals. And clever Romeos use epoxy eyes to make women fall in love with them. If romance is your goal, epoxy eyes is a proven aphrodisiac. The epoxy eyes technique takes at least 3 people to pull off: you, your target, and one other person. Here's how it works. Usually, when you're chatting with 2 or more people, you gaze at the person who is speaking. However, the epoxy eyes technique suggests you concentrate on the listener, your target, rather than the speaker. This slightly disorients the target, and he or she silently asks, "Why is this person looking at me instead of the speaker?" Your target senses you are extremely interested in his or her reactions. This can be beneficial in certain business situations when it is appropriate for you to judge the listener. Human resources professionals often use epoxy eyes, not as a technique, but because they are sincerely interested in a prospective employee's reaction to certain ideas being presented. Attorneys, bosses, police investigators, psychologists, and others who must examine subjects, Reactions also use epoxy eyes for analytical purposes. When you use epoxy eyes, it sends out signals of interest blended with complete confidence in yourself. But because epoxy eyes puts you in a position of evaluating or judging someone else, you must be careful. Don't overdo it, or you could come across as arrogant and brazen. Technique 3. Epoxy eyes. This brazen technique packs a powerful punch. Watch your target person even when someone else is talking. No matter who is speaking, keep looking at the man or woman you want to impact. Sometimes using full epoxy eyes is too potent, so here is a gentler, yet effective, form. Watch the speaker but let your glance bounce to your target each time the speaker finishes a point. This way, Mr. or Ms. Target still feels you are intrigued by his or her reactions, yet there is relief from the intensity. Use epoxy eyes to push their erotic button. If romance is on the horizon, epoxy eyes transmits yet another message. It says, "I can't take my eyes off you," or, "I only have eyes for you." Anthropologists have dubbed eyes the initial organ of romance, because studies show intense eye contact plays havoc with our heartbeat. It also releases a drug-like substance into our nervous system called phenylethylamine. Since this is the hormone detected in the human body during erotic excitement, intense eye contact can be a turn-on. Men, epoxy eyes is extremely effective on women, if they find you attractive. The lady interprets her nervous reaction to your penetrating gaze as budding infatuation. If she does not like you, however, your epoxy eyes will come across as downright obnoxious. Never use epoxy eyes on strangers in public settings, or you could get arrested. 4. How to present yourself as a significant winner wherever you go. Do you recall the famous lyrics from the classic Shirley Bassey song? The moment you entered the place, I could tell you were a person of importance, a true high roller. Attractive, so refined. Wouldn't you like to know what thoughts are swirling in my mind? The objective of this section is not to make you appear as an extravagant spender. Instead, it is to bestow upon you the aura of a genuinely significant individual from the moment others see you. To achieve this, we will explore a crucial technique that will help you project the image of a truly important person. When a doctor taps your knee with that unpleasant little hammer, your leg instinctively kicks forward. This gives rise to the term, knee-jerk reaction. Your body also has another automatic response. When a surge of joy fills your heart and you feel victorious, your head instinctively rises, and your shoulders naturally roll back. A smile brightens your face and softens your gaze. This is the expression that winners maintain consistently. They stand tall with confidence. They move with self-assurance. They smile gently with a sense of pride. It's clear that good posture signifies that you are an individual accustomed to success. Clearly, countless mothers nudging their children to sit up straight, along with countless teachers instructing students to stand tall, haven't made a lasting impact. We live in a society of slouchers. We need a method that is more compelling than what teachers offer and more effective than parental advice to help us stand like a somebody. In one profession, achieving perfect posture, balance, and equilibrium is not just desirable, it's crucial for survival. A single misstep, a droop of the shoulders, or a defeated expression can spell disaster for a high-wire performer. I vividly remember the first time my mother took me to the circus. As 7 men and women rushed into the center ring, the audience rose as if they were all connected. They cheered in unison. My mother leaned in and whispered reverently that these were the great Lowndes, the only troupe globally capable of performing a 7-person pyramid without a safety net. Suddenly, the audience fell silent. Not a cough or a sip from a soda was heard in the tent as Karl and Hermann Lowndes shouted commands in German to their trusting family members. The troupe ascended meticulously and majestically into a human pyramid. They balanced precariously on a thin wire, hundreds of feet above the hard ground, with no net to catch them in case of a fall. The sight was unforgettable. Equally unforgettable to me was the elegance and poise of the 7 Lowndes as they raced into the center of the big top to take their bows. Each person stood perfectly aligned, heads high, shoulders back, standing so tall it seemed as if their feet barely touched the ground. Every muscle in their bodies radiated pride, success, and their joy of being alive. Still, here's a visualization technique to help you embody the look of a winner who consistently feels that pride, success, and joy of living. Your posture is your greatest indicator of success. Picture yourself as a world-famous acrobat, a master of the Iron Jaw act, waiting in the wings of the Ringling Bros and Barnum and Bailey Circus. Soon, you will dash into the spotlight to captivate the audience with your body's precision and balance. Before passing through any doorway, whether it's to your office, a gathering, a meeting, or even your kitchen, imagine a leather strap hanging from the frame. It swings just an inch above your head. As you walk through the door, tilt your head back and take a bite of the imaginary strap that first pulls your cheeks into a smile and then lifts you upward. As you rise high above the astonished audience, your body aligns perfectly, head high, shoulders back, torso extended from your hips, feet weightless. At the pinnacle of the tent, you spin like a graceful top, delighting the crowd as they crane their necks to watch you. Now you embody the essence of a somebody. One day, to test the hang by your teeth technique, I decided to track how many times I walked through a doorway, 60 times, even at home. Consider this: twice out your front door, twice back in, 6 trips to the bathroom, 8 to the kitchen, and countless passages through doors at your workplace. It adds up. Visualizing something 60 times a day turns it into a habit. Consistent good posture is the first hallmark of a true winner. You are now prepared to glide into any space, captivating the crowd or sealing the deal, or simply settling for looking like the most significant person in the room. You now possess all the essentials that Bob the artist needs to depict you as a big winner. As he stated, great posture, an elevated look, a confident smile, and direct eye contact. This is the ideal image for someone who is a somebody. Technique 4. Hang by your teeth. Visualize a circus iron jaw bit hanging from the frame of every doorway you walk through. Take a bite, and with it firmly between your teeth, let it lift you to the peak of the big top. When you hang by your teeth, every muscle in your body aligns into perfect posture. Now let's put this entire act into practice. It's time to focus outward on your conversation partner. Utilize the next 2 techniques to make him or her feel like $1,000,000. 5. How to win their heart by responding to their inner infant. Do you recall the classic joke? A comedian steps onto the stage and the first thing he says is, "So, how do you like me so far?" The audience bursts into laughter. Why? Because we all silently ponder that question. Whenever we encounter someone new, we instinctively gauge their reaction to us. Did they maintain eye contact? Did they smile? Did they lean in closer? Did they somehow acknowledge how wonderful and special we are? We tend to favor those individuals. They clearly have good taste. Conversely, did they turn away, clearly unimpressed by our brilliance? Those are the ones we dismiss. When 2 individuals are getting acquainted, it's akin to puppies sniffing each other out. We may not have tails that wag or fur that bristles, but we possess eyes that narrow or widen, and hands that either clench into fists or relax into an open, palms-up position. Numerous other automatic reactions occur in the first moments of interaction. Attorneys during voir dire are acutely aware of these subtleties. They closely observe your instinctive body language, noting how fully you face them and how much you lean in or back while responding to questions. They watch your hands. Are they gently open, signaling acceptance of their ideas? Or are you forming a slight fist, indicating rejection? They scrutinize your face for the fleeting moments when you break eye contact while discussing significant topics, such as opinions on large damage awards or the death penalty. Sometimes, attorneys bring along a legal assistant whose sole purpose is to meticulously record your every fidget. Interestingly, trial lawyers often choose women for this task of observing subtle shifts because women are traditionally more perceptive to nuanced body language than men. Women, often more in tune with emotions, may ask their partners, "Is something bothering you, dear?" These highly sensitive women sometimes accuse their partners of being so oblivious that they wouldn't notice something was wrong until their ties were soaked with tears. The attorney and the assistant then review your score, based on the myriad subconscious signals you displayed. Depending on this assessment, you might find yourself serving on a jury or waiting idly in the juror's lounge. Trial lawyers are so attuned to body language that, during the 1960s trial of the Chicago 7, defense attorney William Kunstler actually lodged a legal objection regarding Judge Julius Hoffman's posture. Kunstler argued that when Judge Hoffman leaned forward during the prosecution's summation, it sent a message of attention and interest to the jury. Conversely, during his defense summation, when Judge Hoffman leaned back, Kunstler contended that this conveyed a subliminal message of disinterest. "You're on trial, and you only have 10 seconds. Just as attorneys evaluate whether they want you on their team, everyone you meet subconsciously assesses whether they want you in their lives. Their judgment hinges significantly on the same signals, your body language responding to their unspoken inquiry. So, how do you like me so far? The initial moments of your reactions set the tone for the entire relationship. If you desire anything from this new acquaintance, your unspoken answer to their unasked question must be, "Wow, I really like you." When a young child feels shy, they might slouch, cross their arms, step back, and hide behind their mother's skirt. However, when little Johnny sees his father come home, he runs up with a smile, his eyes wide open, and his arms outstretched for a hug. A loving child's demeanor is like a small flower bud unfurling in the sunlight. Years of life experience don't change this instinct. When 40-year-old Johnny feels timid, he slumps and crosses his arms over his chest. If he wishes to reject a salesperson or business colleague, he turns away and closes himself off with a variety of body signals. Yet, when he welcomes a loved one back after a long absence, Big Johnny opens up his body like a giant daffodil spreading its petals to the sun after a rainstorm. Treat people like big babies. Once, I attended a high-profile corporate event with a beautiful, recently divorced friend named Carla. Carla had been a copywriter at a leading advertising agency that, like many companies, had downsized. At this party, the opportunities for Carla were promising, both personally and professionally. As we conversed, several attractive corporate men would come close to us. More often than not, one of these desirable gentlemen would flash a smile at Carla. Occasionally, she would bestow a quick smile over her shoulder but then quickly turn back to our conversation, as if she were hanging on my every word. I knew she was trying to conceal her anxiety, but inside, Carla was silently pleading, "Why doesn't he come over to talk to us?" After one particularly appealing corporate man smiled at her but received only a minimal reaction, he wandered back into the social fray. I felt compelled to say, "Carla, do you know who that was? He's the head of Young & Rubicam in Paris. They're seeking copywriters willing to relocate. And he's single." Carla sighed in disappointment. Just then, we heard a small voice near Carla's knee. "Hello." We looked down simultaneously to see little 5-year-old Willie, the hostess's adorable son, tugging at her skirt, clearly seeking attention. Well, Carla exclaimed, a radiant smile spreading across her face. She turned toward him, knelt down, touched little Willie's elbow, and said, "Well, hello there, Willie. How are you enjoying Mommy's lovely party?" Little Willie beamed with joy. When he finally ran off to seek the attention of the next group of adults, Carla and I resumed our adult conversation. Throughout our chat, corporate men continued to admire Carla from a distance, and she kept casting them half-hearted smiles. It was evident she was disappointed that none approached her further. I had to restrain myself from speaking up. Finally, when my teeth were about to bleed from the pressure, I said, "Carla, have you noticed that 4 or 5 men have smiled at you?" "Yes," Carla whispered, her eyes darting nervously around the room in case anyone overheard us. "And you've been giving them little half-smiles," I continued. "Yes," she murmured, now puzzled by my inquiry. "Remember when little Willie came up and tugged on your skirt? Do you recall how you smiled that beautiful big smile at him, turned toward him, and welcomed him into our conversation?" "Yes," she replied hesitantly. "Well, I have a favor to ask, Carla. I want you to give the next man who smiles at you that same big smile you gave Willie. I want you to turn toward him just like you did then, maybe even reach out and touch his arm like you did with Willie's, and welcome him into our conversation." "Oh Leil, I couldn't do that." "Carla, just try it." Sure enough, within a few minutes, another attractive man approached and smiled. Carla executed her role perfectly. She flashed her stunning smile, turned fully toward him, and said, "Hello, come join us." He eagerly accepted her invitation. After a brief moment, I excused myself. Neither of them noticed my departure, as they were engrossed in lively conversation. The last sight I had of my friend at the party was her gracefully leaving on the arm of her new acquaintance. Thus, the technique I call the big baby pivot was born. It's a strategy that will help you win whatever your heart desires from the various characters you encounter in the social or corporate landscape. Technique 5. The big baby pivot. Whenever you meet someone new, give them the big baby pivot. The instant you are introduced, reward your new acquaintance with a warm smile, a full body turn, and undivided attention as if you were greeting a small child who has crawled up to your feet, looking up at you with a big toothless grin. Pivoting 100% toward the new person conveys, I think you are incredibly special. Remember, deep within everyone resides a big baby who is yearning for recognition and validation of how truly special they are. The following technique reinforces this big baby's belief that they are indeed the center of the universe. 6. How to make someone feel like an old friend at once. A very wise man with the amusing name of Zig once told me, "People don't care how much you know until they know how much you care about them." Zig Ziglar is absolutely right. The key to making people like you is to show them how much you truly like them. Your body acts as a 24-hour broadcasting station, revealing to anyone within sight exactly how you feel at any moment. Even if your hang by your teeth posture is earning their respect, your flooding smile and the big baby pivot are making them feel special, and your sticky eyes are capturing their hearts and minds, the rest of your body can signal any incongruence. Every detail, from the crinkle of your forehead to the position of your feet, must convey an "I care about you" attitude to effectively connect with others. Unfortunately, when we meet someone new, our brains can go into overdrive. Remember Shakespeare's Julius Caesar? He described Cassius as having a lean and hungry look. He thinks too much, such men are dangerous. Our brains act similarly when conversing with a new acquaintance. They become lean, some of us are battling shyness, while others are anxiously assessing the situation, and hungry, we are determining what, if anything, we want from this potential relationship. As a result, we overthink instead of responding with genuine, unguarded friendliness, which can be detrimental to forming friendships, romantic connections, or business relationships. When our bodies are firing off thousands of stimuli every second, a few of those signals may misfire, revealing shyness or hidden hostility. We need a technique to ensure that every signal we send aims directly at the heart of our conversation partner. We need to trick our bodies into reacting perfectly. To achieve this, let's explore the only time we don't have to worry about shyness or negativity slipping through our body language, when we feel none. This occurs when we interact with close friends. When we encounter someone we love or feel completely at ease with, we respond warmly from head to toe without a second thought. Our lips turn up in a smile. We lean in closer. Our arms reach out. Our eyes soften and widen. Even our palms open up, and our bodies fully orient toward our dear friend. How to trick your body into doing everything right. Here's a visualization technique that accomplishes all of that, ensuring everyone you meet feels your warmth. I call it, "Hello old friend." When meeting someone new, play a mental trick on yourself. In your mind's eye, envision them as an old friend, someone with whom you had a wonderful relationship in the past. Imagine that you lost touch over the years. You searched high and low for this friend, but there were no listings in the phone book, and none of your mutual friends knew their whereabouts. Suddenly, wow, what a surprise! After all those years, the two of you are reunited. You are overflowing with happiness. That's where the pretending stops. Clearly, you are not actually going to convince the new person that you are old friends. You won't hug or kiss them or say, "Great to see you again." Or, "How have you been all these years?" Instead, you simply say, "Hello, how do you do?" Or, "I am pleased to meet you." But inside, the feeling is very different. You will amaze yourself. The joy of rediscovery will light up your face and elevate your body language. I often jokingly say that if you were a light bulb, you'd beam at the other person. If you were a dog, you'd be wagging your tail. You genuinely make this new person feel special. Technique 6. Hello old friend. When meeting someone, imagine they are an old friend, an old customer, an old beloved, or someone else you have great affection for. How sad that the trials of life separated you two. But, holy mackerel, now the party, the meeting, the convention has reunited you with your long-lost friend. This joyful experience triggers a remarkable chain reaction in your body, from the subconscious softening of your eyebrows to the positioning of your toes, and everything in between. In my seminars, I first have participants introduce themselves to another attendee before they've learned the "hello old friend" technique. The group interacts as if at a pleasant semi-formal gathering. Later, I ask them to introduce themselves to another stranger while imagining they are old friends. The difference is astonishing. When they use, "Hello old friend," the room comes alive. The atmosphere is filled with positive energy. People stand closer together, laugh more genuinely, and reach out to one another. It feels like a fantastic party that has been going on for hours. Not a word need be spoken. The "hello old friend" technique even transcends language barriers. When traveling in countries where you don't speak the native language, be sure to use it. If you find yourself with a group of people speaking a language you don't understand, simply imagine them as a group of old friends. Everything is fine except they momentarily forgot how to speak English. Despite the language barrier, your entire body will still respond with warmth and acceptance. I have employed the "hello old friend" technique while traveling in Europe. Sometimes, my English-speaking friends who live there tell me that their European colleagues say I am the friendliest American they've ever met, even though we had never exchanged a word. A self-fulfilling prophecy. An additional benefit of the "hello old friend" technique is that it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. When you act as if you like someone, you begin to genuinely like them. A study from Adelphi University, aptly titled, "Believing Another Likes or Dislikes You, Behaviors Making the Beliefs Come True," demonstrated this. Researchers instructed volunteers to treat unsuspecting subjects as if they liked them. Later surveys revealed that the volunteers ended up genuinely liking the subjects. The unsuspecting subjects were also surveyed and expressed much higher respect and affection for the volunteers who pretended to like them. Ultimately, it boils down to this: love begets love, like begets like, and respect begets respect. By using the "hello old friend" technique, you will soon have many new, old friends, who genuinely like you. You now have all the essentials to present yourself as a somebody, a friendly somebody. However, your work isn't finished yet. In addition to being liked, you also want to appear credible, intelligent, and self-assured. Each of the next 3 techniques will help you achieve one of those goals. 7. How to come across as 100% credible to everyone. My friend Helen is a highly respected headhunter who makes excellent hires for her clients. Once, I asked her the secret to her success. Helen replied, "It's probably because I can almost always tell when an applicant is lying." "How can you tell?" I inquired. She explained, "Just last week, I interviewed a young woman for a marketing director position at a small firm. Throughout the interview, the applicant had her left leg crossed over her right. Her hands rested comfortably in her lap, and she was looking directly at me. I asked her about her salary. Without breaking eye contact, she answered. I then asked if she enjoyed her work. Still maintaining my gaze, she replied, yes. But when I asked her why she left her previous job, that's when her eyes quickly darted away before she regained eye contact with me." Helen continued, "While answering my question, she shifted in her seat and crossed her right leg over her left. At one point, she even brought her hands up to her mouth." Helen said, "That was all I needed." While her words indicated she felt her growth opportunities were limited at her previous firm, her body language suggested she wasn't being entirely honest. Helen elaborated that the young woman's fidgeting alone wouldn't definitively prove she was lying. However, it was enough for her to want to explore the topic further. "So, I tested it," Helen explained. "I changed the subject to something more neutral and asked her about her future goals. Again, the girl stopped fidgeting. She folded her hands in her lap and described how she had always wanted to work for a small company to gain hands-on experience with multiple projects. Then I repeated my earlier question, asking if it was solely the lack of growth opportunities that prompted her departure from her last position. Sure enough, once again, she shifted in her seat and momentarily broke eye contact. As she discussed her last job, she began rubbing her forearm. Helen continued to probe until she uncovered the truth. The applicant had been fired due to a serious disagreement with the marketing director she had worked for. Human resources professionals who interview candidates and police officers who interrogate suspects are trained to detect lies. They know precisely which signals to look for. The rest of us, while not necessarily trained in identifying specific signs of deceit, often have a sixth sense when someone is not being truthful. Recently, a colleague of mine was considering hiring an in-house booking agent. After interviewing one candidate, she said to me, "I don't know. I really don't think he has the success he claims. Do you think he's lying to you? I asked. Absolutely. The strange thing is, I can't pinpoint why. He looked me straight in the eye and answered all my questions directly. There was just something that felt off. Employers frequently have this gut feeling about someone, even if they can't articulate it. Because of this, many large companies resort to using polygraphs, or lie detectors, mechanical devices designed to detect if someone is lying. Banks, pharmacies, and grocery stores heavily rely on them for pre-employment screening. The FBI, Justice Department, and most police departments have utilized the polygraph on suspects. Interestingly, the polygraph is not truly a lie detector. It merely measures fluctuations in our autonomic nervous system, changes in breathing patterns, sweating, flushing, heart rate, blood pressure, and other indicators of emotional arousal. So is it accurate? Yes, often it is. Why? Because when the average person tells a lie, they experience emotional arousal, leading to bodily changes. When this occurs, the individual might fidget. However, experienced or trained liars can sometimes deceive the polygraph. Beware of the appearance of lying, even when you're telling the truth. Problems arise when we are not lying but feeling emotional or intimidated by the person we're speaking with. A young man sharing his business success with an attractive woman might shift his weight. A woman discussing her company's performance with a key client could rub her neck. Additional issues can stem from the environment. A businessman who feels calm might loosen his collar because the room is hot. A politician giving a speech outdoors might blink excessively due to dusty air. Even though these movements are not indicative of deceit, they can give listeners a sense that something is off or create a gut feeling that the speaker is lying. Professional communicators, aware of this risk, consciously suppress any signs that could be misinterpreted as nervousness. They maintain steady eye contact with the listener, avoid touching their faces, refrain from massaging their arms when they tingle, and don't rub their noses when they itch. They resist loosening their collars in hot conditions or blinking excessively in dusty environments. They don't wipe away beads of perspiration in public or shield their eyes from the sun. They endure discomfort because they understand that fidgeting undermines credibility. Consider the infamous televised presidential debate on September 25, 1960, between Richard Milhous Nixon and John Fitzgerald Kennedy. Political analysts speculate that Nixon's lack of makeup, his fidgeting, and mopping his brow on camera cost him the election. If you want to come across as a fully credible individual, try to eliminate all extraneous movements when your communication matters. I call this technique, limit the fidget. Technique 7. Limit the fidget. Whenever your conversation is particularly important, resist the urge to scratch an itch, wiggle, squirm, or fidget in any way. And above all, keep your hands away from your face. Any hand movements near your face and all forms of fidgeting can lead your listener to feel you're not being truthful. Now let's address how to appear more intelligent. What, you may ask, can people seem more intelligent than they actually are? Well, have you ever heard of Hans, the counting horse? Hans was considered the most intelligent horse in history, and he employed the technique I'm about to suggest. 8. How to read people like you have ESP. This next technique is inspired by Hans, a remarkably clever horse. Hans was owned by Herr von Osten, a Berliner, who had trained him to perform simple arithmetic by tapping his right front hoof. Hans's remarkable ability quickly gained fame throughout Europe in the early 1900s, earning him the title of Clever Hans, the counting horse. Herr von Osten taught Hans to do more than just addition. In time, the horse learned to subtract and divide. Eventually, Clever Hans even mastered multiplication tables. He became quite a phenomenon. Without his owner uttering a single word, Hans could count the size of his audience, tap the number of people wearing glasses, or respond to any counting question posed to him. Eventually, Hans achieved the ultimate ability that distinguishes humans from animals, language. He learned the alphabet by tapping out hoofbeats for each letter, enabling him to answer questions about anything people had read in newspapers or heard on the radio. He could even address common inquiries about history, geography, and human biology. Hans made headlines and was the main topic of conversation at dinner parties throughout Europe. The human horse quickly attracted the attention of scientists, psychology professors, veterinarians, and cavalry officers. Naturally, They were skeptical and established an official commission to determine whether Hans was a case of clever trickery or genuine equine genius. Regardless of their suspicions, it was clear to everyone that Hans was an exceptionally intelligent horse. Compared to other horses, Hans was a somebody. Fast forward to today. Why is it that when you talk with certain individuals, you can just tell they are smarter than others? Often, they aren't discussing complex topics or using elaborate vocabulary. Yet, everyone seems to recognize their intelligence. People say things like, "She's smart as a whip, he doesn't miss a trick, she picks up on everything, he's got the right stuff, and she's got horse sense." This brings us back to Hans. The day of the big test arrived. Everyone was convinced it had to be a trick orchestrated by Herr von Osten, Hans's owner. The auditorium was filled to capacity with scientists, reporters, clairvoyants, psychics, and horse lovers eagerly awaiting the results. The commission members, confident in their plan, decided to bar von Osten from the hall and test Hans alone. When the crowd was assembled, they informed von Osten that he had to leave the auditorium. The surprised owner exited, leaving Hans alone in an auditorium filled with a skeptical and anxious audience. The confident commission leader asked Hans the first mathematical question. He tapped out the right answer. The second question followed, and he got it right again. Then came the language questions, and he answered them all correctly. The commission was baffled. The critics were silenced. However, the public was not satisfied. With a great outcry, they demanded a new commission. The world waited while authorities gathered scientists, professors, veterinarians, cavalry officers, and reporters from around the globe. Only after this second commission tested Hans did the truth come to light. The second commission started the inquiry with a simple addition problem. This time, however, instead of asking the question aloud for everyone to hear, one researcher whispered a number in Hans's ear while a second researcher whispered another. Everyone anticipated Hans would quickly tap out the sum. But Hans remained silent. Aha! The researchers revealed the truth to the waiting world. Can you guess what that was? Here's a hint. When the audience or researcher knew the answer, Hans did too. Can you figure it out? People gave off very subtle body language signals the moment Hans's hoof tapped the correct number. When Hans began tapping the answer to a question, the audience would exhibit subtle signs of tension. Then, when Hans reached the right number, they would respond with a release of breath or slight muscle relaxation. Herr von Osten had trained Hans to stop tapping at that point, creating the illusion that he was providing the correct answer. Hans was utilizing the technique I call Hans's horse sense. He observed his audience's reactions very carefully and adjusted his responses accordingly. If a horse can do it, so can you. Have you ever been watching TV when the phone rings? Someone asks you to mute the television so they can talk. With the volume off, you pay closer attention to the TV action. You see performers smiling, frowning, smirking, squinting, and displaying a range of other expressions. You don't miss any part of the story, as you can gauge their thoughts just from their expressions. Hans's horse sense is just that, observing people, noticing how they react, and then making your moves accordingly. Even while you're speaking, keep your eyes on your listeners and watch how they respond to what you're saying. Don't miss a trick. Are they smiling? Are they nodding? Are their palms up? They like what they're hearing. Are they frowning? Are they looking away? Are their knuckles clenched? Maybe they're not. Are they rubbing their necks? Are they stepping back? Are their feet pointing toward the exit? Perhaps they want to leave. You don't need an extensive course in body language to understand this. Your life experiences have already provided you with a solid foundation in this area. Most people know that if their conversation partners step back or look away, they're not interested. When someone thinks you're a nuisance, they might rub their necks. When they feel superior, they often steeple their hands. We'll delve into more specifics about body language in Technique 77, Eyeball Selling. For now, all you need to do is tune into the silent channel being broadcast by your audience. Technique 8. Hans's horse sense. Make it a habit to operate on a dual track while conversing. Express yourself, but keep a keen eye on how your listener reacts to what you're saying. Then plan your responses accordingly. If a horse can do it, so can a human. People will say you pick up on everything. You never miss a trick. You've got horse sense. You now have 8 techniques to help you. Project Confidence, credibility, and charisma, making everyone you encounter feel valued and appreciated. Let's explore one last technique in this section to tie everything together and ensure you don't miss a beat. 9. How to make sure you don't miss a single beat. Have you ever watched professional skiing on television? Picture the athlete at the top of the slope, every muscle primed and poised, waiting for the gun to signal the start of their race toward victory. Look deeply into their eyes, and you'll see they're having an out-of-body experience. In their mind's eye, the skier is swooshing down the slope, zigzagging between the poles, and gliding across the finish line in a time faster than anyone thought possible. The athlete is visualizing. All athletes do it. Divers, runners, jumpers, javelin throwers, lugers, swimmers, skaters, acrobats. They visualize their performance before executing it. They see their bodies bending, twisting, flipping, or flying through the air. They hear the sound of the wind, the splash in the water, the whir of the javelin, and the thud of its landing. They smell the grass, the cement, the pool, and the dust. Before they move a muscle, professional athletes watch the entire movie in their minds, which, of course, concludes with their victory. Sports psychologists tell us that visualization isn't just for elite competitive athletes. Studies show that mental rehearsal helps weekend athletes sharpen their golf, tennis, running, or any favorite activity. Experts agree that if you visualize the images, hear the sounds, and feel the movements of your body in your mind before performing, the effect is powerful. 26 miles on my mattress. Psychological mumbo-jumbo. Absolutely not. My friend Richard runs marathons. A few years ago, just 3 weeks before the New York Marathon, an out-of-control car crashed into Richard's, and he was taken to the hospital. He wasn't badly injured, but he was laid up for 2 weeks, which naturally led his friends to believe he would miss the big event. What a surprise it was when, on that crisp November marathon morning in Central Park, Richard showed up in his shorts and running shoes. "Richard, are you crazy? You're not in shape to run. You've been in bed for weeks." We all exclaimed. "My body may have been in bed," he replied, "but I've been running." "What?" we asked in unison. "Yep, every day, 26 miles, 385 yards, right there on my mattress." Richard explained that in his imagination, he saw himself traversing every step of the course. He experienced the sights, heard the sounds, and felt the movements in his muscles. He visualized himself racing in the marathon. Richard didn't perform as well as he had the previous year, but the miracle was that he finished the marathon, without injury and without excessive fatigue, thanks to his visualization. It works in just about any endeavor, including being an effective communicator. Visualization is most effective when you feel completely relaxed. Only in a calm state of mind can you create clear, vivid images. Do your visualization in the quiet of your home or car before heading to a party, convention, or important meeting. See it all in your mind's eye ahead of time. Technique 9. Watch the scene before you make the scene. Rehearse being the super somebody you want to be ahead of time. See yourself walking around with the hang by your teeth posture, shaking hands, smiling the flooding smile, and making sticky eyes. Hear yourself chatting comfortably with everyone. Feel the pleasure of knowing you are in peak form and that everyone is gravitating toward you. Visualize yourself as a super somebody. Then it will all happen automatically. These first moments are crucial, much like a rocket taking off. When the folks at Cape Kennedy aim a spacecraft for the moon, a mistake of just a millionth of a degree at the beginning, while the craft is still on the ground, can result in missing the moon by thousands of miles. Similarly, a minor body language blunder at the outset of a relationship may mean you will never connect with that person. However, with the flooding smile, sticky eyes, epoxy eyes, hang by your teeth, the big baby pivot, hello old friend, limit the fidget, Hans's horse sense, and watch the scene before you make the scene, you'll be right on course to achieve whatever you desire from anyone, be it business, friendship, or love. Now, we transition from the silent world to the spoken word. Part 2. How to know what to say after you say, hi. Just as the first glimpse should please their eyes, your first words should delight their ears. Your tongue is a welcome mat embossed with either, welcome, or, go away. To make your conversation partner feel welcome, you must master the art of small talk. Small talk. Can you hear the shudder? Those two little words can drive a stake into the hearts of otherwise fearless and undaunted souls. Invite them to a party where they don't know anyone, and it sends a wave of queasiness through their veins. If this sounds familiar, take comfort in the fact that the brighter the individual, the more they tend to detest small talk. When consulting for Fortune 500 companies, I was astounded to find that top executives, who were completely comfortable making big statements to their boards of directors or addressing their stockholders, confessed they felt like lost children at parties where the conversation was less than stimulating. Small talk haters can find further solace in knowing they are in star-studded company. The fear of small talk is akin to stage fright. The butterflies you feel in your stomach when you're in a room full of strangers also flutter around the stomachs of top performers. Pablo Casals famously complained of lifelong stage fright. Carly Simon curtailed live performances because of it. A friend of mine who worked with Neil Diamond said he insisted that the lyrics to Song Sung Blue, a song he had been singing for 40 years, be displayed on his teleprompter, lest fear freeze him into forgetfulness. Is small talk a phobia curable? Someday, scientists may find ways to treat communication fears with medication. They are already experimenting with Prozac to alter people's personalities, but some fear disastrous side effects. The good news is that when human beings think and genuinely feel certain emotions, like confidence in having specific techniques to rely on, the brain produces its own antidotes. If fear and distaste for small talk is the disease, knowing solid techniques like the ones we'll explore in this section is the cure. Interestingly, science is beginning to recognize that it's not chance or even upbringing that causes one person to have a bellyful of butterflies while another does not. In our brains, neurons communicate through chemicals called neurotransmitters. Some people have excessive levels of a neurotransmitter called norepinephrine, a chemical cousin of adrenaline. For some children, just walking into a kindergarten classroom makes them want to run and hide under a table. As a child, I often spent time under the table. In an all-girls boarding school, my legs would turn to jelly every time I had to converse with a boy. In 8th grade, I once had to invite a boy to our school prom. The entire selection of eligible boys lived in the dormitory of our brother's school, and I only knew one resident, Eugene. I had met Eugene at summer camp the year before. Mustering all my courage, I decided to call him. 2 weeks before the dance, I felt the onset of sweaty palms. I postponed the call. 1 week before, my heartbeat raced. I put it off again. Finally, 3 days before the big event, breathing became difficult. Time was running out. I rationalized that the critical moment would be easier if I read from a script. I wrote out the following. Hi, this is Leil. We met at camp last summer. Remember? I programmed in a pause where I hoped he would say, yes. Well, National Cathedral School's prom is this Saturday night, and I'd like you to be my date. I programmed in another pause where I prayed he would say, yes. On Thursday before the dance, I could no longer delay the inevitable. I picked up the receiver and dialed. Clutching the phone, and waiting for Eugene to answer, my eyes followed perspiration droplets rolling down my arm and dripping off my elbow. A small salty puddle was forming around my feet. Hello. A deep, attractive male voice answered the dorm phone. In a voice faster than a speeding bullet, like a nervous novice telemarketer, I blurted out, Hi, this is Leil. We met at camp last summer, remember? Forgetting to pause for his response, I rushed on, Well, National Cathedral School's prom is this Saturday night and I'd like you to be my date. To my relief and delight, I heard a big, cheerful, oh, that's great. I'd love to. I exhaled my first normal breath of the day. He continued, I'll pick you up at the girls' dorm at 7:30. I'll have a pink carnation for you. Will that go with your dress? And my name is Donnie. Donnie. Who said anything about Donnie? Well, Donnie turned out to be the best date I had that decade. Donnie had buck teeth, a head full of tousled red hair, and communication skills that immediately put me at ease. On Saturday night, Donnie greeted me at the door, carnation in hand and a grin on his face. He joked self-deprecatingly about how he was dying to go to the prom, so knowing it was a case of mistaken identity, he accepted anyway. He told me he was thrilled when the girl with the lovely voice called him that he took full responsibility for tricking me into an invitation. Donnie made me comfortable and confident as we chatted. First, we made small talk, and then he gradually led me into subjects I was interested in. I flipped over Donnie, and he became my very first boyfriend. Donnie instinctively had the small talk skills that we are now going to transform into techniques to help you glide through small talk like a hot knife through butter. When you master them, you will be able, like Donnie, to melt the heart of everyone you encounter. The goal of How to Talk to Anyone is not merely to make you a small talk whiz and stop there. The aim is to make you a dynamic conversationalist and a compelling communicator. However, small talk is the first crucial step toward that goal. 11. How to sound like you've got a super personality no matter what you're saying. Once, while at a party, I spotted a fellow surrounded by a fan club of avid listeners. The man was smiling, gesticulating, and obviously captivating his audience. I went over to listen to this fascinating speaker. I joined his throng of admirers and eavesdropped for a minute or two. Suddenly, it dawned on me, the fellow was saying the most banal things. His script was dull, but he was delivering his prosaic observations with such passion that he held the group spellbound. This convinced me that it's not just what you say, it's how you say it. What's a good opening line when I meet people? I am often asked this question, and I give them the same answer that a woman who once worked in my office always gave me. Dottie often stayed at her desk to work through lunch. Sometimes, as I was leaving for the sandwich shop, I would ask her, "Hey Dottie, what can I bring you back for lunch?" Dottie, trying to be obliging, would say, "Oh, anything is fine with me." "No, Dottie," I wanted to scream. "Tell me what you want. Ham and cheese on rye. Bologna on whole wheat, hold the mayo. Peanut butter and jelly with sliced bananas. Be specific." Anything is a hassle. Frustrating though it may be, my answer to the opening line question is, anything. Because almost anything you say really is okay, as long as it puts people at ease and sounds passionate. How do you put people at ease? By convincing them they are okay and that the two of you are similar. When you do that, you break down walls of fear, suspicion, and mistrust. Why banal makes a bond. Samuel I. Hayakawa was a college president, U.S. Senator, and brilliant linguistic analyst of Japanese origin. He tells us a story that illustrates the value of what he refers to as unoriginal remarks. In early 1943, after the attack on Pearl Harbor and during a time of rumors about Japanese spies, Hayakawa had to wait several hours in a railroad station in Oshkosh, Wisconsin. He noticed that others waiting in the station were staring at him suspiciously. Because of the war, they were apprehensive about his presence. He later wrote, "One couple with a small child was staring at me with special uneasiness and whispering to each other." So what did Hayakawa do? He made unoriginal remarks to set them at ease. He told the husband that it was too bad the train was late on such a cold night. The man agreed. I went on, Hayakawa wrote, to remark that it must be especially difficult to travel with a small child in winter when train schedules were so uncertain. Again, the husband agreed. He then asked the child's age and commented that their child looked very big and strong for his age. Again, there was agreement, this time accompanied by a slight smile. The tension was relaxing. After 2 or 3 more exchanges, the man asked Hayakawa, "I hope you don't mind my bringing it up, but you're Japanese, aren't you? Do you think the Japs have any chance of winning this war?" "Well," Hayakawa replied, "your guess is as good as mine. I don't know any more than I read in the papers. But the way I see it, I don't see how the Japanese, with their lack of coal, steel, and oil, can ever beat a powerfully industrialized nation like the United States." Hayakawa continued, "My remark was admittedly neither original nor well informed. Hundreds of radio commentators were saying much the same thing during those weeks. But just because they were, the remark sounded familiar and was on the right side, making it easy to agree with." The Wisconsin man agreed at once, seeming genuinely relieved. His next remark was, "Say, I hope your folks aren't over there while the war is going on." "Yes, they are," Hayakawa replied. "My father, mother, and 2 young sisters are over there." "Do you ever hear from them?" the man asked. "How can I?" Hayakawa answered. Both the man and his wife looked troubled and sympathetic. "Do you mean you won't be able to see them or hear from them until after the war is over?" There was more to the conversation, but the result was that within 10 minutes, they had invited Hayakawa, whom they initially may have suspected was a Japanese spy, to visit them sometime in their city and have dinner at their home. All because of this brilliant scholar's admittedly common and unoriginal small talk. Top communicators know that the most soothing and appropriate first words should be, like Senator Hayakawa's, unoriginal, even banal. But not indifferent. Hayakawa delivered his sentiments with sincerity and passion. Assent from banality. It is not necessary, of course, to stick with mundane remarks. If your company displays cleverness or wit, you can match that. The conversation will then escalate naturally and compatibly. Don't rush it, otherwise, like the Mensons, you may come across as showing off. The bottom line regarding your first words is to have the courage to embrace your own triteness. Remember, people tune into your tone more than your text. Technique 11. Prosaic with passion. Worried about your first words? Fear not, because 80% of your listener's impression has nothing to do with your words anyway. Almost anything you say at first is fine. No matter how prosaic the content, an empathetic mood, a positive demeanor, and passionate delivery will make you sound exciting. Anything, except liverwurst. Back to Dottie, waiting for her sandwich at her desk. Sometimes, as I walked out the door scratching my head about what to bring her, she'd call after me, anything, except liverwurst, that is. Thanks, Dottie, that's a little bit of help. Here's my, anything, except liverwurst, on small talk. Anything you say is fine as long as it is not complaining, rude, or unpleasant. If the first words out of your mouth are a complaint, blam, people will label you a complainer. Why? Because that complaint will serve as your new acquaintance's 100% sampling of you so far. You could be the happiest Pollyanna ever, but how will they know? If your first comment is a complaint, you're a griper. If your first words are rude, you're a creep. If your first words are unpleasant, you're a stinker. It's open and shut. Other than these downers, anything goes. Ask them where they're from, how they know the host of the party, where they bought the lovely suit they're wearing, or hundreds of other topics. The trick is to ask your prosaic question with passion to get the other person talking. Still feel a bit shaky about approaching strangers? Let's take a quick detour on our road to meaningful communication. I'll give you 3 quick techniques to meet people at parties, followed by 9 more to make small talk less daunting. 12. How to make people want to start a conversation with you. Singles who are adept at meeting potential sweethearts without the benefit of an introduction in the vernacular, making a pickup, have developed a deliciously devious technique that works equally well for social or corporate networking purposes. This technique requires no exceptional skill on your part, only the courage to sport a simple visual prop called a what's-it. What's a what's-it? A what's-it is anything you wear or carry that is unusual, such as a unique pin, an interesting purse, a strange tie, or an amusing hat. A what's-it is any object that draws people's attention and inspires them to approach you and ask, what's that? Your what's-it can be as subtle or overt as your personality and the occasion permit. I wear around my neck an outdated pair of glasses that resembles a double monocle. Often, the curious approach me at gatherings and ask, what's it? I explain it's a lorgnette left to me by my grandmother, which, of course, paves the way for discussions about the hatred of glasses, aging eyes, love or loss of grandmothers, adoration of antique jewelry, anywhere the inquisitor wants to take it. Perhaps, unknowingly, you have fallen prey to this soon-to-be legendary technique. At a gathering, have you ever noticed someone you would like to talk to? Then you've racked your brain to conjure an excuse to make the approach. What a bounty it was to discover that he or she was wearing some weird, wild, or wonderful something you could comment on. The what's-it way to love. Your what's-it is a social aid whether you seek business rewards or new romance. My friend Alexander carries Greek worry beads with him wherever he goes. He's not worried. He knows any woman who wants to talk to him will come up and say, what's that? Think about it, gentlemen. Suppose you're at a party. An attractive woman spots you across the room. She wants to talk to you but is thinking, well, mister, you're attractive. But, golly, what can I say to you? You just ain't got no what's-it. Be a what's-it seeker, too. Likewise, become proficient in scrutinizing the apparel of those you wish to approach. Why not express interest in the handkerchief in the tycoon's vest pocket, the brooch on the bosom of the rich divorcee, or the school ring on the finger of the CEO whose company you want to work for? The big spender who you suspect might buy 100 of your widgets has a tiny golf club lapel pin. Say, excuse me, I couldn't help but notice your attractive lapel pin. Are you a golfer? Me, too. What courses have you played? Your business cards and your whatsit are crucial socializing artifacts. Whether you are riding in the elevator, climbing the doorstep, or traversing the path to the party, make sure your whatsit is visible for all to see. Technique 12. Always wear a whatsit. Whenever you go to a gathering, wear or carry something unusual to give people who find you, the delightful stranger across the crowded room, an excuse to approach. Excuse me, I couldn't help but notice your, what is that? The next quick technique was originated by doggedly determined politicians who don't let any partygoer escape if they think he or she could be helpful to their campaigns. I call it the wooz it technique. 13. How to meet the people you want to meet. Say you have scrutinized the important business contact you want to meet. You've searched in vain from the tip of his cowlick to the toes of his boots, but he's not sporting a single whatsit. If you strike out in finding something to comment on, resort to the wooz it technique. Like a persistent politician, approach the party host and say, "That man, woman over there looks interesting. Who is he, she?" Then ask for an introduction. Don't hesitate. The party host will appreciate your interest in one of the guests. If, however, you are reluctant to pull the host away from their other guests, you can still perform wooz it without asking for a formal introduction. Simply gather just enough information from the host to launch yourself into conversation. Find out about the stranger's job, interests, and hobbies. Suppose the party host says, "Oh, that's Joe Smith. I'm not sure what his job is, but I know he loves to ski." Aha! You've just received the icebreaker you need. Now you can make a beeline for Joe Smith. "Hi, you're Joe Smith, aren't you? Susan was just telling me what a great skier you are. Where do you ski?" You get the idea. Technique 13. WHOOZAT. Wooz it is the most effective, least used by non-politicians meeting people device ever conceived. Simply ask the party host to make the introduction, or gather a few facts that you can immediately turn into icebreakers. 14. How to break into a tight crowd. The woman you've decided you must meet isn't wearing a whatsit. Can't find the host for the wooz it technique. To make matters worse, she's deep in conversation with a group of her friends. It seems quite hopeless that you will manage to meet her, doesn't it? You can't just say, "Excuse me, I just thought I'd eavesdrop in and say, hello." No obstacle blocks the resolute politician, who always has a trick or two up their sleeve. A politician would resort to the eavesdrop in technique. Eavesdropping, of course, conjures images of clandestine activities, wiretapping, Watergate break-ins, or spies skulking around in the murky shadows. Eavesdropping has historical precedent with politicians, so in a pinch, it naturally comes to mind. At parties, stand near the group of people you wish to infiltrate. Then wait for a word or two you can use as a wedge to break into the group. You might say, "Excuse me, I couldn't help overhearing that you," and then fill in the relevant detail. For example, "I couldn't help overhearing your discussion of Bermuda. I'm going there next month for the first time. Any suggestions?" Now you are in the circle and can direct your comments to your intended target. Technique 14. Eavesdrop in. No whatsit. No host for wooz it. No problem. Just sidle up behind the group of folks you want to infiltrate and open your ears. Wait for any flimsy excuse and jump in with, "Excuse me, I couldn't help but." Over here. Will they be taken aback? Momentarily. Will they get over it? Momentarily. Will you be in the conversation? Absolutely. Now let us hop back on the train that first explored Small Talk City and travel to the land of meaningful communicating. 15. How to make, "Where are you from?" sound exciting. You wouldn't dream of going to a party naked. And I hope you wouldn't dream of letting your conversation be exposed, naked and defenseless, against the two inevitable questions, "Where are you from?" and "What do you do?" When asked these questions, most people, like clunking a frozen steak onto a china platter, drop a brick of frozen geography or a baffling job title onto the asker's conversational platter. Then they slap on the muzzle. You're at a convention. Everyone you meet will, of course, ask, "And where are you from?" When you give them the short-form naked city answer, "Oh, I'm from Muscatine, Iowa," or Millinocket, Maine, Winnemucca, Nevada, or anywhere they haven't heard of. What can you expect except a blank stare? Even if you're from a relatively big city like Denver, Colorado, Detroit, Michigan, or San Diego, California, you'll receive a panicked look from all but American history professors. They're rapidly racking their brains, thinking, what do I say next? Even the names of world-class cities like New York, Chicago, Washington, and Los Angeles inspire less than riveting responses. When I tell people I'm from New York City, what do they typically say? Duh. Seen any good muggings lately? Do humanity and yourself a favor. Never, ever give just a one-sentence response to the question, where are you from? Provide the asker with some fuel for their tank, some fodder for their trough. Give the hungry communicator something to conversationally nibble on. All it takes is an extra sentence or two about your city, some interesting fact, some witty observation, to hook the asker into the conversation. Several months ago, a trade association invited me to be its keynote speaker on networking and teaching people to be better conversationalists. Just before my speech, I was introduced to Mrs. Devlin, who was the head of the association. How do you do? She asked. How do you do? I replied. Then Mrs. Devlin smiled, anxiously awaiting a sample of my stimulating conversational expertise. I asked her where she was from. She plunked a frozen Columbus, Ohio, and a big expectant grin onto my platter. I had to quickly thaw her answer into digestible conversation. My mind thrashed into action. Leil's thought pattern. Gulp, Columbus, Ohio. I've never been there. Criminy, what do I know about Columbus? I know a fellow named Jeff, a successful speaker who lives there. But Columbus is too big to ask if she knows him, and besides, only kids play the, do you know so-and-so game. My panicked silent search continued. I think it's named after Christopher Columbus, but I'm not sure, so I better keep my mouth shut on that one. 4 or 5 other possibilities raced through my mind, but I rejected them all as too obvious, too adolescent, or too off the wall. I realized by now that seconds had passed, and Mrs. Devlin was still standing there with a slowly dissipating smile on her face. She was waiting for me, the expert, who, within the hour, was expected to teach her trade association lessons on scintillating conversation, to spew forth words of wit or wisdom. Oh, Columbus, gee, I mumbled in desperation, watching her face fall into the worried expression of a patient being asked by the surgeon, knife poised in hand, where's your appendix? I never came up with stimulating conversation about Columbus. But just then, under the knife, I created the following technique for posterity. I call it, never the naked city. Technique 15. Never the naked city. Whenever someone asks you the inevitable, and where are you from? Never, ever, unfairly challenge their powers of imagination with a one-word answer. Learn some engaging facts about your hometown that conversational partners can comment on. Then, when they say something clever in response to your bait, they'll think you're a great conversationalist. Different bait for shrimp or sharks. A fisherman uses different bait to catch bass or bluefish. Similarly, you will obviously throw out different conversational bait to snag simple shrimp or sophisticated sharks. Your hook should relate to the type of person you're speaking with. I'm originally from Washington, D.C. If someone at, say, an art gallery asked me where I was from, I might answer, Washington, D.C., designed, you know, by the same city planner who designed Paris. This opens up conversational possibilities about the artistry of city planning, Paris, other cities' layouts, European travel, and so forth. At a social party of singles, I'd opt for another answer, I'm from Washington, D.C. The reason I left is that there were 7 women to every man when I was growing up. Now the conversation can turn to the ecstasy or agony of being single, the perceived lack of desirable men everywhere, or even flirtatious possibilities. In a political group, I'd cast a current fact from the constantly evolving political scene in Washington. No need to speculate on the multitude of conversational possibilities that unlocks. Where do you get your conversational bait? Start by phoning the Chamber of Commerce or Historical Society of your town. Search the World Wide Web and click on your town, or open an old-fashioned encyclopedia, all rich sources for future stimulating conversations. Learn some history, geography, business statistics, or perhaps a few fun facts to tickle future friends' funny bones. The Devlin debacle inspired further research. The minute I got home, I called the Columbus Chamber of Commerce and the Historical Society. Say you, too, are from Columbus, Ohio, and your new acquaintance lays it on you. Where are you from? When talking with a businessperson, your answer could be, I'm from Columbus, Ohio. You know, many major corporations do their product testing in Columbus because it's so commercially typical. In fact, it's been called the most American city in America. They say if it booms or bombs in Columbus, it booms or bombs nationally. Talking with someone with a German last name, tell her about Columbus's historic German village, with its brick streets and wonderful 1850s-style houses. It's bound to inspire stories of the old country. Your conversation partner's surname is Italian. Tell him that Genoa, Italy, is Columbus's sister city. Talking with an American history buff, inform him that Columbus was indeed named after Christopher Columbus and that a replica of the Santa Maria is anchored in the Scioto River. Speaking with a student, share that there are 5 universities in Columbus. The possibilities continue. You suspect your conversation partner has an artistic bent. You throw out casually, Columbus is the home of artist George Bellows. Columbusites, prepare some tasty snacks for askers, even if you know nothing about them. Here's a good one. Tell them you always have to say, Columbus, Ohio, because there is also a Columbus, Arkansas, Columbus, Georgia, Columbus, Indiana, Columbus, Kansas, Columbus, Kentucky, Columbus, Mississippi, Columbus, Montana, Columbus, Nebraska, Columbus, New Jersey, Columbus, New Mexico, Columbus, North Carolina, Columbus, North Dakota, Columbus, Pennsylvania, Columbus, Texas, and Columbus, Wisconsin. That spreads the conversational possibilities to 15 other states. Remember, as a quotable notable once said, no man would listen to you talk if he didn't know it was his turn next. A postscript to the hellish experience I had with Columbus. Months later, I mentioned the trauma to my speaker friend from Columbus, Jeff. Jeff explained that his house was really in a smaller town just minutes outside Columbus. What town, Jeff? Gahanna, Ohio. Gahanna means hell in Hebrew, he said, and then went on to explain why he thought ancient Hebrew historians were clairvoyant. Thanks, Jeff. I knew you'd never lay a naked city on any of your listeners. 16. How to come out a winner every time they ask, and what do you do? Third only to death and taxes is the assurance that a new acquaintance will soon chirp, and what do you do? Is it fitting and proper for them to make that query? We'll address that sticky wicket later. For the moment, these few defensive moves can help you maintain your crackerjack communicator credentials when asked the inevitable question. First, like the never the naked city approach, don't toss out a short shrift answer in response to the asker's breathless inquiry. You leave the poor fish flopping on the deck when you simply say your title. I'm an actuary, an auditor, an author, an astrophysicist. Have mercy, so he or she doesn't feel like a nincompoop outsider asking, what, kind of actuary, auditing, authoring, or astrophysicizing do you do? If you're an attorney, don't leave it to laypeople to figure out what you really do. Flesh it out. Tell a little story your conversation partner can grasp. For example, if you're talking with a young mother, say, I'm an attorney. Our firm specializes in employment law. In fact, I'm currently involved in a case where a company discharged a woman for taking extra maternity leave that was a medical necessity. A mother can relate to that. Talking with a business owner. Say, I'm an attorney. Our firm specializes in employment law. My current case concerns an employer who was being sued by one of her staff for asking personal questions during the initial job interview. A business owner can relate to that. Technique 16. Never the naked job. When asked the inevitable, and what do you do? You may think, I'm an economist, an educator, an engineer, is enough information to generate good conversation. However, to someone who is not an economist, educator, or engineer, you might as well be saying, I'm a paleontologist, psychoanalyst, pornographer. Flesh it out. Throw out some delicious facts about your job for new acquaintances to munch on. Otherwise, they'll soon excuse themselves, preferring the snacks back at the cheese tray. Painful memories of naked job flashers. I still harbor painful recollections of being tongue-tied when confronted by naked job flashers. Like the time a fellow at a dinner party told me, I'm a nuclear scientist. My week, oh, that must be fascinating, reduced me to a mental molecule in his eyes. The chap on my other side announced, I'm in industrial abrasives, and then paused, waiting for me to be impressed. Well, golly, you must have to be a shrewd judge of character to be in industrial abrasives, didn't fly either. We three sat in silence for the rest of the meal. Just last month, a new acquaintance bragged, I'm planning to teach Tibetan Buddhism at Truckee Meadows Community College, and then clammed up. I knew less about Truckee Meadows than I did about Tibetan Buddhism. Whenever people ask you what you do, give them some mouth-to-ear resuscitation so they can catch their breath and respond. 17. How to introduce people like the host S with the most est. It is important to help newly mets through their first nervous moments. Susan, I'd like you to meet John Smith. John, this is Susan Jones. Duh, what do you expect John and Susan to say? Smith, that's SMITH, isn't it? Golly, Susan, well, now, there's an interesting name. Nice try, forget it. Don't blame John or Susan for being less than scintillating. The fault lies with the person who introduced the two in the way most people do, with bare names. They cast out a line with no bait for people to sink their teeth into. Big winners may not talk a lot, but conversation never dies unwillingly in their midst. They make sure of it with techniques like, never the naked introduction. When they introduce people, they buy an insurance policy on the conversation with a few simple add-ons. Susan, I'd like you to meet John. John has a wonderful boat that we took a trip on last summer. John, this is Susan Smith. Susan is the editor-in-chief of Shoestring Gourmet magazine. Padding the introduction gives Susan the opportunity to ask what kind of boat John has or where the group went. It gives John an opening to discuss his love of writing, cooking, food, or any number of topics. The conversation can then naturally expand to travel in general, life on boats, past vacations, favorite recipes, restaurants, budgets, diets, magazines, editorial policy, and beyond. Technique 17. Never the naked introduction. When introducing people, don't throw out an unbaited hook and stand there grinning like a big clam, leaving the newly mets to flutter their fins and fish for a topic. Bait the conversational hook to get them in the swim of things. Then you're free to stay or float on to the next networking opportunity. If you're not comfortable mentioning someone's job during the introduction, mention their hobby or even a talent. The other day at a gathering, the hostess introduced a man named Gilbert. She said, Leil, I'd like you to meet Gilbert. Gilbert's gift is sculpting. He makes beautiful wax carvings. I remember thinking, gift, that's a lovely way to introduce someone and induce conversation. Armed with these 2 personality enhancers, 3 conversation igniters, and 3 small extenders, it is time to take a step up the communications ladder. Let us now rise from small talk and seek the path to more meaningful dialogue. The next technique is guaranteed to make the exchange engrossing for your conversation partner. 18. How to resuscitate a dying conversation. Even a well-intentioned husband who might ask his wife while making love, is it good for you, too, honey? Knows not to ask a colleague, is the conversation good for you, too? Yet he wonders, as we all do. With the following technique, set your mind at rest. You can definitely make the conversation engaging for anyone with whom you speak. Like my prom date, Donnie, you will miraculously find subjects to engross your listeners. Be a sleuth on their slips of the tongue. No matter how elusive the clue, Sherlock Holmes is confident he'll soon be staring right at it through his magnifying glass. Like the unerring detective, big winners know that, no matter how elusive the clue, they'll find the right topic. How? They become word detectives. I have a young friend, Nancy, who works in a nursing home. Nancy cares deeply about the elderly but often grumbles about how crotchety and laconic some of her patients are. She laments that she has difficulty relating to them. Nancy told me about one especially cantankerous old woman named Mrs. Otis, whom she could never get to open up to her. One day, Nancy confided, right after all those rainstorms we had last week, just to make conversation, I remarked to Mrs. Otis, terrible storms we had last week, don't you think? Well, Nancy continued, Mrs. Otis practically jumped down my throat. She said in a snippy voice, "It's been good for the plants." I asked Nancy how she responded to that. What could I say? Nancy answered. The woman was obviously cutting me off. Did you ever think to ask Mrs. Otis if she liked plants? Plants? Nancy asked. Well, yes, I suggested. Mrs. Otis brought the subject up. I asked Nancy to do me a favor. Ask her, I begged. Nancy resisted, but I persisted. Just to quiet me down, Nancy promised to ask cantankerous old Mrs. Otis if she liked plants. The next day, a flabbergasted Nancy called me from work. Leil, how did you know? Not only did Mrs. Otis love plants, but she told me she'd been married to a gardener. Today I had a different problem with Mrs. Otis. I couldn't shut her up. She went on and on about her garden, her husband. Top communicators know ideas don't come out of nowhere. If Mrs. Otis thought to bring up plants, then she must have some relationship with them. Furthermore, by mentioning the word, it meant subconsciously she wanted to talk about plants. Suppose, for example, instead of responding to Nancy's comment about the rain with, "It's good for the plants," Mrs. Otis had said, "Because of the rain, my dog couldn't go out." Nancy could then ask about her dog. Or suppose she grumbled, "It's bad for my arthritis." Can you guess what old Mrs. Otis wants to talk about now? When talking with anyone, keep your ears open and, like a good detective, listen for clues. Be on the lookout for any unusual references, any anomaly, deviation, digression, or invocation of another place, time, or person. Ask about it, because it's the clue to what your conversation partner would really enjoy discussing. If two people have something in common, when the shared interest comes up, they jump on it naturally. For example, if someone mentions playing squash, bird watching, or stamp collecting, and the listener shares that passion, he or she pipes up, "Oh, you're a squasher, or birder, or philatelist too." Here's the trick. There's no need to be a squasher, birder, or philatelist to pipe up with enthusiasm. You can simply be a word detective. When you pick up on the reference as though it excites you, too, it leads you into a conversation that the other person thrills to. The subject may put your feet to sleep, but that's another story. Technique 18. Be a word detective. Like a good gumshoe, listen to your conversation partner's every word for clues to his or her preferred topic. The evidence is bound to slip out. Then spring on that subject like a sleuth on a slip of the tongue. Like Sherlock Holmes, you have the clue to the subject that's hot for the other person. Now that you've ignited stimulating conversation, let's explore a technique to keep it engaging. 19. How to enthrall them with your choice of topic, them. Several years ago, a girlfriend and I attended a party filled with a hodgepodge of swelligant folks. Everyone we talked to seemed to lead a fascinating life. Discussing the party afterward, I asked my friend, Diane, of all the exciting people at the party, who did you enjoy talking to most? Without hesitation, she said, "Oh, by far, Dan Smith." "What does Dan do?" I asked her. Well, I'm not sure," she answered. "Where does he live?" I don't know," Diane responded. "Well, what is he interested in?" "Well, we really didn't talk about his interests." "Diane," I asked, "what did you talk about?" "Well, I guess we talked mostly about me." Aha, I thought. Diane has just rubbed noses with a winner. As it turns out, I had the pleasure of meeting big winner Dan several months later. Diane's ignorance about his life piqued my curiosity, so I grilled him for details. As it turns out, Dan lives in Paris, has a beach home in the south of France, and a mountain home in the Alps. He travels around the world producing sound and light shows for pyramids and ancient ruins, and he is an avid hang glider and scuba diver. Does this man have an interesting life or what? Yet Dan, when meeting Diane, said nothing about himself. I told Dan about how pleased Diane was to meet him yet how little she learned about his life. Dan simply replied, "Well, when I meet someone, I learn so much more if I ask about their life." I always try to turn the spotlight on the other person. Truly confident people often do this. They know they grow more by listening than by talking. Obviously, they also captivate the talker. Sell yourself with a top sales technique. Several months ago, at a speakers convention, I was talking with a colleague, Brian Tracy. Brian does a brilliant job of training top salespeople. He tells his students about a giant spotlight that, when shining on their product, is not as interesting to the prospect. When they shine the spotlight on the prospect, they make the sale. Salespeople, this technique is especially crucial for you. Keep your swiveling spotlight aimed away from you, only lightly on your product, and most brightly on your buyer. You'll do a much better job of selling yourself and your product. Technique 19. The swiveling spotlight. When you meet someone, imagine a giant revolving spotlight between you. When you're talking, the spotlight is on you. When the new person is speaking, it's shining on him or her. If you shine it brightly enough, the stranger will be blinded to the fact that you have hardly said a word about yourself. The longer you keep it shining away from you, the more interesting he or she will find you. 20. How to never need to wonder, what do I say next? Moments arise, of course, when even conversationalists extraordinaire hit a wall. Some folks' monosyllabic grunts leave slim pickings even for masters of the be a word detective technique. If you find yourself futilely fanning the embers of a dying conversation, and if you feel, for political reasons or human compassion, that the conversation should continue, here's a foolproof trick to get the fire blazing again. I call it parroting, after that beautiful tropical bird that captures everyone's heart simply by repeating other people's words. Have you ever, puttering around the house, had the TV in the background tuned to a tennis game? You hear the ball going back and forth over the net, clink clunk, clink clunk, clink. This time you don't hear the clunk. The ball didn't hit the court. What happened? You immediately look up at the set. Likewise, in conversation, the conversational ball goes back and forth. First you speak, then your partner speaks, you speak, and so it goes, back and forth. Each time, through a series of nods and comforting grunts like, aha, or, you let your conversation partner know the ball has landed in your court. It's your, I got it, signal. Such is the rhythm of conversation. What do I say next? Back to that frightfully familiar moment when it is your turn to speak but your mind goes blank. Don't panic. Instead of signaling verbally or nonverbally that you got it, simply repeat, or parrot, the last 2 or 3 words your companion said, in a sympathetic, questioning tone. That throws the conversational ball right back in your partner's court. My friend Phil sometimes picks me up at the airport. Usually, I am so exhausted that I rudely fall asleep in the passenger seat, relegating Phil to nothing more than a chauffeur. After one especially exhausting trip some years ago, I flung my bags in his trunk and flopped onto the front seat. As I was dozing off, he mentioned he'd gone to the theater the night before. Usually, I would have just grunted and drifted into unconsciousness. However, on this particular trip, I had learned the parroting technique and was eager to try it. Theater, I parroted quizzically. Yes, it was a great show, he replied, fully expecting it to be the last word on the subject before I fell into my usual sleepy stupor. Great show, I parroted, pleasantly surprised by my interest. He said, yes, it's a new show by Stephen Sondheim called Sweeney Todd. Sweeney Todd, I again parroted. Now Phil was getting fired up. Yeah, great music and an unbelievably bizarre story. Bizarre story, I parroted. Well, that's all Phil needed. For the next half hour, Phil told me the show's story about a London barber who went around murdering people. I half dozed, but soon decided his tale of Sweeney Todd's cutting off people's heads was disturbing my sleepy reverie. So I simply backed up and parroted one of his previous phrases to get him on another track. You said it had great music. That did the trick. For the rest of the 45-minute trip to my home, Phil sang me, Pretty Women, The Best Pies in London, and other songs from Sweeney Todd, a much better accompaniment for my demi-nap. I'm sure, to this day, Phil thinks of that trip as one of the best conversations we ever had. And all I did was parrot a few of his phrases. Technique 20. Parroting. Never be left speechless again. Like a parrot, simply repeat the last few words your conversation partner says. That puts the ball right back in his or her court, and then all you need to do is listen. Salespeople, why go on a wild goose chase for a customer's real objections when it's so easy to shake them out of the trees with parroting? Parroting your way to profits. Parroting is also a can opener to pry open people's real feelings. Star salespeople use it to get to their prospects' emotional objections, which they often don't even articulate to themselves. A friend of mine, Paul, a used car salesman, told me he credits a recent sale of a Lamborghini to parroting. Paul was walking around the lot with a prospect and his wife, who had expressed interest in a sensible car. He was showing them every sensible Chevy and Ford on the lot. As they were looking at one very sensible family car, Paul asked the husband what he thought of it. "Well," he mused, "I'm not sure this car is right for me." Instead of moving on to the next sensible car, Paul parroted, "Right for you." His questioning inflection signaled the prospect that he needed to say more. "Well, yeah," the prospect mumbled. "I'm not sure it fits my personality." "Fits your personality?" Paul again parroted. "You know, maybe I need something a little more sporty." "A little more sporty?" Paul parroted. "Well, those cars over there look a little more sporty." "Aha." Paul's parrot had ferreted out which cars to show the customer. As they walked over toward a Lamborghini on the lot, Paul saw the prospect's eyes light up. An hour later, Paul had pocketed a fat commission. Want to take a rest from talking to save your throat? This next technique gets your conversation partner off and running, so all you have to do is listen or even sneak off unnoticed as he or she chats congenially away. 21. How to get him happily chatting so you can slip away if you want to. Every father smiles when his little tyke beseeches him at bedtime. "Daddy, Daddy, tell me the story again of the 3 little pigs, or the dancing princesses, or how you and Mommy met." Daddy knows Junior enjoyed the story so much the first time that he wants to hear it again and again. Junior inspires the following technique called encore, which serves 2 purposes. Encore makes a colleague feel like a happy dad, and it's a great way to give a dying conversation a heart transplant. I once worked on a ship that had Italian officers and mostly American passengers. Each week, the deck officers were required to attend the captain's cocktail party. After the captain's address in charmingly broken English, the officers invariably clumped together, yakking it up in Italian. Needless to say, most of the passengers' grasp of Italian ended at macaroni, spaghetti, salami, and pizza. As the cruise director, it fell on my shoulders to get the officers to mingle with the passengers. My not-so-subtle tactic was to grab one of the officer's arms and literally drag him over to a smiling throng of expectant passengers. I would then introduce the officer and pray that either the cat would release his tongue or a passenger would come up with a more original question than, "Gee, if all you officers are here, who is driving the boat?" That never happened. I dreaded the weekly captain's cocktail party. One night, sleeping in my cabin, I was awakened by the ship rocking violently from side to side. I listened, and the engines were off. A bad sign. I grabbed my robe and raced up to the deck. Through the dense fog, I could barely discern another ship not half a mile from us. 5 or 6 officers were grasping the starboard guardrail and leaning overboard. I rushed over just in time to see a man in the moonlight with a bandage over one eye struggling up our violently rocking ladder. The officers immediately whisked him off to our ship's hospital. The engines started again, and we were on our way. The next morning, I got the full story. 21. How to get them excited to chat so you can slip away if you like. Every father beams when his little one pleads at bedtime, "Daddy, Daddy, tell me the story of the 3 little pigs again, or the dancing princesses, or how you and Mommy first met." Dad knows that Junior loved the story so much the first time that he wants to hear it repeatedly. This scenario inspires the technique known as encore, which serves dual purposes. Encore allows a colleague to feel like a delighted parent, and it's an excellent method to revive a faltering conversation. In my past experience aboard a ship, I encountered Italian officers and primarily American passengers. Each week, these deck officers had to attend the captain's cocktail gathering. Following the captain's address, delivered in charmingly fractured English, the officers would invariably cluster together, chatting animatedly in Italian. Unsurprisingly, most passengers could barely grasp any Italian beyond macaroni, spaghetti, salami, and pizza. As the cruise director, it was my responsibility to encourage the officers to engage with the guests. My not-so-subtle strategy involved grabbing one officer's arm and physically pulling him over to a group of eager passengers. I would then introduce the officer and hope that either he would find his voice or a passenger would come up with something more original than, "Gee, if all you officers are here, who is steering the ship?" Unfortunately, that never happened. I dreaded the weekly captain's cocktail event. One evening, While resting in my cabin, I was jolted awake by the ship rocking violently from side to side. I listened and realized the engines had stopped. That was a bad sign. I quickly put on my robe and rushed to the deck. Through the thick fog, I could barely make out another vessel not far from us. Several officers were gripping the starboard guardrail and leaning overboard. I hurried over just in time to see a man in the moonlight, with a bandage over one eye, struggling to climb our wildly rocking ladder. The officers quickly took him to our ship's medical facility. Soon after, the engines roared back to life, and we resumed our journey. The following morning, I learned the full story. A worker on the other ship had been drilling a hole in an engine cylinder when a sharp, needle-like piece of metal shot into his right eye. Since the freighter had no doctor on board, they sent out an emergency signal. According to international maritime law, any ship that hears a distress call must respond. Our vessel went to the rescue, and the injured seaman, clutching his bleeding eye, was lowered into a lifeboat that brought him to us. Dr. Rossi, our ship's physician, successfully removed the metal shard from the worker's eye, saving his vision. Tell them about the time you. Fast forward to the next captain's cocktail party. Once again, I faced the daunting task of encouraging the officers to socialize and engage in small talk with the guests. I made my usual trek to the quiet group of officers, ready to pull one or two away, and this time, my hand landed on the ship's doctor. I brought him over to the nearest group of smiling passengers and introduced him. I then said, "Just last week, Drive. Rossi saved the eyesight of a seaman from another ship after a dramatic midnight rescue. Dr. Rossi, I'm sure these folks would love to hear about it." Like waving a magic wand, it was as if Dr. Rossi suddenly found his voice. His previously monosyllabic broken English transformed into eloquent speech. He narrated the whole story for the growing audience of passengers gathering around him. I left him to captivate the crowd while I fetched another officer for another group. I seized the captain's arm, pulled him over to another cluster of eager passengers, and said, "Captain Caffiero, why don't you tell these folks about the dramatic midnight rescue you conducted last week?" With that prompt, Caffiero took off with his tale. Returning to the original group, I approached the first officer. "Signor Salvago, why don't you tell these guests how you woke the captain at midnight last week for the dramatic rescue?" Before long, it was time to circle back and retrieve the ship's doctor from the first group to take him to his next audience. The second performance was even better. He eagerly launched into his encore for another set of listeners. As he entertained them, I dashed back to the captain to whisk him away for a repeat performance with another group. I felt like a circus juggler keeping all the plates spinning on sticks. Just as one conversation started to flow, I had to race back to the first speaker to give him another round. The captain's cocktail parties became a breeze for me throughout the season. The three officers enjoyed sharing the same heroic stories with new guests on every cruise. The only downside was that I noticed their tales growing longer and more elaborate each time. I had to refine my timing for getting them to repeat their performances for the next crowd. "Play it again, Sam." Encore is what grateful audiences shout when they want another song from the singer, another dance from the dancer, another poem from the poet, and, in my case, another story from the officers. Encore is the technique you can use to prompt a repeat story from a prospect, potential employer, or valuable acquaintance. While you're chatting in a group, simply turn to him and say, "John, I bet everyone would love to hear about the time you caught that 30-pound striped bass." Or, "Susan, tell everyone that story you just shared about rescuing the kitten from the tree." Naturally, he or she may initially hesitate. Insist. Your conversation partner is secretly enjoying this. The subtext of your request is, "That story of yours was so fantastic that I want my other friends to hear it." After all, only crowd pleasers are asked to perform an encore. Technique 21. Encore. The sweetest sound a performer can hear amidst applause is encore. Encore. Let's hear it again. The sweetest sound your conversation partner can hear from you while talking with a group is, tell them about the time you. Whenever you're at a gathering or party with someone significant to you, think of some stories they've shared in the past. Select an appropriate one from their repertoire that the audience will appreciate. Then shine the spotlight by requesting a repeat performance. An added benefit of this technique is that once you've got them engaged in conversation, you can quietly slip away and find more interesting company. One word of caution: ensure the story you request is one in which the storyteller shines. No one wants to retell the time they lost a sale, crashed a car, or ended up in jail. Make certain your requested encore is a positive story where they come out as the hero, not the fool. The true beauty of this technique will strike you like a joyful revelation the first time you use it with someone who is recounting a long and tedious tale. You can simply tiptoe away and let the bore continue spinning their story to your friend. Of course, your friend may never speak to you again, but that's not pertinent to this discussion. The next technique will focus on sharing positive stories from your own life. Part 3. How to Talk Like a VIP. Welcome to the human jungle. When two tigers prowling through the jungle chance upon one another in a clearing, they look at each other. They freeze. Instinctively, they calculate, if our staring came to hissing, came to scratching, came to clawing, who would win? Which of us has the stronger survival skills? Tigers in the wilderness differ little from the urban upright animals inhabiting the corporate jungle or singles jungle or social jungle. Humans start the process by looking at each other and talking. In the business world, while smiling and uttering, "How do you do?" "Hello," "Howdy," or "Hi," they are, like tigers, instinctively and instantaneously sizing each other up. They're not calculating the length of each other's claws or the sharpness of their teeth. They're judging each other on a weapon far more powerful for survival as they have defined it. Humans are judging each other's communication skills. Although they may not know the names of the specific studies first proving it, they sense the truth. 85% of one's success in life is directly due to communication skills. They may not be familiar with the U.S. Census Bureau's recent survey showing that employers choose candidates with good communication skills and attitude far above education, experience, and training. But they know communication skills get people to the top. Thus, by observing each other carefully during casual conversations, it becomes almost immediately evident to both who is the bigger cat in the human jungle. It doesn't take long for people to recognize who is an important person. One cliché, one insensitive remark, one overanxious reaction, and you can be professionally or personally demoted. You can lose a potentially important friendship or business contact. One stupid move, and you can tumble off the corporate or social ladder. The techniques in this section will help ensure that you make all the right moves so this doesn't happen. The following communication skills give you a leg up to start your ascent to the top of any ladder you choose. 24. How to find out what they do without even asking. To size each other up, the first question little cats flat-podly ask each other is, "And what do you do?" Then they crouch there, quivering their whiskers and twitching their noses, with an obvious, "I'm going to pronounce silent judgment on you after you answer," look on their faces. Big cats never ask outright, "What do you do?" Oh, they find out, all right, in a much more subtle manner. By not asking the question, the big boys and big girls come across as more principled, even spiritual. After all, their silence says, a man or woman is far more than his or her job. Resisting the tempting question also shows their sensitivity. With so much downsizing, right-sizing, and capsizing of corporations these days, the blunt interrogation evokes uneasiness. The job question is not just unpleasant for those who are between engagements. I have several gainfully employed friends who hate being asked, "And what do you do?" One of these folks cuts cadavers for autopsies, and the other is an IRS collection agent. Additionally, millions of talented and accomplished women have chosen to devote themselves to motherhood. When the cruel corporate question is thrust at them, they feel guilty. The rude interrogation belittles their commitment to their families. No matter how the women answer, they fear the asker is only going to hear a humble, "I'm just a housewife." Big boys and big girls should avoid asking, "What do you do?" For another reason, their abstinence from the question leads listeners to believe that they are in the habit of soaring with a high-flying crowd. Recently, I attended a posh party on Easy Street. I suspect they invited me as their token working-class person. I noticed no one was asking anyone what they did because these swells didn't do anything. Oh, some might have a ticker tape on the bedside table of their mansion to track investments. But they definitely did not work for a living. The final benefit to not asking, "What do you do?" is that it throws people off guard. It convinces them you are enjoying their company for who they are, not for any crass networking reason. Technique 24. What do you do? Not. A sure sign you're a somebody is the conspicuous absence of the question, what do you do? You determine this, of course, but not with those 4 dirty words that label you as either a ruthless networker, a social climber, a gold-digging husband or wife hunter, or someone who's never strolled along easy street. The right way to find out. So how do you find out what someone does for a living? I thought you'd never ask. You simply practice the following 8 words. All together now. How do you spend most of your time? How do you spend most of your time? Is the gracious way to let a cadaver cutter, a tax collector, or a capsized employee off the hook. It's the way to reinforce an accomplished mother's choice. It's the way to assure a spiritual soul you see his or her inner beauty. It's a way to suggest to a swell that you reside on easy street, too. Now, suppose you've just made the acquaintance of someone who does like to talk about his or her work. Asking, how do you spend most of your time? Also opens the door for workaholics to spout off, oh golly, they moan, I just spend all my time working. That, of course, is your invitation to grill them for details. Then they'll talk your ear off. Yet the new wording of your question gives those who are somewhere between, at leisure, and work addicted, the choice of telling you about their job or not. Finally, asking, how do you spend most of your time? Instead of, and what do you do? Gives you your big cat stripes right off. 25. How to know what to say when they ask, what do you do? Now, 99% of the people you meet will, of course, ask, and what do you do? Big winners, realizing someone will always ask, are fully prepared for the interrogation. Many folks have one written resume for job seeking. They type it up and then trudge off to the printer to get a nice, neat stack to send to all prospective employers. The resume lists their previous positions, dates of employment, and education. Then, at the bottom, they might as well have scribbled, well, that's me. Take it or leave it. And usually, they get left. Why? Because prospective employers do not find enough specific points in the resume that relate directly to what their firm is seeking. Boys and girls in the big leagues, however, have bits and bytes of their entire work experience tucked away in their computers. When applying for a job, they punch up only the appropriate data and print it out so it looks like it just came from the printer. My friend Roberto was out of work last year. He applied for 2 positions, a sales manager at an ice cream company and head of strategic planning for a fast food chain. He did extensive research and found that the ice cream company had deep sales difficulties and the food chain had long-range international aspirations. Did he send the same resume to each? Absolutely not. His resume never deviated 1 iota from the truth of his background. However, for the ice cream company, he highlighted his experience turning a small company around by doubling its sales in 3 years. For the food chain, he underscored his experience working in Europe and his knowledge of foreign markets. Both firms offered Roberto the job. Now he could play them off against each other. He went to each, explaining he'd like to work for them, but another firm was offering a higher salary or more perks. The 2 firms started bidding against each other for Roberto. He finally chose the food chain at almost double the salary they originally offered him. To make the most of every encounter, personalize your verbal resume with just as much care as you would your written curriculum vitae. Instead of having one answer to the omnipresent, what do you do? Prepare a dozen or so variations, depending on who's asking. For optimum networking, every time someone asks about your job, give a calculated oral resume in a nutshell. Before you submit your answer, consider what possible interest the asker could have in you and your work. Here's how my life can benefit yours. Top salespeople talk extensively of the benefit statement. They know when talking with a potential client, they should open their conversation with a benefit statement. When my colleague Brian makes cold calls, instead of saying, "Hello, my name is Brian Tracy. I'm a sales trainer," he says, "Hello, my name is Brian Tracy from the Institute for Executive Development. Would you be interested in a proven method that can increase your sales by 20 to 30% over the next 12 months? That is his benefit statement. He highlights the specific benefits of what he has to offer to his prospect. My hairdresser, Gloria, I discovered, gives a terrific benefit statement to everyone she meets. That's probably why she has so many clients. In fact, that's how she got me as a client. When I met Gloria at a convention, She told me she was a hairdresser who specialized in flexible hairstyles for the businesswoman. She casually mentioned she has many clients who choose a conservative hairstyle for work that they can instantly convert to a feminine style for social situations. Hey, that's me, I said to myself, fingering my stringy little ponytail. I asked for her card, and Gloria became my hairdresser. Then, several months later, I happened to see Gloria at another event. I overheard her chatting with a stylish gray-haired woman at the buffet table. Gloria was saying, "And we specialize in a wonderful array of blue rinses." Now that was news to me. I didn't remember seeing one gray head in her salon. As I was leaving the party, Gloria was out on the lawn talking animatedly with the host's teenage daughters. "Oh yeah," she was saying, "like we specialize in these really cool up-to-the-minute styles." Good for you, Gloria. Like Gloria the hairdresser, give your response a once-over before answering the inevitable, "What do you do?" When someone asks, never give just a one-word answer. That's for forms. If business networking is on your mind, ask yourself, how could my professional experience benefit this person's life? For example, here are some descriptions various people might put on their tax return. Real estate agent, financial planner, martial arts instructor, cosmetic surgeon, hairdresser. Any practitioner of the above professions should reflect on the benefit his or her job has to humankind. Every job has some benefit, or you wouldn't get paid to do it. The advice to the folks above is, don't say, real estate agent. Say, I help people moving into our area find the right home. Don't say, financial planner. Say, I help people plan their financial future. Don't say, martial arts instructor. Say, I help people defend themselves by teaching martial arts. Don't say, cosmetic surgeon. Say, I reconstruct people's faces after disfiguring accidents. Or, if you're talking with a woman, of a certain age, as the French so gracefully say, tell her, I help people look as young as they feel through cosmetic surgery. Don't say, hairdresser. Say, I help a woman find the right hairstyle for her particular face. Go, Gloria. Putting the benefit statement in your verbal, nutshell resume, brings your job to life and makes it memorable. Even if your new acquaintance can't use your services, the next time he or she meets someone moving into the area, wanting to plan their financial future, thinking of self-defense, considering cosmetic surgery, or needing a new hairstyle, who comes to mind? Not the unimaginative people who gave the tax return description of their jobs, but the big winners who painted a picture of helping people with needs. A nutshell resume for your private life. The nutshell resume works in non-business situations, too. Since new acquaintances will always ask you about yourself, prepare a few exciting stock answers. When meeting a potential friend or loved one, make your life sound like you will be a fun person to know. As a young girl, I wrote novels in my mind about my life. Leil, squinting her eyes against the torrential downpour, bravely reached out the window into the icy storm to pull the shutters tight and keep the family safe from the approaching hurricane. Big deal. Mama asked me to close the windows when it started to rain. Still, marching toward the open window, I fancied myself the family's brave savior. You don't need to be quite so melodramatic in your self-image, but at least punch up your life to sound interesting and dedicated. Technique 25. The nutshell resume. Just as job-seeking top managers roll a different written resume off their printers for each position they're applying for, let a different true story about your professional life roll off your tongue for each listener. Before responding to, what do you do? Ask yourself, what possible interest could this person have in my answer? Could he refer business to me? Buy from me? Hire me? Marry my sister? Become my buddy? Wherever you go, pack a nutshell about your own life to work into your communications bag of tricks. 26. How to sound even smarter than you are. Did you ever hear someone try to say a word that was just too darn big for his tongue? By the smile on the speaker's face and the gleam in his eye as the word limped off his lips, you knew he was really proud of it. To make matters worse, he probably used the word incorrectly, inappropriately, and maybe even mispronounced it. Ouch. The world perceives people with rich vocabularies to be more creative and more intelligent. People with larger vocabularies get hired quicker, promoted faster, and listen to a whole lot more. So big winners use rich, full words, but they never sound inappropriate. The phrases slide gracefully off their tongues to enrich their conversation. The words fit. With the care that they choose their tie or blouse, big players in life choose words to match their personalities and their points. The startling good news is that the difference between a respected vocabulary and a mundane one is only about 50 words. You don't need much to sound like a big winner. A mere few dozen wonderful words will give everyone the impression that you have an original and creative mind. Acquiring this super vocabulary is easy. You needn't pore over vocabulary books or listen to tapes of pompous pontificators with impossible British accents. You don't need to learn $2 words that your grandmother, if she heard, would wash out of your mouth with soap. All you need to do is think of a few tired, overworked words you use every day, like smart, nice, pretty, or good. Then grab a thesaurus or a book of synonyms off the shelf. Look up that common word even you are bored hearing yourself utter every day. Examine your long list of alternatives. For example, if you turn to the word smart, you'll find dozens of synonyms. Some words are colorful and rich, like ingenious, resourceful, adroit, shrewd, and many more. Run down the list and say each out loud. Which ones fit your personality? Which ones seem right for you? Try each on like a suit of clothes to see which feel comfortable. Choose a few favorites and practice saying them aloud until they become a natural staple of your vocabulary. The next time you want to compliment someone on being smart, you'll be purring. "Oh, that was so clever of you. My, how resourceful. That was ingenious." Or maybe, "How astute of you." And now, for men only. Gentlemen, we women spend a lot of time in front of the mirror, as if you didn't know. When I was in college, it used to take me a full 15 minutes to fix myself up for a date. Every year since, I've had to add a few minutes. I'm now up to an hour and a half gussying myself up for an evening out. Gentlemen, when your wife comes down the staircase all dolled up for a night out, or you pick a lady up for dinner, what do you say? If you make no comment except, "Well, are you ready to go?" How do you think that makes the lady feel? My friend Gary is a nice gentleman, and he occasionally takes me to dinner. I met him about 12 years ago, and I'll never forget the first time he arrived on my doorstep for our date. He said, "Leil, you look great." I adored his reaction. I saw Gary a month or so later. On my doorstep again, he said, "Leil, you look great." The precise same words as the first time, but I still appreciated it. It's been 12 long years now that this gentleman and I have been friends. I see him about once every 2 months, and every darn time, it's the same old comment, "Leil, you look great." I think he'll show up one evening in a flannel nightshirt and a mud pack on my face. I swear Gary will say, "Leil, you look great." During my seminars, to help men avoid Gary's mistake, I ask every male to think of a synonym for pretty or great. Then I bring up one woman and several men. I ask each to pretend he is her husband. She has just come down the stairs ready to go out to dinner. I ask each to take her hand and deliver his compliment. "Darla," one says, "you look elegant." "Ooh," every woman in the room sighs. "Darla," says another, taking her hand, "you look stunning." "Ooh," every woman in the room swoons. "Darla," says the third, putting her hand between his, "you look ravishing." "Ooh." By now, every woman in the room has gone limp. Pay attention, men. Words work on us women. More unisex suggestions. Suppose you've been at a party, and it was wonderful. Don't tell the hosts it was wonderful. Everybody says that. Tell them it was a splendid party, a superb party, an extraordinary party. Hug the hosts and tell them you had a magnificent time, a remarkable time, a glorious time. The first few times you say a word like glorious, it may not roll comfortably off your tongue. Yet you have no trouble with the word wonderful. Glorious doesn't have any more syllables than wonderful. Neither does it have any more difficult sounds to pronounce. Vocabulary is all a matter of familiarity. Use your new favorite words a few times and, just like breaking in a new pair of shoes, you'll be very comfortable wearing your glorious new words. Technique 26. Your personal thesaurus. Look up some common words you use every day in the thesaurus. Then, like slipping your feet into a new pair of shoes, slip your tongue into a few new words to see how they fit. If you like them, start making permanent replacements. Remember, only 50 words make the difference between a rich, creative vocabulary and an average. Middle of the road 1. Substitute a word a day for 2 months, and you'll be in the verbally elite. 27. How to not sound anxious, let them discover your similarity. Tigers prowl with tigers, lions lurk with lions, and little alley cats scramble around with other little alley cats. Similarity breeds attraction. But in the human jungle, big cats know a secret. When you delay revealing your similarity or let others discover it, it has much more punch. Above all, you don't want to sound anxious to establish rapport. Whenever someone mentions a common interest or experience, instead of jumping in with a breathless, "Hey, me too. I do that too," or, "I know all about that," let your conversation partner enjoy talking about it. Let her go on about the country club before you tell her you're a member, too. Let him analyze the golf swing of Arnold Palmer before you casually compare the swings of golf greats Greg, Jack, Tiger, and Arnie. Let her tell you how many tennis games she's won before you just happen to mention your USTA ranking. Several years ago, I was telling a new acquaintance how much I love to ski. He listened with interest as I indulged in a detailed travelogue of places I'd skied. I raved about the various resorts, analyzed the different conditions, and discussed artificial versus natural snow. It wasn't until near the end of my monologue that I finally had the sense to ask my new acquaintance if he skied. He replied, "Yes, I keep a little apartment in Aspen." Cool. If he'd jumped in and told me about his ski pad right after I first told him how much I liked skiing, I'd have been impressed. Mildly. However, waiting until the end of our conversation and then revealing he was such an avid skier that he kept an Aspen ski pad made it unforgettable. Here's the technique I call, kill the quick, me, too. Whenever people mention an activity or interest you share, let them enjoy discussing their passion. Then, when the time is right, casually mention that you share their interest. "Oh, I must have been boring you. I waited weeks for the opportunity to try it out." Finally, the moment presented itself at a convention. A new contact began telling me about her recent trip to Washington, D.C. She had no idea that Washington was where I grew up. She told me all about the Capitol, the Washington Monument, the Kennedy Center, and how she and her husband went bicycling in Rock Creek Park. Momentarily, I forgot I was keeping my mouth shut to practice my new technique. I was genuinely enjoying hearing about these familiar sights from a visitor's perspective. I asked her where she stayed, where she dined, and if she had a chance to get into any of the beautiful Maryland or Virginia suburbs. At one point, obviously pleased by my interest in her trip, she said, "You sound like you know a lot about Washington." "Yes," I replied, "it's my hometown, but I haven't been back there in ages." "Your hometown," she squealed. "My goodness, why didn't you tell me? I must have been boring you." "Oh, not at all," I replied honestly. "I was enjoying hearing about your trip so much that I was afraid you'd stop if I told you." Her big smile and barely audible, "Oh gosh, let me know I had a new friend." When someone starts telling you about an activity he has done, a trip she has made, a club he belongs to, an interest she has, anything that you share, bite your tongue. Let the teller relish his or her own monologue. Relax and enjoy it, too, secretly knowing how much pleasure your conversation partner will have when you reveal you share the same experience. Then, when the moment is ripe, casually disclose your similarity. And be sure to mention how much you enjoyed hearing about his or her shared interest. Technique 27. Kill the quick, me, too. Whenever you have something in common with someone, the longer you wait to reveal it, the more moved and impressed he or she will be. You emerge as a confident big cat, not a lonely little stray, hungry for quick connection with a stranger. P.S. Don't wait too long to reveal your shared interest, or it will seem like you're being tricky. 28. How to be a you first to gain their respect and affection. Sex. Now that I have your attention. 2-bit comics have been using that gag since the days when 2-bits bought a square meal. However, big winners know there's a 3-letter word more potent than sex to get people's attention. That word is you. Why is you such a powerful word? Because when we were infants, we thought we were the center of the universe. Nothing mattered but me, myself, and I. The rest of the shadowy forms stirring about us, which we later learned were other people, existed solely for what they could do for us. Self-centered little tykes that we were, our tiny brains translated every action, every word into, how does that affect me? Big winners know we haven't changed a bit. Adults camouflage their self-centeredness under a mask of civilization and politeness. Yet the human brain still immediately, instinctively, and unfailingly translates everything into terms of, how does that affect me? For example, suppose, gentlemen, you want to ask a colleague, Jill, if she would like to join you for dinner. So you say to her, there's a really good new Indian restaurant in town. Will you join me there for dinner tonight? Before answering, Jill is thinking to herself, by good, does he mean the food or the atmosphere or both? Her reverie continues, Indian cuisine, I'm not sure. He says it's good. However, will I like it? While thinking, Jill hesitates. You probably take her hesitation personally, and the joy of the exchange diminishes. Suppose, instead, you had said to her, Jill, you will really love this new Indian restaurant. Will you join me there this evening for dinner? Phrasing it that way, you've already subliminally answered Jill's questions, and she's more apt to give you a quick, yes. The pleasure-pain principle is a guiding force in life. Psychologists tell us everyone automatically gravitates toward that which is pleasurable and pulls away from that which is painful. For many people, thinking is painful. So big winners, when they wish to control, inspire, be loved by, sell to people, or get them to go to dinner, do the thinking for them. They translate everything into the other person's terms by starting as many sentences as they can with that powerful little three-letter word, you. Thus, I call the technique, communication. Communicate when you want a favor. Putting you first gets a much better response, especially when you're asking a favor, because it pushes the asker's pride button. Suppose you want to take a long weekend. You decide to ask your boss if you can take Friday off. Which request do you think he or she is going to react to more positively? Can I take Friday off, boss? Or this one, boss, can you do without me Friday? In the first case, the boss had to translate your, can I take Friday off, into, can I do without this employee Friday? That's an extra thought process. And you know how some bosses hate to think. However, in the second case, boss, can you do without me Friday? You did the boss's thinking for her. Your new wording made managing without you a matter of pride for the boss. Of course, she said to herself, I can manage without your help Friday. Communicate your compliments. Communication also enriches your social conversation. Gentlemen, say a lady likes your suit. Which woman gives you warmer feelings? The woman who says, I like your suit, or the one who says, you look great in that suit? Big players who make business presentations use communication to excellent advantage. Suppose you're giving a talk and a participant asks a question. He likes to hear you say, that's a good question. However, consider how much better he feels when you tell him, you've asked a good question. Salespeople, don't just tell your prospects, it's important that. Convince them by informing them, you'll see the importance of. When negotiating, instead of saying, the result will be, let them know, you'll see the result when you. Starting sentences with, you, even works when talking to strangers on the street. Once, while driving around San Francisco hopelessly lost, I asked people walking along the sidewalk how to get to the Golden Gate Bridge. I stopped a couple trudging up a hill. Excuse me, I called out the window, I can't find the Golden Gate Bridge. The pair looked at each other and shrugged with that, how stupid can these tourists get? Look on their faces. That direction, the husband mumbled, pointing straight ahead. Still lost, I called out to the next couple I encountered. Excuse me, where's the Golden Gate Bridge? Without smiling, they pointed in the opposite direction. Then I decided to try communication. When I came upon the next strolling couple, I called out the window, excuse me, could you tell me where the Golden Gate Bridge is? Of course, they said, answering my question literally. You see, by phrasing the question that way, it was a subtle challenge. I was asking, in essence, are you able to give me directions? This hit them in the pride button. They walked over to my car and gave me explicit instructions. Hey, I thought, this, you, stuff really works. To test my hypothesis, I tried it a few more times. I kept asking passersby my three forms of the question. Sure enough, whenever I asked, could you tell me where, people were more pleasant and helpful than when I started the question with, I, or, where. Technique 28, Communication. Start every appropriate sentence with, you. It immediately grabs your listener's attention. It gets a more positive response because it pushes the pride button and saves them having to translate it into me terms. When you sprinkle you as liberally as salt and pepper throughout your conversation, your listeners find it an irresistible spice. I'm sure when they recover the flight box from the fall of man under a fig leaf in the Garden of Eden, it will convince the world of the power of the word, you. Eve did not ask Adam to eat the apple. She did not command him to eat the apple. She didn't even say, Adam, I want you to eat this apple. She phrased it as all big winners would, you will love this apple. That's why he bit. Communication is a sign of sanity. Therapists calculate that inmates of mental institutions say, I, and, me, 12 times more often than residents of the outside world. As patients' conditions improve, the number of times they use the personal pronouns also diminishes. Continuing up the sanity scale, the fewer times you use I, the more sane you seem to your listeners. If you eavesdrop on big winners talking with each other, you'll notice a lot more you than I in their conversation. The next technique concerns a way big winners are silently you-oriented. 29. How to make them feel you. Don't smile at just anybody. Have you ever seen those low-budget, mail-order fashion catalogs that use the same model throughout? Whether she is engulfed in a wedding gown or partially clad in a bikini, her face sports the same plastic smile. Looking at her, you get the feeling that if you rapped on her forehead, a tiny voice would come back saying, nobody's in here. Whereas models in more sophisticated magazines have mastered a myriad of different expressions, a flirtatious, I've got a secret, smile on one page, a quizzical, I think I'd like to get to know you, but I'm not sure, smile on the next, and a mysterious Mona Lisa smile on the third. You feel there's a brain running the operation somewhere inside that beautiful head. I once stood in the receiving line of the ship I worked on, along with the captain, his wife, and several other officers. One passenger with a radiant smile started shaking hands down our line. When he got to me, he flashed a shimmering smile, revealing teeth as even and white as the keys on a new piano. I was transfixed. It was as though a brilliant light had illuminated the dim ballroom. I wished him a happy cruise and resolved to find this charming gentleman later. Then he was introduced to the next person. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw his identical glistening grin. A third person, the same grin. My interest began to dwindle. When he gave his fourth indistinguishable smile to the next person, he started to resemble a Cheshire cat. By the time he was introduced to the fifth person, his consistent smile felt like a strobe light disturbing the ambience of the ballroom. Strobe man went on flashing everybody the same smile down the line. I had no further interest in talking with him. Why did this man's stock shoot high on my ticker 1 minute and plummet the next? Because his smile, although charming, reflected no special reaction to me. Obviously, he gave the same smile to everybody, and by that, it lost all its specialness. If Strobe man had given each of us a slightly different smile, he would have appeared sensitive and insightful. Of course, if his smile had been just a tad bigger for me than for the others, I couldn't have waited for the formalities to be over to seek him out in the crowded ballroom. Review your repertoire of smiles. If your job required you to carry a gun, you would, of course, learn all about the moving parts before firing it. And before taking aim, you would carefully consider whether it would murder, maim, or merely wound your target. Since your smile is one of your biggest communication weapons, learn all about the moving parts and the effect on your target. Set aside 5 minutes. Lock your bedroom or bathroom door so your family doesn't think you've gone off the deep end. Now stand in front of the mirror and flash a few smiles. Discover the subtle differences in your repertoire. Just as you would alternate saying, hello, how do you do? And, I am pleased to meet you. When being introduced to a group of people, vary your smile. Don't use the same one each time. Let each of your smiles reflect the nuances of your sentiment about the recipient. Technique 29. The exclusive smile. If you flash everybody the same smile, like a Confederate dollar, it loses value. When meeting groups of people, grace each with a distinct smile. Let your smiles grow out of the beauty big players find in each new face. If one person in a group is more important to you than the others, reserve an especially big, flooding smile just for him or her. In defense of the quickie, there are times, I discovered, when the quick put-on smile works. For example, when you want to engineer the acquaintance of someone to whom you have not had the opportunity to be introduced. In the vernacular, that's, pick them up. The smile's pickup power was proven for posterity by solemn researchers at the University of Missouri. They conducted a highly controlled study titled, "Giving Men the Come On: Effective Eye Contact and Smiling in a Bar Environment." I kid you not. To prove their hypothesis, female researchers made eye contact with unsuspecting male subjects enjoying a little libation in a local drinking establishment. Sometimes, the female researchers followed their glance with a smile. In other cases, there was no smile. The results, I quote the study, "The highest approach behavior, 60%, was observed in the condition in which there was smiling." That translates into layman's English. The guy came over 60% of the time when the lady smiled. Without the smile, he made the approach only 20% of the time. So, yes, a smile works for those who wish to pick somebody up. However, in situations where the stakes are higher, try the flooding smile from the first section and now the exclusive smile. 30. How to avoid sounding like a jerk. Do you remember that scene from the movie classic Annie Hall where Diane Keaton is first meeting Woody Allen? As she's chatting with him, we hear her private thoughts. She's musing to herself, "Oh, I hope he's not a jerk like all the others." One of the quickest ways to make a big winner think you are, well, a jerk, is to use a cliché. If you're chatting with a top communicator and even innocently remark, "Yes, I was tired as a dog," or, "She was cute as a button," you've unknowingly laid a linguistic bomb. Big winners silently moan when they hear someone mouth a trite, overworn phrase. Oh sure, just like the rest of us, big winners find themselves feeling fit as a fiddle, happy as a lark, or high as a kite. Like the rest of humanity, they consider some of their acquaintances crazy as a loon, nutty as a fruitcake, or blind as a bat. Because many of them work hard, they are often as busy as a bee and get rich as Croesus. Yet would any of them describe themselves in those words? Not in a coon's age. Why? Because when a big winner hears your cliché, you might as well be saying, "My powers of imagination are impoverished. I can't think of anything original to say, so I must fall back on these trite, overworn phrases." Mouthing a common cliché around uncommonly successful people brands you as uncommonly common. Technique 30. Don't touch a cliché with a 10-foot pole. Be on guard. Don't use any clichés when chatting with big winners. Don't even touch one with a 10-foot pole. Never. Not even when hell freezes over. Not unless you want to sound dumb as a doorknob. Instead of coughing up a cliché, roll your own clever phrases by using the next technique. 31. How to use motivational speakers. Techniques to enhance your conversation. They say the pen is mightier than the sword. It is, but the tongue is even mightier than the pen. Our tongues can bring crowds to laughter, to tears, and often to their feet in shouting appreciation. Orators have moved nations to war or brought lost souls to God. And what is their equipment? The same eyes, ears, hands, legs, arms, and vocal cords you and I have. Perhaps a professional athlete has a stronger body or a professional singer is blessed with a more beautiful singing voice than the one we were given. But the professional speaker starts out with the same equipment we all have. The difference is that these jaw smiths use it all. They use their hands, they use their bodies, and they use specific gestures with heavy impact. They think about the space they're talking in. They employ many different tones of voice, invoke various expressions, vary the speed with which they speak, and make effective use of silence. You may not have to make a formal speech anytime soon, but chances are that sometime, probably very soon, you're going to want people to see things your way. Whether it's persuading your family to spend their next vacation at grandma's or convincing the stockholders in your multi-million-dollar corporation that it's time to do a takeover, do it like a pro. Get a book or two on public speaking and learn some of the tricks of the trade. Then put some of that drama into your everyday conversation. A gem for every occasion. If stirring words help make your point, ponder the impact of powerful phrases. They've helped politicians get elected, read my lips, no new taxes, and defendants get acquitted. If it doesn't fit, you must acquit. If George H.W. Bush had said, "I promise not to raise taxes," or Johnny Cochran, during O.J. Simpson's criminal trial, had said, "If the glove doesn't fit, he must be innocent," their bulky sentences would have slipped in and out of the voters' or jurors' consciousness. As every politician and trial lawyer knows, neat phrases make powerful weapons. If you're not careful, your enemies will later use them against you. Read my lips. One of my favorite speakers is a radio broadcaster named Barry Farber, who brightens up late-night radio with sparkling similes. Barry would never use a cliché like, nervous as a cat on a hot tin roof. He'd describe being nervous about losing his job as, I felt like an elephant dangling over a cliff with his tail tied to a daisy. Instead of saying he looked at a pretty woman, he'd say, my eyeballs popped out and dangled by the optic nerve. When I first met him, I asked, Mr. Farber, how do you come up with these phrases? My daddy's Mr. Farber. I'm Barry, he chided, his way of saying, call me Barry. He then candidly admitted that although some of his phrases are original, many are borrowed. Elvis Presley used to say, my daddy's Mr. Presley. Call me Elvis. Like all professional speakers, Barry spends several hours a week gleaning through books of quotations and humor. All professional speakers do. They collect bon mots they can use in a variety of situations, most especially to scrape egg off their faces when something unexpected happens. Many speakers use author and speaker's agent Lily Walters's face-saver lines from her book, What to Say When You're Dying on the Platform. If you tell a joke and no one laughs, try, that joke was designed to get a silent laugh, and it worked. If the microphone lets out an agonizing howl, look at it and say, I don't understand. I brushed my teeth this morning. If someone asks you a question you don't want to answer, say, could you save that question until I'm finished, and well on my way home. All pros think of holes they might fall into and then memorize great escape lines. You can do the same. Look through books of similes to enrich your day-to-day conversations. Instead of saying, happy as a lark, try, happy as a lottery winner, or, happy as a baby with its first ice cream cone. Instead of, bald as an eagle, try, bald as a new marine, or, bald as a bullfrog's belly. Instead of, quiet as a mouse, try, quiet as an eel swimming in oil, or, quiet as a fly lighting on a feather duster. Find phrases that have visual impact. Instead of a cliché like, sure as death and taxes, try, as certain as beach traffic in July, or, as sure as your shadow will follow you. Your listeners can't see death or taxes, but they sure can see beach traffic in July or their shadow following them down the street. Try to make your similes relate to the situation. If you're riding in a taxi with someone, as sure as that taxi meter will rise, has immediate impact. If you're talking with a man walking his dog, as sure as your dog is thinking about that tree, adds a touch of humor. Make 'em laugh, make 'em laugh, make 'em laugh. Humor enriches any conversation, but not jokes starting with, hey, did you hear the one about? Plan your humor and make it relevant. For example, if you're going to a meeting on the budget, look up money in a quotation book. In an uptight business situation, a little levity shows you're at ease. Once, during an oppressive financial meeting, I heard a top executive say, don't worry, this company has enough money to stay in business for years, unless we pay our creditors. He broke the tension and won the appreciation of all. Later, I saw a similar quote in a humor book attributed to Jackie Mason, the comedian. So what? The exec still came across as a cool communicator with his clever comment. Big players who want to be quoted in the media lie awake at night gnawing the pillow, trying to come up with phrases the press will pick up. A Michigan veterinarian named Timothy, a heavy hitter in his own field but completely unknown outside it, made national headlines when he planned to attach a pair of feet to a rooster who lost his to frostbite. Why? Because he called it a drumstick transplant. I don't know if a French woman, Jeanne Calment, then officially the world's oldest person, was looking for publicity on her 122nd birthday. But she made international headlines when she told the media, I've only ever had one wrinkle, and I'm sitting on it. Mark Victor Hansen, a big player in his own field but once relatively unknown outside of it, was propelled into national prominence when he came up with a catchy name for his book co-authored with Jack Canfield, Chicken Soup for the Soul. He told me his original title was 101 Pretty Stories. How far would that have gone? Soon the world was lapping up, among others, Chicken Soup for the Woman's Soul, * Chicken Soup for the Teenage Soul, * Chicken Soup for the Mother's Soul, * Chicken Soup for the Christian Soul, * plus second, third, and fourth servings of chicken soup in hardcover, paperback, audiocassette, videocassette, and calendars. A word of warning, no matter how good your material is, it bombs if it doesn't fit the situation. I learned this the hard way during my cruise ship days. On a cruise to England, I decided to give my passengers a reading of the English love poems of Elizabeth Barrett and Robert Browning. You know, How Do I Love Thee? Let Me Count the Ways. It was a big hit. The passengers loved it and raved for days. I couldn't walk out on deck without some passenger turning to me and affectionately echoing, How do I love thee? Technique 31. Use Jaw Smith's jive. Whether you're standing behind a podium facing thousands or behind the barbecue grill facing your family, you'll move, amuse, and motivate with the same skills. Read speakers, books to cull quotations, pull pearls of wisdom, and get gems to tickle their funny bones. Find a few bon mots to let casually slide off your tongue on chosen occasions. If you want to be notable, dream up a crazy quotable. Make 'em rhyme, make 'em clever, or make 'em funny. Above all, make 'em relevant. Naturally, I got a pretty swollen head over this performance and fancied myself an eminent poetry reader. I decided to reward the passengers on the next cruise, which was a cruise to the Caribbean and didn't go anywhere near England, with my spectacular reading of the English love poems. What a bomb! Passengers avoided me on the deck for the rest of the cruise. How did you bore me? Let me count the ways. 32. How to banter like the big shots do. Big winners tell it like it is. If you stepped into an elevator full of people speaking Hungarian, you might not recognize that they were Hungarian unless you spoke their language. However, the minute you opened your mouth, they'd recognize you're not Hungarian. It's the same with the big cats. If you overhear several of them speaking, you might not recognize they're big cats. However, the minute you opened your mouth, they'd recognize you're not a big cat. Unless you spoke their lingo. What are some differences between a big cat's growl and a little cat's insignificant hiss? One of the most blatant is euphemisms. Big cats aren't afraid of real words. They call a spade a spade. Words like toilet paper don't scare them. Little cats hide behind bathroom tissue. If somebody is rich, big cats call it rich. Little cats, oh so embarrassed at the concept of talking about money in polite company, substitute the word wealthy. When little cats use a substitute word or euphemism, they might as well be saying, whoops, you are better than I am. I'm in polite company now, so I'll use the nicey nice word. Big cats are anatomically correct. No cutesy words for body parts. They'll say breasts when they mean breasts. When they say knockers, they mean decorative structures that hang on the front door. And family jewels are in the safe on the wall. If a big cat is ever in doubt about a word, he or she simply resorts to French. If they feel the word buttocks is debatable, derriere will do quite nicely, thank you. Technique 32. Call a spade a spade. Don't hide behind euphemisms. Call a spade a spade. That doesn't mean big cats use tasteless 4-letter words when perfectly decent 5- and 6-letter ones exist. They've simply learned the King's English, and they speak it. Here's another way to tell the big players from the little ones just by listening to a few minutes of their conversation. 33. How to avoid the world's worst conversational habit. Once I was at a small dinner party given by the president of an advertising agency, Louis, and his wife, Lillian. The evening started with cocktails, followed by a gourmet meal accompanied by a selection of excellent wines. The conversation had been convivial, the cuisine delicious, and the wine very fine, and very plentiful. At the end of the evening, Louis raised his glass to make a toast. A few wine droplets sloshed out of his glass onto the tablecloth. A pretty young woman who was the date of a new art director named Bob giggled and said, "I can tell you're feeling no pain." Shock waves went around the table. Everyone froze. The host was indeed a bit inebriated. However, alluding to Louis being a little looped, even in jest, was as though the woman had suddenly smashed the crystal chandelier above the table with her dinner plate. One guest quickly covered the girl's horrifying gaffe by lifting her glass and saying, "None of us is." No one in the company of Louis and Lillian could ever feel any pain. Here's to a truly wonderful evening. Louis then continued with his toast to the wonderful company, and no one was feeling pain any longer. Except Bob. He knew his date's innocent teasing was a black mark, if not in his personnel file, then on his personal file. The next sure sign of a little cat is teasing. Little cats go around patting their friends' paunches and saying, "Enjoying that cheesecake, huh?" Or looking at their balding heads and saying, "Hey, hair today, gone tomorrow, huh?" They think it's hilarious to make a quip at someone else's expense and say, "You don't have an inferiority complex, you are inferior." Hardy har har. Technique 33. Trash the teasing. A dead giveaway of a little cat is his or her proclivity to tease. An innocent joke at someone else's expense may get you a cheap laugh. Nevertheless, the big cats will have the last laugh because you'll bang your head against the glass ceiling they construct to keep little cats from stepping on their paws. Never, ever make a joke at anyone else's expense. You'll wind up paying for it dearly. 34. How to give them the bad news and have them like you all the more. In ancient Egypt, the pharaoh treated the humblest message runner like a prince when he arrived at the palace if he brought good news. However, if the exhausted runner had the misfortune to bring the pharaoh unhappy news, his head was chopped off. Shades of that spirit pervade today's conversations. Once, a friend and I packed up some peanut butter and jelly sandwiches for an outing. As we waltzed happily out the door, picnic basket in hand, a smiling neighbor, rocking away on his porch, looked up at the sky and said, "Oh boy, bad day for a picnic. The newscast says it's going to rain." I wanted to rub his face in my peanut butter and jelly sandwich, not for his gloomy weather report, but for his smile. Several months ago, I was racing to catch a bus. As I breathlessly shoved my handful of cash across the Greyhound counter, the grinning sales agent gushed, "Oh, that bus left 5 minutes ago." Dreams of decapitation. It's not the news that makes someone angry, it's the unsympathetic attitude with which it's delivered. Everyone must give bad news from time to time, and winning professionals do it with the proper attitude. A doctor advising a patient she needs an operation does it with compassion. A boss informing an employee he didn't get the job takes on a sympathetic demeanor. Grief counselors at airports after fatal crashes share the grief-stricken sentiment of relatives. Big winners know that when delivering any bad news, they should share the sentiment of the receiver. Unfortunately, many people are not aware of this sensitivity. When you're weary from a long flight, has a hotel clerk cheerfully chirped that your room isn't ready yet? When you had your heart set on the roast beef, has your waiter merrily warbled that he just served the last piece? When you needed cash for the weekend, has your bank teller gleefully told you your account is overdrawn? It makes you, as a traveler, diner, or depositor, want to put your fist right through their insensitive grins. Technique 34. It's the receiver's ball. A football player wouldn't last 2 beats of the time clock if he made blind passes. A pro throws the ball with the receiver always in mind. Before throwing out any news, keep your receiver in mind. Then deliver it with a smile, a sigh, or a sob, not according to how you feel about the news, but how the receiver will take it. Had my neighbor told me of the impending rainstorm with sympathy, I would have appreciated his warning. Had the Greyhound sales clerk sympathetically informed me that my bus had already left, I probably would have said, "Oh, that's all right. I'll catch the next one." Big winners, when they bear bad news, deliver bombs with the emotion the bombarded person is sure to have. Big winners know how to give bad news to people. They also know how not to give any news to anyone, even when people are pressuring them. Let's explore that next. 35. How to respond when you don't want to answer and wish they'd shut the heck up. One of my clients, Barbara, a minister in the furniture business, recently separated from her husband and business partner, Frank, a megastar in the furniture business. They suffered a long and messy divorce that resulted in them keeping the business jointly but not having to deal with each other. Soon after the divorce, I was at an industry convention with Barbara. Since she and Frank were both beloved in the industry, people were curious about what had happened and how it affected their company. But, of course, no one dared to ask outright. And Barbara was offering no explanations. I was seated next to Barbara at the gala farewell dinner. Apparently, one of her colleagues at the table couldn't contain her curiosity any longer. During dessert, she leaned over to Barbara and in a hushed voice asked, "Barbara, what happened with you and Frank?" Barbara, unruffled by the rude question, simply took a spoonful of her cherries jubilee and said, "We've separated, but the company is unaffected." Not satisfied with that answer, the woman probed harder. "Are you still working together?" Barbara took another bite of her dessert and repeated in precisely the same tone of voice, "We've separated, but the company is unaffected." The frustrated interrogator was not going to give up easily. "Are you both still working in the company?" Barbara, appearing not the least disturbed by the woman's incessant insistence, scooped the last cherry out of her dish, smiled, looked directly at her, and said in the identical tone of voice, "We've separated, but the company is unaffected." That shut her up. Barbara had shown her big winner's badge by using the broken record technique, the most effective way to curtail an unwelcome cross-examination. Technique 35. The broken record. Whenever someone persists in questioning you on an unwelcome subject, simply repeat your original response. Use precisely the same words in precisely the same tone of voice. Hearing it again usually quiets them down. If your rude interrogator hangs on like a leech, your next repetition never fails to flick them off. 36. How to talk to a celebrity. Suppose you've just settled in for dinner at a nice restaurant. You look over at the next table, and who do you see? Is it really he? Could it possibly be? It's gotta be a look-alike. No, it isn't. It really is Woody Allen. Substitute any celebrity here. Your favorite movie star, politician, broadcaster, or the boss who owns the company that owns the company you work for. And there the celebrity is in the flesh, sitting not 10 feet from you. What should you do? Nothing. Big shots don't slobber over stars. Let the luminary enjoy a brief moment of anonymity. If he or she should cast a glance in your direction, give a smile and a nod. Then waft your gaze back to your dining companion. You will be a lot cooler in the eyes of your dinner partner if you take it all in your stride. Now, if you just can't resist this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to press the flesh of the megastar and tell him or her of your admiration, here's how to do it with grace. Wait until you or the luminary are leaving the restaurant. After the check has been paid and you will obviously not be taking much of his or her time, you may make your approach. Say something like, "Mr. Allen, I just want to tell you how much pleasure your wonderful films have given me over the years. Thank you so much. Did you pick up the subtlety here? You are not complimenting his work. After all, he might well ask himself, who are you to judge whether I am a great filmmaker or not? You can only speak from your own perspective. You do this by telling him how much pleasure his work has given you. If it's your boss's 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 boss whom the fates have sent to bask in your adulation, do the same. Do not say, Bill, or, Mr. Gates, you really run a great company. Lowly geek, he thinks, who are you to judge? Instead, tell him what an honor it is to work for him. Obviously, this is not the moment to detail the intricacies of your improvements on image editing software for digitizing photographs. Then let your body language express that if Woody or Bill or the other megastar wants to leave it at that, you are happy with the exchange. If, however, the megastar is captivated by you or has had so much liquid merriment that he or she has decided to mingle with the masses tonight, then all bets are off. You're on your own. Enjoy, until you pick up the first body language sign that they would like to end it. Think of yourself as a ballroom dance student waltzing with your teacher. He leads, you follow. And he tells you when the waltz is over. Incidentally, if the megastar is with a companion and your conversation goes on for more than a few moments, direct some comments at the companion. If the satellite is in such stellar company, he or she is probably also an accomplished person. Felicia, a friend of mine, is a talented trial lawyer who is married to a local TV show host. Because Tom is on television, people recognize him wherever they go, and Felicia gets ignored. Felicia tells me how frustrating it is, even for Tom. Whenever they go to a party, people gush all over Tom, and Felicia's fascinating work hardly ever gets mentioned. She and Tom used to love going out to dinner, but now they hide out at home in the evenings. Why? Because they can't stand the interruptions of overly effervescent fans. I love what you used to be, you has been. Another sensitivity. The film star is probably obsessed with his last film, the politician with her last election, a corporate mogul with his last takeover, an author with her last novel, and so forth. So when discussing the stars, the politicians, the moguls, the authors, or any VIP's work, try to keep your comments to current or recent work. Telling Woody Allen how much you loved his 1980 film Stardust Memories would not endear you to him. What about all my wonderful films since? Thinks he. Stick to the present or very recent past if possible. Technique 36. Big shots don't slobber. People who are VIPs in their own right don't slobber over celebrities. When you are chatting with one, don't compliment her work, simply say how much pleasure or insight it's given you. If you do single out any one of the star's accomplishments, make sure it's a recent one, not a memory that's getting yellow in her scrapbook. If the queen bee has a drone sitting with her, find a way to involve him in the conversation. A final celebrity codicil. Suppose you are fortunate enough to have one at your party. To shine some starlight on your gathering, don't ask the TV host to say a few words. Don't ask the singer to sing a song. What looks effortless to the rest of us because they seem so comfortable performing is work for them. You wouldn't ask an accountant guest to look over your books or a dentist to check out your third left molar. Let the dignitary drink. Let the luminary laugh. Celebrities are people, too, and they like their time off. 37. How to make them want to thank you. To wrap up our section on sounding like the big boys and big girls, here is a simple and gracious little maneuver. It not only signals to people that you're a top communicator, but it also encourages them to keep doing nice things for you, complimenting you, doing business with you, or loving you. It is very short. It is very sweet. It is very simple. You can use it with everyone in your life. When it becomes instinctive, you'll find yourself using it every day. Very simply, never let the phrase, "thank you," stand naked and alone. Always make it, "thank you for something." People use the bare, exposed, "thank you," so often that others don't even hear it anymore. When we buy the morning newspaper, we flash a naked, "thank you," at the vendor when he gives us our nickels change. Is that the same, "thank you," you want to give a valued customer who makes a big purchase in your store? Or a loved one who cooks you a delicious dinner? Whenever the occasion warrants more than an unconscious acknowledgement, dress up your "thank you" with the reason. Thank you for coming. Thank you for being so understanding. Thank you for waiting. Thank you for being such a good customer. Thank you for being so loving. Often, when I disembark an airplane, the captain and first officer are standing by the cockpit door to bid the passengers farewell. I say, "Thanks for getting us here." Admittedly, that's carrying the "never the naked thank you" technique to extremes, but it has a surprising effect. They fall all over themselves with, "Oh, thanks for flying with us." Technique 37. Never the naked thank you. Never let the phrase, "thank you," stand alone. From A to Z, always follow it with "for," from "thank you for asking," to "thank you for zipping me up." Thank you for reading this section of How to Talk to Anyone. Now let us move on to another conversation challenge. How to talk knowledgeably with everyone from groups of accountants to Zen Buddhists. No matter how little you might have in common. Part 4. How to be an insider in any crowd. What are they all talking about? Has it ever happened to you? Everyone at the party is speaking gobbledygook. They're all discussing faulty audits, code constraints, or the library market, and you have no idea what they're talking about. It's because everybody at the party is an accountant, an architect, or a publisher, and you're not. So you stand there with a pasty smile on your face, not opening your mouth. If you do, you fear the wrong thing will come out. Paranoia sets in. Everybody will snicker at you. You're an outsider, so you suffer in silence. In high school, I suffered a massive case of silent outsider syndrome, especially around males. All they wanted to talk about was cars. I knew nothing about cars. The only time I'd ever set foot in a body shop was to get a suntan. Well, one fateful day, Mama came home with a gift for me that transformed my teenage existence from shy to sociable. It was a book on all the current model cars and their differences over and under the hood. One reading, and I became fluent in Fords, Chevys, and Buicks. I no longer hyperventilated when boys said words like carburetor, alternator, camshaft, or exhaust manifold. I didn't need to learn a lot, just enough to ask the right questions to get the guys talking. When I learned to speak car with the boys, it worked wonders for my social life. Cut to today. We grown-up boys and girls also have our favorite topics that usually involve our work or our hobbies. When we're with people in our own field or who share our interests, we open up like small-town gossips. Even engineers who have a constant case of catgut their tongue start gabbing about greasy turbines and various projects when they're together. To outsiders, our conversation sounds like gobbledygook. But we know precisely what it's about. It's our own jobbledygook or hobbydygook. Do you fear you'll find yourself at a party of squash players when you're the type of person who'd rather be in court than on the court? Don't panic hearing words like lobbing and hitting rails roll off the squash players' tongues. So what if the only experience you've ever had with squash was the mashed acorn variety on your plate next to the turkey last Thanksgiving? All you need are the few techniques that follow. Just as anglers throw out a dragonfly to get the fish to bite, all you have to do is throw out the right questions to get people to open up. Dale Carnegie's adage, show sincere interest and people will talk, only goes so far. As they say in poker, it takes jacks or better to open. And in conversation, it takes cursory knowledge or better about their field to get them to really open up. You must have knowledgeable curiosity, the kind that makes you sound like you're worth talking to. In this section, we explore techniques that are open sesames to get people gabbing with you like an insider. 38. How to be a modern-day Renaissance man or woman. Whenever friends visit my hometown, New York City, I warn them, never ask anyone riding in the subway for directions. Because I'll get mugged. They fearfully ask. No, just because you'll never get where you're going. Most Big Apple subway riders know only two things about the subway: where they get on and where they get off. They know nothing about the rest of the system. Most people are like NYC strap hangers when it comes to their hobbies and interests. They know their own pastimes, but all the others are like unvisited stations. My unmarried and wishing she weren't friend Rita has a bad case of bowler's thumb. Every Wednesday night, she's bowling up a storm with her friends. She is forever discussing her scores, her averages, and her high game. Another single and searching friend, Walter, is into whitewater rafting. He talks endlessly with his paddling friends about which rivers he's run, which outfitters he's gone with, and which class of rapids he prefers. Thinking my two single friends might hit it off, I introduced Walter the paddler to Rita the bowler and mentioned their respective passions. "Oh, you're a bowler," said Walter. "Yes," Rita smiled demurely, awaiting more questions about her big bowling turn-on. Walter was silent. Masking her disappointment, Rita said, Leil tells me you're into whitewater rafting." Walter smiled proudly, awaiting further friendly interrogation on paddling. That must be exciting. Isn't it dangerous?" was the best Rita could do. "No, it's not dangerous," Walter patronizingly responded to her typical outsider's question. Then the conversation died. During the deafening silence, I remember thinking, if Rita had run just one river, if Walter had bowled just one game, their lives might have been different. Conversation could have flowed, and who knows what else might have flowered. Go fly a kite. The scramble therapy technique is salvation from such disappointing encounters. It will transform you into a modern-day Renaissance man or woman who can comfortably discuss a variety of interests. Scramble therapy is, quite simply, scrambling up your life and participating in an activity you'd never think of indulging in. Just 1 out of every 4 weekends, do something totally out of your pattern. Do you usually play tennis on weekends? This weekend, go hiking. Do you usually go hiking? This weekend, take a tennis lesson. Do you bowl? Leave that to your buddies this time. Instead, go whitewater rafting. Oh, you were planning on running some rapids like you do every warm weekend. Forget it. Go bowling. Go to a stamp exhibition. Go to a chess lecture. Go ballooning. Go bird watching. Go to a pool hall. Go kayaking. Go fly a kite. Why? Because it will give you conversational fodder for the rest of your life. From that weekend on, you'll sound like an insider with all the hikers, stamp collectors, ballooners, birders, billiards players, kayakers, and kite flyers you ever meet, just by doing their activity once. If you take a piece of blue litmus paper and dip it in a huge vat of acid, the tip turns pink. If you take another blue litmus paper and dip it into just one minuscule drop of acid on a glass slide, the tip turns just as pink. Compare this to participating in an activity just one time. A sampling gives you 80% of the conversational value. You learn the insider's questions to ask. You start using the right terms. You'll never be at a loss again when the subject of extracurricular interests comes up, which it always does. Do you speak scuba? I'm not a certified scuba diver. However, 6 years ago in Bermuda, I saw a sign. Resort dives, $25, no scuba experience necessary. In just 3 hours, I received the best crash course in talking with scuba divers the world offers. First, I was given a quick lesson in the pool. Then, struggling to stay erect under the weight of my oxygen tank, regulator, buoyancy compensator, and weight belt, I went clumping out to the dive boat. Sitting there on the rocking dinghy, fondling my mask and fins like worry beads, I overheard the certified divers asking each other insider questions. Where were you certified? Where have you dived? Do you prefer wrecks or reefs? Ever done any night diving? Are you into underwater photography? Do you dive on a computer? What's your longest bottom time? Did you ever get the bends? Why the italicized words? Those are scuba lingo. I now speak scuba. To this day, whenever I meet divers, I have the right questions to ask and subjects to discuss. And the right ones to avoid. Like how much I like seafood. That's like telling a cat lover how much you love tender barbecued kittens. I can now ask my new friends which of the scuba hot spots they've been to: Cozumel, Cayman, Cancun. Then, if I want to really show off, I ask if they've been to Truk Lagoon in the far Pacific, the Great Barrier Reef in Australia, or the Red Sea. All the insider terms now roll comfortably off my tongue. Before my scramble therapy experience, I'd be calling their beloved wrecks and reefs, sunken ships, and coral. Understandable words, but not scuba words. Not insider words. Upon meeting a scuba diver, I probably would have asked, "Oh, scuba diving. That must be interesting. Aren't you afraid of sharks?" Not a good way to get off on the right fin with a diver. Technique 38. Scramble therapy. Once a month, scramble your life. Do something you'd never dream of doing. Participate in a sport, go to an exhibition, hear a lecture on something totally outside of your experience. You get 80% of the right lingo and insider questions from just one exposure. Think about it. Suppose at a dinner party, the table conversation turns to scuba diving. If you, too, had done your one-time only dive, you'd ask your diving dinner companion if he likes night diving or whether he prefers diving on wrecks or reefs. He'll never believe it when you tell him the deepest water you've ever submerged yourself in is your own bathtub. Then you turn to the bungee jumper seated on your left and ask him, "Do you prefer chest-waist jumps or ankle jumps?" If the conversation then changes to tennis, or martial arts, or chess, or coin collecting, or even bird watching, you can keep up and keep the conversation going. What a guy. What a gal. 39. How to sound like you know all about their job or hobby. Even more insidious than hobby talk is job speak, or gobbledygook. I still harbor social nightmares of the evening I attended a party thrown by a couple who worked in computer database management. As I walked in the door, I overheard one chap saying to another, "When the domain relational calculus is restricted to safe expressions, it's equivalent to the tuple relational." That's all I stayed around for. I knew I wasn't going to understand one bitter bite of conversation the rest of the evening. It made me long for the days when a mouse meant the furry little fellow who loves cheese, windows were the kind you bought drapes for, and the web was something spiders trapped flies in. I knew I was going to need some technical support if I was going to be compatible with this crowd. I decided then and there to learn some of the opening questions database management types ask each other, which I did. Now I can't wait for a second chance at that crowd because I'm armed with questions like, what RAID level are you using? And, what data warehousing product do you use? All you need are a few insider opening questions to get you started with any group. You ask questions, listen to the responses, and indulge in elementary on-target conversation with them for a moment or two about their field. Then change the subject ASAP. You don't want to fake that you are more knowledgeable about their field than you really are. It's all in the opening question. A tennis player can tell immediately from just appraising your opening serve how good a player you are. Is it going to be great playing with you or a real bore? It's the same in communicating. Just from your verbal opening serve, someone knows if it's going to be interesting talking with you about their life or interests, or dull. For example, suppose I'm introduced to someone and the first words out of her mouth are, "Oh, you're a writer. When are you going to write the great American novel?" Yikes. I know I'm talking with someone who is unfamiliar with my world. We'll chat, but I prefer to change the subject. And soon, my conversation partner will too. If, however, my new acquaintance says, "Oh, you're a writer. Do you write fiction or nonfiction?" Bingo. Now I know I'm with a person who knows about my world. Why? Because that is the first question all writers ask each other. I enjoy talking to this inquisitor because I presume she has more insights into the writing world. Even if we quickly get off the subject of writing, she has come across as a well-informed individual. Every job, every sport, every interest has insider opening questions that everybody in the same field asks and dumb outsider questions that they never ask each other. When an astronaut meets another astronaut, he asks, "What missions have you been on?" Never, How do you go to the bathroom up there? A dentist asks another dentist, are you in general practice or do you have a specialty? Never heard any good pain jokes lately. The good news is that beginning gobbledygook is an easy language. You don't need to master buzzwords, only a few opening questions to make you sound like an insider. Then, here's the fun part. When you tell them you're not connected to their field, they're all the more impressed. What a knowledgeable person, they say to themselves. Help, everybody there will be an artist. It's not hard to harvest good gobbledygook. Let's say you've been invited to a gallery opening where you'll be meeting many artists. If you don't speak artist, go through your Rolodex to see if you have an artist friend or two. Aha, you found one. Well, sort of. Your friend Sally attended art school. You call her up and ask, Sally, I know this sounds silly, but I've been invited to an event where I'm bound to be talking with a lot of artists. Could you give me a few good questions to ask? Sally might find your query a tad unusual, but your diligence should impress her. Maybe she'll say, well, ask artists what medium they work in. Medium, you ask. Sure, she'll tell you. That's the insider's way to ask if they work with acrylics, oil, charcoal, pen, and so forth. Oh, don't ask artists to describe their work, she warns. They feel theirs is a visual medium that can't be described. Oh, and don't ask them if their work is in a gallery. Oh, that could be a sore point. Instead, ask, is there any place I might see your work? They'll love that because, even if they're not represented by a gallery, they can invite you to their studio to possibly buy their work. Technique 39. Learn a little gobbledygook. Big winners speak gobbledygook as a second language. What is gobbledygook? It's the language of other professions. Why speak it? It makes you sound like an insider. How do you learn it? You'll find no gobbledygook cassettes in the language section of your bookstore, but the lingo is easy to pick up. Simply ask a friend who speaks the lingo of the crowd you'll be with to teach you a few opening questions. The words are few, and the rewards are manifold. That's all you need to get started. 2 good opening art questions and a warning against the most asked dumb outsider question. Let's say you've given a great opening serve with the right question about their job. You've slammed a swift ball dead center into their conversational court. Happily, thinking they're with an ace player, they answer your question. Then they put a little spin on the ball and send it lobbing right back into your court, and it's time for a follow-up question. Whoops, what to do now? If you don't want to come out of the bluffer's closet just yet, you must master the next technique, bearing their hot button. 40. How to bear their hot button. Elementary C talk. My friend John, a physician, recently married a charming Japanese woman, Yumika. John told me that the first time they were invited to a party to meet many of John's colleagues, Yumika was panic-stricken. She wanted to make a good impression, yet she was tense about talking to American doctors. John was the only one she'd ever met, and during their romance, they didn't spend a whole lot of time discussing medicine. John told her, don't worry about it, Yami. They all ask each other the same old questions. When you meet them, just ask, what's your specialty? And, are you affiliated with a hospital? Then, to get into deeper conversation, he continued, throw out questions like, how's your relationship with your hospital? Or, how's the current medical environment affecting you? These are hot issues with doctors because everything's changing in healthcare. John said Yumika delivered the lines verbatim. She circulated the party asking the various doctors' specialties and inquiring about their affiliations and relationships with their hospitals. As a result, she was the hit of the party. Many of John's colleagues later congratulated him on having found such a charming and insightful woman. Getting the real grabber. It's not just Doc RS. Every profession has answers that are all the buzz within the industry. The rest of the world, however, knows little about these fixations. For example, independent booksellers constantly complain that big superstore chains are taking over the industry. Accountants lie awake nights worrying about liability insurance for faulty audits. Dentists grind their teeth over OSHA and EPA regulations. Oh, us writers, too. We're always bellyaching about magazines not paying us for electronic rights to our precious words. Suppose some hapless soul were unlucky enough to find himself at a party of writers. Making conversation with these folks who seldom know what they think until they see what they say is no easy task for one who is accustomed to communicating in the spoken word. However, If before the party the non-writer had called just one writer acquaintance and asked about the burning issues, he'd have had hot conversation with the wordsmiths all evening. I call the technique, bearing their hot button. Technique number 40. Bearing their hot button. E4 Jumping blindly into a bevy of bookbinders or a drove of dentists, find out what the hot issues are in their fields. Every industry has burning concerns the outside world knows little about. Ask your informant to bear the industry buzz. Then, to heat the conversation up, push those buttons. Back to the art show you're about to attend. You can't let Sally hang up yet. She's given you the 2 best opening questions for artists. But don't let her go until you get the real conversational grabber. Ask her the hottest issues going on in the art world. She might think for a minute and then say, well, there's always art prices. Art prices? You ask. Yes, she explains. For example, in the 1980s, the art world was very market-driven. Prices went sky-high because some investors and status seekers paid exorbitant amounts. We feel that kind of took art away from the masses. Wow, now you're really armed with some good insider art talk. See you at the big one. While you're at it, don't forget to grill your informant for special insider greetings to use when you're with their gang. For example, actresses cringe if they hear, good luck, before a show, but they smile at well-wishers who say, break a leg. Break a leg, however, is not appropriate for runners before a marathon. That's the last thought they want to have. The only thing they want to break is their personal record. Have a personal best. Firefighters who work on shift seldom see each other except, of course, at the biggest blazes. Thus, the firefighters' greeting is, see ya at the big one. Once, while driving in a sleepy town you'd have to work at getting lost in, I succeeded. I was hopelessly turned around. Happily, I spotted the firehouse and a couple of bored firefighters lounging out front. Excuse me, can you tell me the way back to Route 50? I called out the window. I could tell from their attitude they thought I was an idiot. Nevertheless, they lethargically pointed me in the right direction. As I drove off, I called out, thanks, guys. See ya at the big one. In the rearview mirror, I saw huge smiles break out on their faces as they stood up in unison and waved goodbye. The disoriented dizzy blonde driving off had won their respect with her insider salute. 41. How to secretly learn about their lives. Let's say your paper carrier has just hurled the newspaper from his bike to your front door. You pour a cup of coffee and get comfortable to catch up on what's happening in the world, your world, that is. Do you flip first to the international news, the fashion section, the sports page, the entertainment section, maybe the comics? Whichever section you usually flip to first, tomorrow don't. Turn to any other section, preferably one you hardly ever read. Why? Because it will familiarize you with other worlds so that you can soon discuss anything with anybody, no matter how little you have in common. How about the real estate section? Yawn. Maybe you don't find real estate especially engrossing. However, sooner or later, you're going to find yourself with a group of people who are discussing properties, deals, and today's market. Scanning the real estate section just once every few weeks will keep you au current with their conversation. The advertising column. Maybe you think the world would be a far, far better place without Madison Avenue. But your bottom line won't be better off if you can't hold your own discussing matters with the marketing maven you've just contracted to advertise your company's widgets. Just a few peeks at the advertising news section and you'll soon be chatting about campaigns and creative people, and doing print or TV. Instead of saying words, you'll be saying copy. Instead of the agency, you'll be bandying about real insider terms like the shop. Using outsider words is one of the biggest giveaways that you are not in the know. On the ship, if a passenger asked any of my staff, how long have you been working on the boat? They'd squelch a groan. Cruise staffers proudly worked on a ship, and the word boat revealed the passenger as a real landlubber. The right word can perform conversational miracles. In the receiving line, whenever passengers asked our laconic captain, when did you first become a master? Or, what was your first command? He would hold up the entire line of people snaking around the ballroom waiting to shake his hand. Captain Caffiero would enthusiastically recount his naval history to the savvy inquirer who might have just learned the words, master, or command, last week in the newspaper shipping notices. If the passenger had simply said, how long have you been a captain? Or, What was your first boat? He or she would have gotten the captain's usual Italian gentleman's version of the bum's rush. Soon you'll become addicted to the high that establishing rapport with so many people gives you. All it takes is reading different sections of the newspaper. Pump their pulp for even more fuel. Then, when you crave a bigger hit of insider lingo, start reading trade journals. Those are the closed circulation magazines that go to members of various industries. Ask your friends in different jobs to lend you one so you'll have even more fuel for the conversational fire. All industries have one or two. You'll see big glossy rags with names like automotive news, restaurant business, pool and spa news, trucking industry, asterisk and even hogs today for people in the pig business. Excuse me, they call themselves swine practitioners. Hey, you never know when, to make your next big sale, it will help to speak pig. Any one issue will give you a sample of their lingo and inform you of the hottest issues in that field. When it comes to people's hobbies and interests, browse through magazines on running, working out, bicycling, skiing, swimming, and surfing. Large magazine stores carry biker rags, boxer rags, bowler rags, even bull riding rags. You'll find thousands of special interest magazines published every month. Several years ago, I got hooked on buying a different one each week. It paid off quickly when a potential consulting client invited me to dinner at her home. She had a beautiful garden, and thanks to Flower and Garden magazine, asterisk I could throw out insider terms like ornamentals, annuals, and perennials. I could even keep up when the discussion turned to the advantages of growing from seeds or bulbs. Because I was so fluent in flower, she invited me to take a longer walk with her to see her private back gardens. As we strolled, I gradually changed the subject from chrysanthemums to the consulting work I could do for her company. Who was leading whom down the garden path? Is the world getting smaller, or are we getting bigger? Today's Renaissance man or woman is comfortable and confident anywhere. The next technique helps you be an insider wherever you find yourself on the planet, and it saves you from fulfilling the world's fantasy of the ugly American. 42. How to talk when you're in other country. Say you're traveling abroad on business and you want to be a global insider. What's the first thing on your to-do list? Get a passport and a phrase book, right? After all, who wants to wander around Rome not knowing how to ask for a restroom? Or be thirsty in Kuala Lumpur not knowing how to ask for a soda? However, there's something most of us forget to pack, often with dire consequences: a book on international customs. A friend of mine, a fellow speaker named Geraldine, was excited about her first speech in Japan. To be comfortable on her long flight to Tokyo, she donned her favorite designer jeans and a casual jacket. 14 hours and 6,737 miles later, 4 impeccably dressed Japanese gentlemen greeted her at Narita Airport. Smiling and bowing low, they handed her their business cards. With her carry-on bag in one hand, Jerry took their cards with the other. She thanked them, glanced briefly at the cards, and packed them safely into her back pocket. She then pulled one of her business cards out of her purse and, sensitive to the fact that they might have difficulty pronouncing Geraldine, wrote her nickname, Jerry, above her printed name. The gentleman hovered over her card, turning it over to examine it a few times before one of them put it in his briefcase. When the 5 of them arrived at the hotel, they invited Jerry for tea in the lobby. While sipping tea, the gentleman presented her with a small gift, which she eagerly opened. One of Jerry's most charming qualities is her instinctive warmth and effusiveness. She was thrilled with the gift and, in typical Jerry style, squealed, "Oh, it's beautiful," as she gave each of the gentlemen a little hug. At this point, the 4 Japanese gentlemen stood up in unison like 4 frowning Siamese twins and, bowing only very slightly, mumbled, "Sayonara," and promptly left. Poor Jerry was flabbergasted. What did she do wrong? Everything. First, the jeans. Even if you're coming off a bicycle in Asia, you do not meet clients casually dressed. The second mistake was Jerry's vulgar handling of their business cards. In Asia, the business card is one of the most important protocol tools. It is always presented and accepted reverently with both hands, except in Muslim Asia, where the left hand is considered unclean. Jerry then put their cards away much too quickly. In Asia, people use business cards as a conversation starter. You chat about each other's cards and work and do not put theirs away until they gently and respectfully place yours in safekeeping. Shoving it into her back jeans pocket was the ultimate disrespect. Jerry didn't discover her fourth gaffe until she returned home. One of her colleagues, Bill, a seasoned business traveler, analyzed the fiasco for her. Bill told her that the reason the gentleman had turned Geraldine's card over and over when she gave it to them at the airport was to find her name, title, and company printed in Japanese on the other side. The flip side of Jerry's card was, of course, blank. Then, the fifth horror of horrors, Jerry should not have written on the card. Cards in Asia are not exactly sacred, but one should never deface them with messy handwriting. The sad tale of Jerry and the Japanese gets worse. Bill broke the bad news to her. She should not have opened the gift in front of her clients. Why? Because in a land where saving face is critical, it would be embarrassing to discover the gift they gave was not as nice as the one they received. Yikes, Jerry hadn't even given them a gift. Gaffe number 7. Jerry's little squeal when receiving the gift was also a boo-boo. In Asia, the lower the tone of voice, the higher the rank. The final flub was, of course, giving the gentleman a thank you hug. Hugging, highly revered in certain parts of the world, is, in Japan, absolutely unacceptable with a new client. Needless to say, Jerry has not been invited back to Japan. However, she does have a gig coming up in El Salvador. This time she's smart. She's studying up on the customs there. Happily, she's finding she can hug to her heart's content. However, she shouldn't use her or anybody else's first name. Oh, and she must not introduce herself as an American. After all, Salvadorans are Americans, too. The differences around the world go on and on. Whenever I travel, I have to hit myself over the head and realize I'm not in the anything goes ol' USA. I love to travel in jeans, I'm an incurable hugger, and I can't wait to see what's in a gift box anybody gives me. However, whenever I plan to leave Uncle Sam's shores, I check on foreign customs to see how much of myself I can be. Technique 42. Clear customs. Before putting one toe on foreign soil, get a book on dos and taboos around the world. Before you shake hands, give a gift, make gestures, or even compliment anyone's possessions, check it out. Your gaffe could gum up your entire gig. There are some excellent books on international customs. You'll find the names of a few in the notes. Don't be like another hapless colleague of mine who almost blew a big business deal with a Brazilian. Just before signing the contract, he gave the OK sign with his thumb and forefinger. Little did he know he was telling his new business partner to go have intercourse with himself. You never know until it's too late. Now we come to where being an insider shows immediate, tangible, and calculable rewards. And where being an outsider really hurts, right in your pocket or purse. 43. How to talk them into getting the insider's price on practically anything you buy. Never underestimate human ingenuity when it comes to getting what you want. Many people expand the adage, all's fair in love and war, to all is fair in love, war, and buying what I want. To get a table at a posh restaurant on a busy night, using a celebrity name as an old ploy. My favorite maitre d' told me he gets a lot of Robert De Niro's phoning in a reservation. When their party of 6 or 8 arrives, he hears, "I'm so sorry, Rob wasn't feeling well this evening." One woman, frustrated when her fake celebrity name didn't work, shouted at him, "Look, who the hell do I have to be to get a table? I'll be anyone you want me to be. Goldie Hawn, Steffi Graf, Fergie, just tell me." Some people try a last-minute approach. They simply walk up to the maitre d' at an overbooked restaurant, point to any name on the reservation book, and say, "That's us." You'll witness the same cunning at overbooked hotels. Several months ago, I was checking into a popular hotel for which, fortunately, I had a confirmed reservation. A loudmouthed man in front of me in line shouted at the desk clerk, "Wad I mean, no room. I'm staying in this hotel tonight. If you don't have a room, I'm sleeping right here on the floor." His temper tantrum was not working. "And I warn you," he continued, "I sleep in the nude." He got a room. These crafty childish tactics are not recommended. Rather, I suggest a more principled technique called bluffing for bargains. It was born one afternoon sitting with an insurance broker, Mr. Carson. He was trying to sell me a homeowner's policy. Of course, I wanted the most coverage for the least cash. Carson was a smooth operator, and he was patiently explaining to me in layman's terms the benefits of certain riders he was pushing. Just as he started discussing disasters like wars and hurricanes, his phone rang. With apologies, he picked up the receiver. It was one of his colleagues. Suddenly, a metamorphosis took place before my eyes. The sophisticated salesman became a palsy-walsy, regular, down-home kind of guy chatting it up with his old buddy about umbrellas. I thought they were discussing the weather. Then the conversation turned to floaters. I now assumed they were talking about an eye problem. It took a while for me to realize that umbrella policies and floaters were part of the insurance they were speaking about. A few minutes later, Carson said, "Yeah, okay, so long, buddy," and put the phone down. He cleared his throat and again transformed back into the formal sales agent patiently defining damages and deductibles to a naive client. Sitting there listening to bafflegab like subrogation and pro rata liability, I began to ponder, if Carson's colleague who just called wanted to buy insurance, he would have gotten a much better policy, much cheaper. In practically every industry, vendors give two prices on goods or services, one to insiders and one to you and me. Before I let myself get angry about this, I thought it through. Is it unfair? Not really. If the vendor doesn't have to spend time being a salesman or psychologist answering the endless stream of novice questions, he can afford to give his best price. Carson wouldn't have had to take 20 minutes explaining to his colleague, as he did to me, why, if a tornado takes your house, it's considered an act of God. Therefore, you lose. When knowledgeable associates buy products, the vendor is happily reduced to nothing more than a purchasing agent. For very little work, he makes a small profit and is satisfied. A little bit of knowledge goes a long way when you're buying something. If you have insight into your real estate broker's bottom line, he's more apt to give you the better price. If you are familiar with the insider words caterers and car salesmen use to pad their profits, if you're savvy to the techniques moving companies and mechanics use to bilk the unsuspecting, if you are on the lookout for lawyers' methods of fattening fees, in short, if you know the ropes, you will not get ripped off. You don't need to know a lot, just a few insider terms. The pro assumes, since you are conversant in some esoteric industry terms, you also know the best deal and rock bottom price. No one put it better than my house painter, Iggy. Sure, he told me, you gotta know how to talk to a painter. Not me, but a lot of them other guys, they're gonna get whatever they can. It's only human nature, especially if you're a woman and you deal with them smart, like I'm gonna tell you how, their hair will stand on end. They'll say to themselves, hey, this is no Babe in the Woods. I better deal straight. Okay, Iggy, how? He said, tell those guys, look, the walls need very little prepping. You're not going to have to spend much time scraping and spackling. It's a clean job. Iggy told me these few sentences alone can save you hundreds of dollars. Why? Right away, the painter knows you know the score and that the most time-consuming part for him is preparing the surface prepping in painteries. Therefore, it's his biggest markup item. Then, Iggy continued, when you tell him there will be no cutting in painting two colors next to each other, your price goes down again. Be sure and tell him not to leave any holidays unpainted or sparsely painted spots and you get a more careful job. I'm only sorry I don't have an Iggy in every field to give me a crash course in how to deal. How to deal when there's no Iggy in your life. Here's how to get the best price and the best deal from anyone. Find your Iggy informer. If you have a friend in the business, get the lingo from him. If not, instead of going straight to the vendor you want to buy from, visit several others first. Talk with them. Learn a little lingo from each. For instance, suppose you want to buy a diamond. Instead of going right to your favorite jewelry shop and asking dumbbell diamond questions, go to the competition. Make friends with the sales clerk and pick up a few gems of diamonds. You'll learn jewelers say, stones, not diamonds. When you're talking about the top of the stone, they say, table, the widest part is the girdle, the bottom is the cutlet. If the stone looks yellow, don't say, yellow, say, cape. If you see flaws, don't say, flaws, say, inclusions, or glets. If you still don't like the stone, don't say, I'd like to see something better, say, finer. Don't ask me why, that's just the way the diamond crowd talks. Then, when you've got your lingo down, go to where you want to buy. Because you now speak diamond, you get a much better price. Technique 43. Bluffing for bargains. The haggling skills used in ancient Arab markets are alive and well in contemporary America for big-ticket items. Your price is much lower when you know how to deal. Before every big purchase, Find several vendors, a few to learn from and one to buy from. Armed with a few words of industry lingo, you're ready to head for the store where you're going to buy. Soon you'll be asking furriers where the skins were dressed, moving companies for their ICC performance record, and lawyers the hourly rate of paralegals and associates. Then these folks, like Iggy the painter, will say to themselves, "Hey, this is no Babe in the Woods, I better deal straight." Let us now delve deeper into the world of being an insider. This time we explore how to give your conversation partner the sense that you share not only experiences but the heavy stuff. You share beliefs and values in life. Part 5. How to sound like your peas in a pod. Why, we're just alike. If you squint your eyes and look up carefully at a flight of birds, you'll see finches flying with finches, swallows soaring with swallows, and yellow birds winging it with yellow birds. The avian apartheid escalates. You'll never see a barn swallow with a bank swallow, or even a yellow bird hanging out with a yellow finch. Somebody summed it up shorter: birds of a feather flock together. Happily, humans are smarter than birds. At least in one respect: we have brains capable of overcoming bias. Really smart human beings work together, play together, and break bread together. Does that mean their comfort level is high? Well, that depends on the individual. Our purpose here is not to examine the absurdity of apartheid. It is to leave no stone unturned in making sure people are completely comfortable doing business or spending leisure time with you. It has been proven beyond a doubt that people are most receptive to those they feel have the same values in life. In one study, individuals were first given a personality and beliefs test. They were then paired off with a partner and told to spend time together. Before meeting, half the couples were told they were very similar in beliefs to their partner. The other half were told they were dissimilar. Neither statement was true. However, when quizzed afterward on how much they liked each other, partners who believed they were similar liked each other a lot more than the couples who thought themselves to be dissimilar, demonstrating our predisposition toward people we believe are just like us. We are most comfortable giving our business and friendship to those we feel share our values and beliefs in life. To that end, I offer 6 techniques to create sensations of similarity with everyone you wish to engage. Along with fostering deeper rapport with customers, friends, and associates, using the following techniques develops a deeper understanding and empathy with people of all races and backgrounds. It also opens doors that might otherwise be closed to you. Here is the corrected version of the text. 44. How to make them feel you're of the same class. Just like the finch flaps its wings faster than the gliding eagle, people of different backgrounds move differently. For example, Westerners, used to the wide open plains, stand farther from each other. Easterners, systematically sardined into subways and crowded buses, stand closer. Asian Americans make modest movements, while Italian Americans make massive ones. At tea time, the finishing school set genuflects and gracefully lowers their derrieres onto the sofa. When the ladies reach for a cup, they hold the saucer in one hand and the cup in the other, pinky ever so slightly extended. Folks who never finished any manners school make a fanny dive in the middle of the sofa and clutch the cup with both hands. Is one right? Is the other wrong? No. However, top communicators know that when doing business with a derriere dipping pinky extender or a fanny plopping, two-fisted mug grabber, they darn well should do the same. People feel comfortable around those who move just like they do. I have a friend who travels the country giving an outrageous seminar called, How to Marry the Rich. Jeannie was once in a Las Vegas casino when a television reporter asked if she could tell the real rich from the great pretenders. Of course, Jeannie answered. All right, challenged the reporter. Who is the wealthiest man in this room? Convened at the next table were 3 men in tailored suits, Hayward of Mayfair, London, no doubt handmade shirts, Charvet of Place Vendôme in Paris, no doubt, and sipping Scotch, single malt Lefroy from the Scottish island of Islay, no doubt. The reporter, naturally, assumed Jeannie would choose one of these likely candidates. Instead, with the scrutiny of a hunting dog, Jeannie's eyes scanned the room. Like a trained basset hound, she instinctively pointed a long red fingernail at a fellow in torn jeans at a corner table. She murmured, "He's very rich." Flabbergasted, the reporter asked Jeannie, "How can you tell?" "He moves like old money," she said. "You see," Jeannie went on to explain, "there's moving like old money, moving like new money, and moving like no money. Jeannie could tell the unlikely chap in the corner was obviously sitting on big assets, all because of the way he moved. Technique 44. BACOPYCLASS. Watch people. Look at the way they move. Small movements, big movements, fast, slow, jerky, fluid, old, young, classy, trashy. Pretend the person you are talking to is your dance instructor. Is he a jazzy mover? Is she a balletic mover? Watch his or her body, then imitate the style of movement. That makes your conversation partner subliminally feel really comfortable with you. They're buying you, too. If you're in sales, copy not only your customer's class but also the class of your product. I live in a section of New York City called Soho, which is a few blocks above the famous for being trashy Canal Street. Often, clutching my purse tightly and dodging the crowds on Canal Street, I'll pass a pickpocket-turned-salesman for the day. He furtively looks around and flashes a greasy handkerchief at me with a piece of jewelry on it. Psst, wanna buy a gold chain? His nervous thief's demeanor alone could get him arrested. Now, about 60 blocks uptown, you'll find the fashionable and very expensive Tiffany's jewelry store. Occasionally, clutching my fantasies of being able to afford something therein, I stroll through the huge gilt doors. Imagine one of the impeccably dressed sales professionals behind the beveled glass counters furtively looking around and saying to me, "Psst, wanna buy a diamond? No sale. Match your personality to your product. Selling handmade suits. A little decorum, please. Selling jeans. A little cool, please. Selling sweatsuits. A little sporty, please." And so on for whatever you're selling. Remember, you are your customer's buying experience. Therefore, you are part of the product they're buying. 46. How to really make it clear to them. I recently had to make a presentation to 15 men in a corporate meeting. Okay, I said to myself as I stood up, 15 Martians and 1 Venusian. No problem. I'd read men are from Mars, women are from Venus. I'd explored neurological differences in men's and women's brains. I knew all about gender-specific body language signals. Hey, I teach communications differences. I was well prepared to talk to these men, get my point across, and fend off any questions. Everything started out fine. I'd conceived my presentation clearly and concisely, developed each theme, and presented it flawlessly. Then, I sat down and confidently invited questions and open discussion. That's when it fell apart. All I remember is a horrifying barrage of questions couched in football analogies. "Do you think we dropped the ball on that one?" One man asked. "Yeah," another responded. "But can we make a fumble recovery?" Those two I understood. However, when it got to pass coverage and intentional grounding, I started to lose it. When one guy raved about a Hail Mary pass being needed to save the deal, I suffered the ultimate humiliation. I had to ask, what does that mean? The guys looked at each other knowingly and then smiled condescendingly as they explained it to me. That night, I had sadistic fantasies of 15 women running the company and one man left scratching his head as we bandied about childbirth analogies. "We won't get his new proposal till the 3rd trimester, reports the account exec. "Yeah, but that's 6 months away. Let's get it by C-section, responds the controller. "Why bother?" asks the marketing VP. "All his ideas are developed in vitro anyway. I'm about to go into postpartum depression," murmurs the CEO. The lone male employee is left as confused and humiliated as I was in the face of football analogies. Ahem, the aim of this book is not to feed fiendish fantasies but to improve communications. To that end, I offer the following technique based on analogies, not just football analogies. Because old boy analogies are unsportsmanlike conduct with the girls, on-target analogies hit bull's-eye. Analogies can be an effective communication tool if you evoke images from the life of the person you are talking to. Men don't use football analogies to obfuscate matters or confuse women, but to clarify situations for each other. Analogies from the sport bring situations to life for men because, generally, they watch more football than women. Moving on to other sports analogies. Everyone knows what the speaker means when he or she hears, "We'll never strike out with this solution." Nevertheless, the image would be more compelling to a baseball fan, as would analogies like, "caught on the fly," "hitting the dirt," or "throwing a spitball." You've heard people say, "This solution is right on target." We all understand it, but the phrasing would be more dramatic for archery enthusiasts. If your listener were a bowler, speaking of gutter balls, or big splits, would bring whatever you were discussing to life. If your business buddies were basketball fans, analogies like hook shot or air ball would land right in their basket. If your client wrestles, saying feints and scissor holds would be the way to grab his attention. These analogies might sound far-fetched to you, but they are potent communication tools when they evoke your conversation partner's world. Why not use the most powerful terms possible to get your point across and make the sale? I call the technique potent imaging. Technique 46. Potent imaging. Does your customer have a garden? Talk about sowing the seeds for success. Does your boss own a boat? Tell him or her about a concept that will hold water or stay afloat. Maybe he is a private pilot. Talk about a concept really taking off. Does she play tennis? Tell her it really hits the sweet spot. Evoke your listener's interests or lifestyle and weave images around it. To give your points more power and punch, use analogies from your listener's world, not your own. Potent imaging also tells your listeners you think like them and hints that you share their interests. Pardon me while I return momentarily to my sadistic fantasies of the hopelessly confused lone male employee. The all-female management team is now arguing the corporate strategy using, not football of course, but ballet analogies. I say let's do the corporate takeover allegro, she suggests. Nah, you gotta go adagio in these matters, her colleague responds. But what if they do a tour jeté while we're poised in fifth? Come on, did you ever see a good pas seul from their president? The top woman settles it. I say let's just give him a little reverence, and then a grand battement in the balls. 47. How to make them feel you empathize without just saying, yep, yeah. While listening to someone talk, we often vocalize, or purr throaty little, sounds to reassure the speaker that we have heard their words. In fact, for some, it's such a habit that the noises escape their throats unconsciously. My friend Phil is a consummate, constant, and incontinent ummer. Whenever I'm talking, occasionally, if I'm feeling contentious after he's given one of his agreeable UMMs, in response to something I've said, I challenge him with, okay, Phil, what did I say? Well, gosh. Phil has no idea. It's not his fault. He's male. Men are especially guilty of the not really listening habit. Once, when I was on a monologue about nothing in particular, Phil was on a real roll. To test his listening skills, I slipped in, yes, this afternoon I think I'll go out and get tattooed all over my body. Phil nodded his habitual, well, umming is better than a blank stare. However, it's not the choice of top communicators. Try replacing your UMMs with full-blown empathizers. What are empathizers? Empathizers are simple, short, supportive statements. Unlike, they are complete sentences such as, I can appreciate that you decided to do that, or, that really is exciting. Empathizers can be one-sentence positive critiques like, yes, that was the honorable thing to do, or, it's charming that you felt that way. When you respond with complete sentences instead of the usual grunts, not only do you come across as more articulate, but your listener feels that you really understand. Technique 47. Employ empathizers. Don't be an unconscious ummer. Vocalize complete sentences to show your understanding. Dust your dialogue with phrases like, I see what you mean. Sprinkle it with sentimental sparklers like, that's a lovely thing to say. Your empathy impresses your listeners and encourages them to continue. Of course, you pay a price. To use the right empathizers, you do need to listen. Now let's fine-tune this technique and explore advanced empathizing. 48. How to make them think you see, hear, feel it just the way they do. About 10 years ago, I had a roommate named Brenda. Brenda was a tap dance teacher who didn't just tap dance to make a living, she lived to tap. Posters of Bill, Bojangles, Robinson and Charles, Ani, Coles plastered her walls. She didn't walk around the house, she tapped her way from room to room. It was noisy, but at least, when a phone call came for Brenda, I never had trouble finding her. Once I asked Brenda when she got interested in tap. She said, from the moment I first opened my ears. Her ears. I thought, that's strange. Most people say, from the moment I opened my eyes. At that moment, I realized Brenda saw the world more through her ears than her eyes. We all perceive the world through 5 senses. We see the world, we hear the world, we feel the world, we smell the world, And we taste the world. Therefore, we talk in terms of those 5 senses. Proponents of neurolinguistic programming (NLP) tell us that for each person, one sense is stronger than the others. For Brenda, it was her hearing. Brenda told me she grew up in a dark apartment below street level in New York City. She remembers, as an infant, hearing the pitter-patter of feet walking just above her crib on the sidewalk. As a toddler, her tiny ears were bombarded with honking horns, shrieking sirens, and tire chains slapping the icy streets. She especially remembers the clumpety-clomp of police horses' hooves on the pavement outside her window. Her first perceptions of the outside world came to her through her ears. To this day, sound dominates her life. Brenda, the tap dancer, is an auditory person. Since neurolinguists suggest invoking our listener's strongest sense, I tried a few auditory references on Brenda. Rather than saying, "That looks good to me," I'd say, "That sounds good." Instead of saying, "I see what you mean," I'd say, "I hear you." When I used these auditory references, I felt she paid more attention. So I started listening very carefully to all my friends to discover which was their primary perception. Sometimes I'd hear visual references like, "I see what you mean. That looks good to me. I can't picture myself doing that. I take a dim view of that idea. From my perspective, wow, I thought I was really onto something." A wrinkle develops. But then, whoops, at other times, I'd hear that same friend say, "Yeah, I hear you. Sure, that sounds good to me." I kept saying to myself it would work. That has a negative ring to it. He really tuned out on the whole idea. Something tells me, this wasn't going to be quite as easy as I had expected. However, I wasn't ready to give up. Once, Brenda and I went skiing with several friends. That night we were at a party. One of our friends was telling a group of people, the ski slopes were beautiful. Everything was so crystal clear and white. A visual person, I asked myself. Another skier added, the feel of the fresh snow on our faces was terrific. Aha, a kinesthetic person, I mused silently. Sure enough, just then, Brenda said, today was so silent. The only sound you could hear was the wind in your ears as you came swooshing down the slopes. That little riff convinced me there was something to it. However, I still found it difficult to discern one's primary sense. A simple solution: here's what I've found does work, and it doesn't take too much detective work on your part. I call the technique anatomically correct empathizers, and it's easy to master. Unless it is obvious that the person you are speaking with is primarily visual, auditory, or kinesthetic, simply respond in his or her mode of the moment. Match your empathizers to the current sense someone is talking through. For example, suppose a business colleague describing a financial plan says, "With this plan, we can see our way clear in 6 months." Since this time she's using primarily visual references, say, "I see what you mean," or, "You really have a clear picture of that situation." If, instead, your colleague had said, "This plan has a good ring to it," you'd substitute auditory empathizers like, "It does sound great," or, "I hear you." A third possibility. Suppose she had said, "I have a gut feeling this plan will work." Now you give her a kinesthetic empathizer like, "I can understand how you feel," or, "You have a good grasp of that problem." Technique 48. Anatomically correct empathizers. What part of their anatomy are your associates talking through? Their eyes, their ears, their gut. For visual people, use visual empathizers to make them think you see the world the way they do. For auditory folks, use auditory empathizers to make them think you hear them loud and clear. For kinesthetic types, use kinesthetic empathizers to make them think you feel the same way they do. What about the other 2 senses, taste and smell? Well, I've never run up against any gustatory or olfactory types. But you could always compliment a chef by saying, "That's a delicious idea." And if you are talking to your dog olfactory, of course tell him, "The whole idea stinks." The next technique helps create affinity with a single word. 49. How to make them think we instead of you versus me. By just eavesdropping for a few moments on any 2 people chatting, you could tell a lot about their relationship. You could tell if they were new acquaintances or old friends. You could tell whether a man and a woman were strangers or a couple. You wouldn't even need to hear friends call each other pal, buddy, or mate. You wouldn't need to hear a man and a woman whisper, "Dear, sweetheart," or "turtle dove." It wouldn't matter what they were discussing or even their tone of voice. You could even be blindfolded and tell a lot about their relationship because the technique I'm about to share has nothing to do with body language. How? A fascinating progression of conversation unfolds as people become closer. Here's how it develops. Level 1. Clichés. Two strangers talking together primarily toss clichés back and forth. For instance, when chatting about the universally agreed upon world's dullest subject, the weather, one stranger might say to the other, "Beautiful sunny weather we've been having." Or, "Boy, some rain, huh?" That's level 1. Clichés. Level 2. Facts. People who know each other but are just acquaintances often discuss facts. "You know, Joe, we've had twice as many sunny days this year to date as last." Or, "Yeah, well, we finally decided to put in a swimming pool to beat the heat." Level 3. Feelings and personal questions. When people become friends, they often express their feelings to each other, even on subjects as dull as the weather. "George, I just love these sunny days." They also ask each other personal questions. "How about you, Betty? Are you a sun person?" Level 4. We statements. Now we progress to the highest level of intimacy. This level is richer than facts and creates more rapport than feelings. It's we and us statements. Friends discussing the weather might say, "If we keep having this good weather, it'll be a great summer." Lovers might say, "I hope this good weather keeps up for us so we can go swimming on our trip." A technique to achieve the ultimate verbal intimacy grows out of this phenomenon. Simply use the word, we, prematurely. You can use it to make a client, a prospect, or a stranger feel you are already friends. Use it to make a potential romantic partner feel the two of you are already an item. I call it the premature we. In casual conversation, simply cut through levels 1 and 2. Jump straight to 3 and 4. Ask your prospect's feelings on something the way you would query a friend. "George, how do you feel about the new governor?" Then use the pronoun, we, when discussing anything that might affect the two of you. "Do you think we're going to prosper during his administration?" Make it a point to concoct we sentences, the kind people instinctively reserve for friends, lovers, and other intimates. "I think we'll survive while the governor's in office." The word, we, fosters togetherness. It makes the listener feel connected. It gives a subliminal feeling of, you and me against the cold, cold world. When you prematurely say, we, or, us, even to strangers, it subconsciously brings them closer. It subliminally hints you are already friends. At a party, you might say to someone standing behind you at the buffet line, "Hey, this looks great. They really laid out a nice spread for us." Or, "Oh, we're going to get fat if we let ourselves enjoy all of this." Technique 49. He premature we. Create the sensation of intimacy with someone even if you've met just moments before. Scramble the signals in their psyche by skipping conversational levels 1 and 2 and cutting right to levels 3 and 4. Elicit intimate feelings by using the magic words, we, us, and, are. Well, we have just explored how to copy our conversation partners' movements with, be a copy class, echo their words, evoke potent images from their world, create a bond through their primary sense with, anatomically correct empathizers, and establish subliminal friendship with words like, we. What else do friends, lovers, and close associates have in common? A history. The final technique in this section is a device to give a fairly new acquaintance the warm and fuzzy feeling that the two of you have been together for a long, long time. 50. How to create a friendly, private joke with them. Lovers whisper phrases in each other's ears that mean nothing to anyone but themselves. Friends crack up over a few words that sound like gobbledygook to anyone overhearing them. Close business associates chuckle about shared experiences. One company I've worked with has seen re-engineering, empowerment, TQM, and team building come and go in one decade. At company parties, the employees never fail to crack up over the time when the whole company, managers to mailroom clerks, scrambled up a 29-foot pole together all in the name of team building. The CEO slipped down the pole and broke his big toe. At the next weekly meeting, the CEO shook his crutch and caustically announced, "No more team exercises." Thus, the death of team building and the birth of a private joke. Out of shared experiences like this, a company culture grows. These employees have a history and a language to go with it. To this day, whenever they want to put an abrupt end to any idea, they say, "Let's shake a crutch at it," or, "Let's slide that one down the flagpole." They all smile. Nobody knows what they mean except fellow employees. The playwright Neil Simon can sometimes, with a single word, make an entire Broadway audience understand that two performers on stage are either married or longtime friends. The actor simply says something to the actress that makes no sense to the audience. Then both of them laugh uproariously. Everybody gets the message. These two people are an item. Every time my friend Daryl and I meet, we don't say, hello. We say, quack. Why? We met at a party 5 years ago, and in our first conversation, Daryl told me he grew up on a duck farm. When I told him I'd never seen a duck farm, he performed the best human imitation of a duck I'd ever seen. He flipped his head side to side, looking at me first out of one eye, then the other, all the while flapping his arms and quacking. I got such a laugh out of his performance that it inspired him to do a full flat-footed duck waddle for me. It was contagious. Together, we waddled around the room, flapping and quacking. We made absolute fools of ourselves that evening. Technique 50. Instant history. When you meet a stranger you'd like to make less of a stranger, search for some special moment you shared during your first encounter. Then find a few words that evoke the laugh, the warm smile, and the good feelings the two of you felt. Now, just like old friends, you have a history together, an instant history. With anyone you'd like to make part of your personal or professional future, look for special moments together. Then make them a refrain. The next day, my phone rang. I picked up the receiver to hear, not, hello, this is Daryl, but simply, quack. I'm sure that's what started our friendship. To this day, every time I hear his, quack, on the phone, it floods me with happy, if a tad embarrassing, memories. It recalls our history and renews our friendship no matter how long it's been since we last quacked at each other. Now what's left? Chemistry, charisma, and confidence are three characteristics shared by big winners in all walks of life. Part 1 helped us make a dynamic, confident, and charismatic first impression with body language. In Part 2, we put smooth small talk lyrics to our body ballet. Then in Part 3, we seized hints from the big boys and big girls so we're contenders for life's big league. Part 4 rescued us from being tongue-tied with folks with whom we have very little in common. And in Part 5, we learned techniques to create instant chemistry, instant intimacy, and instant rapport. What's left? You guessed it, making people feel really good about themselves. But compliments are a dangerous weapon in today's world. One mishandling, and you can butcher the relationship. Let us now explore the power of praise, the folly of flattery, and how you can use these potent tools effectively. Part 5. How to sound like your peas in a pod. Why? We're just alike. If you squint your eyes and look up carefully at a flight of birds, you'll see finches flying with finches, swallows soaring with swallows, and yellow birds winging it with yellow birds. The avian apartheid escalates. You'll never see a barn swallow with a bank swallow, or even a yellow bird hanging out with a yellow finch. Somebody summed it up shorter. Birds of a feather flock together. Happily, humans are smarter than birds. At least in one respect. We have brains capable of overcoming bias. Really smart human beings work together, play together, and break bread together. Does that mean their comfort level is high? Well, that depends on the individual. Our purpose here is not to examine the absurdity of apartheid. It is to leave no stone unturned in making sure people are completely comfortable doing business or spending leisure time with you. It has been proven beyond a doubt that people are most receptive to those they feel have the same values in life. In one study, individuals were first given a personality and beliefs test. They were then paired off with a partner and told to spend time together. Before meeting, half the couples were told they were very similar in beliefs to their partner. The other half were told they were dissimilar. Neither statement was true. However, when quizzed afterward on how much they liked each other, partners who believed they were similar liked each other a lot more than the couples who thought themselves to be dissimilar, demonstrating our predisposition toward people we believe are just like us. We are most comfortable giving our business and friendship to those we feel share our values and beliefs in life. To that end, I offer 6 techniques to create sensations of similarity with everyone you wish to engage. Along with fostering deeper rapport with customers, friends, and associates, using the following techniques develops a deeper understanding and empathy with people of all races and backgrounds. It also opens doors that might otherwise be closed to you. Here is the corrected version of the text. 44. How to make them feel you're of the same class. Just like the finch flaps its wings faster than the gliding eagle, people of different backgrounds move differently. For example, Westerners, used to the wide-open plains, stand farther from each other. Easterners, systematically sardined into subways and crowded buses, stand closer. Asian Americans make modest movements, while Italian Americans make massive ones. At tea time, the finishing school set genuflects and gracefully lowers their derrieres onto the sofa. When the ladies reach for a cup, they hold the saucer in one hand and the cup in the other, pinky ever so slightly extended. Folks who never finished any manners school make a fanny dive in the middle of the sofa and clutch the cup with both hands. Is one right? Is the other wrong? No. However, top communicators know that when doing business with a derriere-dipping pinky extender or a fanny plopping, two-fisted mug grabber, they darn well should do the same. People feel comfortable around those who move just like they do. I have a friend who travels the country giving an outrageous seminar called, How to Marry the Rich. Jeannie was once in a Las Vegas casino when a television reporter asked if she could tell the real rich from the great pretenders. Of course, Jeannie answered. All right, challenged the reporter. Who is the wealthiest man in this room? Convened at the next table were three men in tailored suits, Hayward of Mayfair, London, no doubt handmade shirts, Charvet of Place Vendôme in Paris, no doubt, and sipping scotch, single malt Lefroy from the Scottish island of Islay, no doubt. The reporter, naturally, assumed Jeannie would choose one of these likely candidates. Instead, with the scrutiny of a hunting dog, Jeannie's eyes scanned the room. Like a trained basset hound, she instinctively pointed a long red fingernail at a fellow in torn jeans at a corner table. She murmured, "He's very rich." Flabbergasted, the reporter asked Jeannie, "How can you tell?" "He moves like old money," she said. "You see," Jeannie went on to explain, "there's moving like old money, moving like new money, and moving like no money." Jeannie could tell the unlikely chap in the corner was obviously sitting on big assets, all because of the way he moved. Technique 44. BACOPYCLASS. Watch people. Look at the way they move. Small movements, big movements, fast, slow, jerky, fluid, old, young, classy, trashy. Pretend the person you are talking to is your dance instructor. Is he a jazzy mover? Is she a balletic mover? Watch his or her body, then imitate the style of movement. That makes your conversation partner subliminally feel really comfortable with you. They're buying you, too. If you're in sales, copy not only your customer's class but also the class of your product. I live in a section of New York City called Soho, which is a few blocks above the famous for being trashy Canal Street. Often, clutching my purse tightly and dodging the crowds on Canal Street, I'll pass a pickpocket-turned-salesman for the day. He furtively looks around and flashes a greasy handkerchief at me with a piece of jewelry on it. Psst, wanna buy a gold chain? His nervous thief's demeanor alone could get him arrested. Now, about 60 blocks uptown, you'll find the fashionable and very expensive Tiffany's jewelry store. Occasionally, clutching my fantasies of being able to afford something therein, I stroll through the huge gilt doors. Imagine one of the impeccably dressed sales professionals behind the beveled glass counters furtively looking around and saying to me, "Psst, wanna buy a diamond?" No sale. Match your personality to your product. Selling handmade suits. A little decorum, please. Selling jeans. A little cool, please. Selling sweatsuits. A little sporty, please. And so on for whatever you're selling. Remember, you are your customer's buying experience. Therefore, you are part of the product they're buying. 46. How to really make it clear to them. I recently had to make a presentation to 15 men in a corporate meeting. Okay, I said to myself as I stood up, 15 Martians and 1 Venusian. No problem. I'd read men are from Mars, women are from Venus. I'd explored neurological differences in men's and women's brains. I knew all about gender-specific body language signals. Hey, I teach communications differences. I was well prepared to talk to these men, get my point across, and fend off any questions. Everything started out fine. I'd conceived my presentation clearly and concisely, developed each theme, and presented it flawlessly. Then, I sat down and confidently invited questions and open discussion. That's when it fell apart. All I remember is a horrifying barrage of questions couched in football analogies. "Do you think we dropped the ball on that one?" one man asked. "Yeah." Another responded, but can we make a fumble recovery? Those two I understood. However, when it got to pass coverage and intentional grounding, I started to lose it. When one guy raved about a Hail Mary pass being needed to save the deal, I suffered the ultimate humiliation. I had to ask, what does that mean? The guys looked at each other knowingly and then smiled condescendingly as they explained it to me. That night, I had sadistic fantasies of 15 women running the company and one man left scratching his head as we bandied about childbirth analogies. We won't get his new proposal till the 3rd trimester, reports the account exec. Yeah, but that's 6 months away. Let's get it by C-section, responds the controller. Why bother? Asks the marketing VP. All his ideas are developed in vitro anyway. I'm about to go into postpartum depression, murmurs the CEO. The lone male employee is left as confused and humiliated as I was in the face of football analogies. Ahem, the aim of this book is not to feed fiendish fantasies but to improve communications. To that end, I offer the following technique based on analogies, not just football analogies. Because old boy analogies are unsportsmanlike conduct with the girls, on-target analogies hit bull's-eye. Analogies can be an effective communication tool if you evoke images from the life of the person you are talking to. Men don't use football analogies to obfuscate matters or confuse women, but to clarify situations for each other. Analogies from the sport bring situations to life for men because, generally, they watch more football than women. Moving on to other sports analogies. Everyone knows what the speaker means when he or she hears, "We'll never strike out with this solution." Nevertheless, the image would be more compelling to a baseball fan, as would analogies like, caught on the fly, hitting the dirt, or throwing a spitball. You've heard people say, this solution is right on target. We all understand it, but the phrasing would be more dramatic for archery enthusiasts. If your listener were a bowler, speaking of gutter balls, or big splits, would bring whatever you were discussing to life. If your business buddies were basketball fans, analogies like hook shot, or air ball, would land right in their basket. If your client wrestles, saying, feints, and scissor holds, would be the way to grab his attention. These analogies might sound far-fetched to you, but they are potent communication tools when they evoke your conversation partner's world. Why not use the most powerful terms possible to get your point across and make the sale? I call the technique, potent imaging. Technique 46, potent imaging. Does your customer have a garden? Talk about sowing the seeds for success. Does your boss own a boat? Tell him or her about a concept that will hold water, or stay afloat. Maybe he is a private pilot. Talk about a concept really taking off. Does she play tennis? Tell her it really hits the sweet spot. Evoke your listener's interests or lifestyle and weave images around it. To give your points more power and punch, use analogies from your listener's world, not your own. Potent imaging also tells your listeners you think like them and hints that you share their interests. Pardon me while I return momentarily to my sadistic fantasies of the hopelessly confused lone male employee. The all-female management team is now arguing the corporate strategy using, not football of course, but ballet analogies. I say let's do the corporate takeover allegro, she suggests. Nah, you gotta go adagio in these matters, her colleague responds. But what if they do a tour jeté while we're poised in fifth? Come on, did you ever see a good pas seul from their president? The top woman settles it. I say let's just give him a little reverence, and then a grand battement in the balls. 47. How to make them feel you empathize without just saying, yep, yeah. While listening to someone talk, we often vocalize, or purr throaty little, sounds to reassure the speaker that we have heard their words. In fact, for some, it's such a habit that the noises escape their throats unconsciously. My friend Phil is a consummate, constant, and incontinent ummer. Whenever I'm talking, occasionally, if I'm feeling contentious after he's given one of his agreeable UMMS, in response to something I've said, I challenge him with, okay, Phil, what did I say? Well, gosh. Phil has no idea. It's not his fault. He's male. Men are especially guilty of the not really listening habit. Once, when I was on a monologue about nothing in particular, Phil was on a real roll. To test his listening skills, I slipped in, yes, this afternoon I think I'll go out and get tattooed all over my body. Phil nodded his habitual, Well, umming is better than a blank stare. However, it's not the choice of top communicators. Try replacing your UMMS with full-blown empathizers. What are empathizers? Empathizers are simple, short, supportive statements. Unlike, they are complete sentences such as, I can appreciate that you decided to do that, or, that really is exciting. Empathizers can be one-sentence positive critiques like, yes, that was the honorable thing to do, or, it's charming that you felt that way. When you respond with complete sentences instead of the usual grunts, not only do you come across as more articulate, but your listener feels that you really understand. Technique 47. Employ empathizers. Don't be an unconscious ummer. Vocalize complete sentences to show your understanding. Dust your dialogue with phrases like, I see what you mean. Sprinkle it with sentimental sparklers like, that's a lovely thing to say. Your empathy impresses your listeners and encourages them to continue. Of course, you pay a price. To use the right empathizers, you do need to listen. Now let's fine-tune this technique and explore advanced empathizing. 48. How to make them think you see, hear, feel it just the way they do. About 10 years ago, I had a roommate named Brenda. Brenda was a tap dance teacher who didn't just tap dance to make a living, she lived to tap. Posters of Bill, Bojangles, Robinson and Charles, Ani, Coles plastered her walls. She didn't walk around the house, she tapped her way from room to room. It was noisy, but at least, when a phone call came for Brenda, I never had trouble finding her. Once I asked Brenda when she got interested in tap. She said, from the moment I first opened my ears. Her ears. I thought, that's strange. Most people say, from the moment I opened my eyes. At that moment, I realized Brenda saw the world more through her ears than her eyes. We all perceive the world through 5 senses. We see the world, we hear the world, we feel the world, we smell the world, and we taste the world. Therefore, we talk in terms of those 5 senses. Proponents of neurolinguistic programming (NLP) tell us that for each person, one sense is stronger than the others. For Brenda, it was her hearing. Brenda told me she grew up in a dark apartment below street level in New York City. She remembers, as an infant, hearing the pitter-patter of feet walking just above her crib on the sidewalk. As a toddler, her tiny ears were bombarded with honking horns, shrieking sirens, and tire chains slapping the icy streets. She especially remembers the clumpety-clomp of police horses' hooves on the pavement outside her window. Her first perceptions of the outside world came to her through her ears. To this day, sound dominates her life. Brenda, the tap dancer, is an auditory person. Since neurolinguists suggest invoking our listener's strongest sense, I tried a few auditory references on Brenda. Rather than saying, that looks good to me, I'd say, that sounds good. Instead of saying, I see what you mean, I'd say, I hear you. When I used these auditory references, I felt she paid more attention. So I started listening very carefully to all my friends to discover which was their primary perception. Sometimes I'd hear visual references like, I see what you mean. That looks good to me. I can't picture myself doing that. I take a dim view of that idea. From my perspective, wow, I thought I was really onto something. A wrinkle develops. But then, whoops, at other times, I'd hear that same friend say, yeah, I hear you. Sure, that sounds good to me. I kept saying to myself it would work. That has a negative ring to it. He really tuned out on the whole idea. Something tells me, this wasn't going to be quite as easy as I had expected. However, I wasn't ready to give up. Once, Brenda and I went skiing with several friends. That night we were at a party. One of our friends was telling a group of people, the ski slopes were beautiful. Everything was so crystal clear and white. A visual person, I asked myself. Another skier added, the feel of the fresh snow on our faces was terrific. Aha, a kinesthetic person, I mused silently. Sure enough, just then, Brenda said, today was so silent. The only sound you could hear was the wind in your ears as you came swooshing down the slopes. That little riff convinced me there was something to it. However, I still found it difficult to discern one's primary sense. A simple solution. Here's what I've found does work, and it doesn't take too much detective work on your part. I call the technique, anatomically correct empathizers, and it's easy to master. Unless it is obvious that the person you are speaking with is primarily visual, auditory, or kinesthetic, simply respond in his or her mode of the moment. Match your empathizers to the current sense someone is talking through. For example, suppose a business colleague describing a financial plan says, "With this plan, we can see our way clear in 6 months." Since this time she's using primarily visual references, say, "I see what you mean," or, "You really have a clear picture of that situation." If, instead, your colleague had said, "This plan has a good ring to it," you'd substitute auditory empathizers like, "It does sound great," or, "I hear you." A third possibility. Suppose she had said, "I have a gut feeling this plan will work." Now you give her a kinesthetic empathizer like, "I can understand how you feel," or, "You have a good grasp of that problem." Technique 48. Anatomically correct empathizers. What part of their anatomy are your associates talking through? Their eyes, their ears, their gut. For visual people, use visual empathizers to make them think you see the world the way they do. For auditory folks, use auditory empathizers to make them think you hear them loud and clear. For kinesthetic types, use kinesthetic empathizers to make them think you feel the same way they do. What about the other two senses, taste and smell? Well, I've never run up against any gustatory or olfactory types. But you could always compliment a chef by saying, "That's a delicious idea." And if you are talking to your dog olfactory, of course tell him, "The whole idea stinks." The next technique helps create affinity with a single word. 49. How to make them think we instead of you versus me. By just eavesdropping for a few moments on any two people chatting, you could tell a lot about their relationship. You could tell if they were new acquaintances or old friends. You could tell whether a man and a woman were strangers or a couple. You wouldn't even need to hear friends call each other pal, buddy, or mate. You wouldn't need to hear a man and a woman whisper, "Dear, sweetheart," or "turtle dove." It wouldn't matter what they were discussing or even their tone of voice. You could even be blindfolded and tell a lot about their relationship because the technique I'm about to share has nothing to do with body language. How? A fascinating progression of conversation unfolds as people become closer. Here's how it develops. Level 1. Clichés. Two strangers talking together primarily toss clichés back and forth. For instance, when chatting about the universally agreed upon world's dullest subject, the weather, one stranger might say to the other, "Beautiful sunny weather we've been having." Or, "Boy, some rain, huh?" That's level 1. Clichés. Level 2. Facts. People who know each other but are just acquaintances often discuss facts. "You know, Joe, we've had twice as many sunny days this year to date as last." Or, "Yeah, well, we finally decided to put in a swimming pool to beat the heat." Level 3. Feelings and personal questions. When people become friends, they often express their feelings to each other, even on subjects as dull as the weather. "George, I just love these sunny days." They also ask each other personal questions. "How about you, Betty? Are you a sun person?" Level 4. We statements. Now we progress to the highest level of intimacy. This level is richer than facts and creates more rapport than feelings. It's we and us statements. Friends discussing the weather might say, "If we keep having this good weather, it'll be a great summer." Lovers might say, "I hope this good weather keeps up for us so we can go swimming on our trip." A technique to achieve the ultimate verbal intimacy grows out of this phenomenon. Simply use the word we prematurely. You can use it to make a client, a prospect, or a stranger feel you are already friends. Use it to make a potential romantic partner feel the two of you are already an item. I call it the premature we. In casual conversation, simply cut through levels 1 and 2. Jump straight to 3 and 4. Ask your prospect's feelings on something the way you would query a friend. "George, how do you feel about the new governor?" Then use the pronoun we when discussing anything that might affect the two of you. "Do you think we're going to prosper during his administration?" Make it a point to concoct we sentences, the kind people instinctively reserve for friends, lovers, and other intimates. "I think we'll survive while the governor's in office." The word we fosters togetherness. It makes the listener feel connected. It gives a subliminal feeling of you and me against the cold, cold world. When you prematurely say we or us, even to strangers, it subconsciously brings them closer. It subliminally hints you are already friends. At a party, you might say to someone standing behind you at the buffet line, "Hey, this looks great." They really laid out a nice spread for us. Or, oh, we're going to get fat if we let ourselves enjoy all of this. Technique 49. He premature we. Create the sensation of intimacy with someone even if you've met just moments before. Scramble the signals in their psyche by skipping conversational levels 1 and 2 and cutting right to levels 3 and 4. Elicit intimate feelings by using the magic words, we, s, and, are. Well, we have just explored how to copy our conversation partners' movements with, be a copy class, echo their words, evoke potent images from their world, create a bond through their primary sense with, anatomically correct empathizers, and establish subliminal friendship with words like, we. What else do friends, lovers, and close associates have in common? A history. The final technique in this section is a device to give a fairly new acquaintance the warm and fuzzy feeling that the two of you have been together for a long, long time. 50. How to create a friendly, private joke with them. Lovers whisper phrases in each other's ears that mean nothing to anyone but themselves. Friends crack up over a few words that sound like gobbledygook to anyone overhearing them. Close business associates chuckle about shared experiences. One company I've worked with has seen re-engineering, empowerment, TQM, and team building come and go in one decade. At company parties, the employees never fail to crack up over the time when the whole company, managers to mailroom clerks, scrambled up a 29-foot pole together all in the name of team building. The CEO slipped down the pole and broke his big toe. At the next weekly meeting, the CEO shook his crutch and caustically announced, "No more team exercises." Thus, the death of team building and the birth of a private joke. Out of shared experiences like this, a company culture grows. These employees have a history and a language to go with it. To this day, whenever they want to put an abrupt end to any idea, they say, "Let's shake a crutch at it," or, "Let's slide that one down the flagpole." They all smile. Nobody knows what they mean except fellow employees. The playwright Neil Simon can sometimes, with a single word, make an entire Broadway audience understand that two performers on stage are either married or longtime friends. The actor simply says something to the actress that makes no sense to the audience. Then both of them laugh uproariously. Everybody gets the message. These two people are an item. Every time my friend Daryl and I meet, we don't say, "Hello." We say, "Quack." Why? We met at a party 5 years ago, and in our first conversation, Daryl told me he grew up on a duck farm. When I told him I'd never seen a duck farm, he performed the best human imitation of a duck I'd ever seen. He flipped his head side to side, looking at me first out of one eye, then the other, all the while flapping his arms and quacking. I got such a laugh out of his performance that it inspired him to do a full flat-footed duck waddle for me. It was contagious. Together, we waddled around the room, flapping and quacking. We made absolute fools of ourselves that evening. Technique 50. Instant history. When you meet a stranger you'd like to make less of a stranger, search for some special moment you shared during your first encounter. Then find a few words that evoke the laugh, the warm smile, and the good feelings the two of you felt. Now, just like old friends, you have a history together, an instant history. With anyone you'd like to make part of your personal or professional future, look for special moments together. Then make them a refrain. The next day, my phone rang. I picked up the receiver to hear, not, "Hello, this is Daryl," but simply, "Quack." I'm sure that's what started our friendship. To this day, every time I hear his quack on the phone, it floods me with happy, if a tad embarrassing, memories. It recalls our history and renews our friendship no matter how long it's been since we last quacked at each other. Now what's left? Chemistry, charisma, and confidence are three characteristics shared by big winners in all walks of life. Part 1 helped us make a dynamic, confident, and charismatic first impression with body language. In Part 2, we put smooth small talk lyrics to our body ballet. Then in Part 3, we seized hints from the big boys and big girls so we're contenders for life's big league. Part 4 rescued us from being tongue-tied with folks with whom we have very little in common. And in Part 5, we learned techniques to create instant chemistry, instant intimacy, and instant rapport. What's left? You guessed it, making people feel really good about themselves. But compliments are a dangerous weapon in today's world. One mishandling, and you can butcher the relationship. Let us now explore the power of praise, the folly of flattery, and how you can use these potent tools effectively. 51. How to compliment someone without sounding like you're brown-nosing. The risk in giving a compliment face-to-face is, of course, that the distrustful recipient may assume you are indulging in shameless, obsequious pandering to achieve your own greedy goals. It's a sad reality about compliments. If you lay a big one out of the blue on your boss, your prospect, or your partner, the recipient will probably think you're brown-nosing. Your significant other might assume you're feeling guilty about something you've done. So what's the solution? Should you hold back your sincere esteem? No, simply deliver it through the grapevine. The grapevine has long been a trusted means of communication. From the days when Catskills comics insisted the best ways to spread news were telephone, telegraph, and tell a woman, we have known it works. Unfortunately, the grapevine is most often associated with bad news, the kind that goes in one ear and out the other. But the grapevine need not be laden only with scuttlebutt and sour grapes. Good news can travel through the same channels, and when it arrives in the recipient's ear, it is all the more delectable. This is not a new discovery. Back in 1732, Thomas Fuller wrote, "He's my friend that speaks well of me behind my back." We are more apt to trust someone who says nice things about us when we aren't listening than someone who flatters us to our face. No risk praise, do it behind their back. Instead of telling someone directly about your admiration, share your thoughts with someone close to the person you wish to compliment. For instance, suppose you want to be in the good graces of Jane Smith. Don't directly compliment Jane. Go to her close associate, Diane Doe, and say, "You know, Jane is a very dynamic woman. She said something so brilliant in the meeting the other day. Someday she'll be running this company. I would place 10 to 1 odds that your comment will get back to Jane via the grapevine within 24 hours. Diane will tell her friend, "You should hear what so-and-so said about you the other day." Technique 51. Grapevine Glory. A compliment one hears is never as exciting as the one he overhears. A priceless way to praise is not by telephone, not by telegraph, but by tell a friend. This way, you escape any possible suspicion that you are an apple-polishing, bootlicking, egg-sucking, back-scratching sycophant trying to win brownie points. You also leave recipients with the happy fantasy that you are telling the whole world about their greatness. When you gave grapevine glory to Jane, Diane became the carrier pigeon of that compliment. This leads us to the next technique, where you become the carrier pigeon of other people's compliments. 52. How to be a carrier pigeon of good feelings. Carrier pigeons have a long and valiant history. These dauntless winged messengers, often maimed by shellfire and dying after delivering their messages, have saved the lives of thousands. One tenacious little bird named Cher Amy is credited with saving 200 lives during the Battle of the Argonne in World War I. The brave, one-legged little bird, with one of his wings shot through, carried a message dangling from his remaining leg. The blood-smeared little ball of feathers arrived just in time to warn that the Germans were about to bomb the location. Stumpy Joe, another plucky pigeon, had such a heroic, battle-scarred career that his fans stuffed him, mounted him, and put him on display in the National Air Force Museum in Dayton, Ohio. Millions of other brave birds have brought joyful messages to racing pigeon enthusiasts around the world. In that fine tradition, I present the complimenting technique I call carrier pigeon kudos. Whenever you hear a laudatory comment about someone, don't let it end there. You don't need to write it, roll it up in a capsule, strap it to your leg like Stumpy Joe, and fly it to the recipient. Nevertheless, you can remember the kudo and verbally carry it to the person who will derive the most pleasure from it, the person who was complimented. Keep your ears open for good things people say about each other. If your colleague Carl says something nice about another colleague, Sam, pass it on. You know, Sam, Carl said the nicest thing about you the other day. If your sister tells you that your first cousin is a dynamite relative, go ahead and call your cousin. If your mother mentions that she thinks Manny did a great job mowing the lawn, pass it on to him. Hey, we all like a little appreciation, even from mom. Here's where it benefits you. Everyone loves the bearer of glad tidings. When you bring someone third-party kudos, they appreciate you as much as the complimenter. Call it gossip if you like, but this is the good kind. Technique 52. Carrier pigeon kudos. People immediately grow a beak and metamorphose into carrier pigeons when there's bad news. It's called gossip. Instead, become a carrier of good news and kudos. Whenever you hear something complimentary about someone, fly to them with the compliment. While your fans may not posthumously stuff you and put you on display in a museum like Stumpy Joe, everyone loves the carrier pigeon of kind thoughts. Carry more cargo than compliments. Another way to warm hearts and win friends is to become a carrier pigeon of news items that might interest the recipient. Call, mail, or email people with information they might find engaging. If your friend Ned is a furniture designer in North Carolina and you see a big article in the Los Angeles Times about furniture trends, fax it to him. If your client Sally is a sculptor in Seattle and you see her work featured in someone's home in New York, send her a note. My friend Dan lives in San Francisco, and whenever he runs across anything in the paper on communications, he clips it and sends it to me. No note, just, FYI, regards, Dan, in the corner. He's like my own private West Coast clipping service. Try it. Think of the money you'll save on greeting cards. A relevant clipping is the big winner's way of saying, I'm thinking of you and your interests. 53. How to make them feel your admiration, just slipped out. Here's yet another way to caress someone's ego. Don't give a blatant compliment, merely imply something magnificent about your conversation partner. Several months ago, I was visiting an old friend in Denver whom I hadn't seen in a long time. When he came to my hotel to pick me up, he said, "Hello, Leil, how are you?" Then he paused, looked at me, and said, "You've obviously been well." Wow, I felt terrific. He implied I looked good, and that made my evening. Guess the good Lord decided I shouldn't have too swollen a head, however, because later that evening, after my friend dropped me off, I got into the hotel elevator. A maintenance man entered at the 3rd floor. He smiled at me, and I smiled back. He looked at me again and said, "Gosh, ma'am, were you a model?" "Oh, man, was I feeling on top of the world now, when you were young?" He continued. Crash. Why couldn't he have zipped his lip before the zinger? I loved the implication in the first part of his comment. But the second implied I was now an old lady. It ruined my next day. Heck, his unintentional low blow ruined my week. In fact, I still feel wretched about it. You have to be careful of unintentional bad implications. If, while visiting a new city, you stop someone on the street and say, "Excuse me, could you tell me if there are any fine dining restaurants nearby?" You are implying that the passerby is a person of taste. If, however, you ask that same passerby, "Hey, know any down and dirty bars in this town?" your implication is entirely different. Find a way to imply magnificent qualities in those you wish to compliment indirectly. Technique 53. Implied magnificence. Throw a few comments into your conversation that presuppose something positive about the person you're talking with. But be careful, don't blow it like the well-intentioned maintenance man. Or the southern boy who, at the prom, thought he was flattering his date when he told her, "Gosh, Mary Lou, for a big girl, you dance really well." 53. How to make them feel your admiration, just slipped out. Here's yet another way to caress someone's ego. Don't give a blatant compliment, merely imply something magnificent about your conversation partner. Several months ago, I was visiting an old friend in Denver whom I hadn't seen in a long time. When he came to my hotel to pick me up, he said, "Hello, Leil, how are you?" Then he paused, looked at me, and said, "You've obviously been well." Wow, I felt terrific. He implied I looked good, and that made my evening. Guess the good Lord decided I shouldn't have too swollen a head, however, because later that evening, after my friend dropped me off, I got into the hotel elevator. A maintenance man entered at the 3rd floor. He smiled at me, and I smiled back. He looked at me again and said, "Gosh, ma'am, were you a model?" "Oh, man, was I feeling on top of the world now, when you were young?" He continued. Crash. Why couldn't he have zipped his lip before the zinger? I loved the implication in the first part of his comment. But the second implied I was now an old lady. It ruined my next day. Heck, his unintentional low blow ruined my week. In fact, I still feel wretched about it. You have to be careful of unintentional bad implications. If, while visiting a new city, you stop someone on the street and say, "Excuse me, could you tell me if there are any fine dining restaurants nearby?" You are implying that the passerby is a person of taste. If, however, you ask that same passerby, "Hey, know any down and dirty bars in this town?" your implication is entirely different. Find a way to imply magnificent qualities in those you wish to compliment indirectly. Technique 53. Implied magnificence. Throw a few comments into your conversation that presuppose something positive about the person you're talking with. But be careful, don't blow it like the well-intentioned maintenance man. Or the southern boy who, at the prom, thought he was flattering his date when he told her, "Gosh, Mary Lou, for a big girl, you dance really well." 54. How to win their hearts by being an undercover complimenter. Next in our collection of joy spreaders is a technique I call accidental adulation. Once, at a small dinner party, the subject turned to space travel. The gentleman seated to my right said, "Leil, you're much too young to remember this, but when Apollo 11 landed on the moon. If my life depended on it, I couldn't tell you what the chap said next. I simply remember smiling to myself and stretching to get a glimpse of my youthful self in the dining room mirror." Of course I remember July 1969. Like the rest of the world, I was glued to the television watching Neil Armstrong's size 9.5B boot hit the moon. However, I certainly was not thinking of moon travel at that dinner party. I was too busy reveling in the fact that this lovely man didn't think I was old enough to remember 1969. I assumed his opinion of my youthfulness just slipped out, therefore, it must be sincere. Sure, now that I think about it, he probably knew darn well I was old enough to remember the moon landing. I bet he was using the maneuver of accidental adulation. But it doesn't matter, my warm memories of him remain. Accidental adulation involves slipping praise into the secondary part of your point, putting it in verbal parentheses. Try it, you'll like it, they'll love it. Try accidental adulation and watch smiles break out on the faces of the recipients. Tell your 65-year-old uncle, anyone as fit as you would have zipped right up those steps, but boy, was I out of breath. Tell a colleague, because you're so knowledgeable in contract law, you would have read between the lines, but stupidly, I signed it. You run the danger, of course, that you will please the recipient so profoundly with your parenthetical praise that he or she won't hear your main point. Technique 54. Accidental adulation. Become an undercover complimenter. Stealthily sneak praise into the parenthetical part of your sentence. Just don't try to quiz anyone later on your main point. The joyful jolt of your accidental adulation may render them temporarily deaf to anything that follows. So far, we have explored 4 covert compliments: grapevine glory, carrier pigeon kudos, implied magnificence, and accidental adulation. There are times, of course, when blatant praise does work. The next techniques will hone your skills in this precarious but rewarding venture. 55. How to make them never forget you with a killer compliment. Would you like to have a little trick up your sleeve potent enough to kickstart commerce, ignite a friendship, or even spark a love affair? I'll give you one, but only if you heed its warning label. You must register your tongue as a lethal weapon once you've mastered the following technique. It's called the killer compliment. It was born one night some years ago after my then roommate, Christine, and I had just returned home from a holiday party. As we were taking off our coats, she had a silly smile on her face and a faraway look in her eye. "Christine, are you okay?" I asked. "Oh yes," she purred. "I'm going to go out with that man." "Man? What man?" "Oh, you know," she said, chastising me for not knowing, "the one who told me I had beautiful teeth." Teeth. That night, I happened to walk by the bathroom door as Christine was getting ready for bed. I saw her grinning at herself in the mirror, tilting her head from side to side, and brushing each individual tooth. All the while, she kept her eyes glued to the mirror, inspecting each one for the beauty her new admirer had commented on. I realized that the fellow who had given Christine the unusual compliment had made her day and had made a killer impression on her. Thus, the killer compliment came into being. What is the killer compliment? It is commenting on some very personal and specific quality you observe in someone. A killer compliment is not, "I like your tie," or, "You're a very nice person." The first is not personal enough, and the second is not specific enough. A killer compliment is more like, "What exquisite eyes you have," very specific, or, "You have a wonderful air of honesty about you," very personal. Because delivering your first killer compliment can be difficult, I trick my seminar participants into pulling it off. About midway through the program, I'll ask them to close their eyes and think about a partner they had in an earlier exercise. Then I say, "Now recall one attractive physical quality or personality trait you observed in your partner." Not one you would necessarily comment on, I caution. Perhaps your partner had a lovely smile or a twinkle in her eye. Perhaps he exuded a sense of calm or credibility. Got it in your mind. Then comes the thunderbolt. Okay, now go find your partner and tell them the nice quality you noticed. What? Tell them. The thought paralyzes them. One by one, however, they courageously seek their partners and deliver their killer compliments. As people hear a stranger tell them they have beautiful hands or penetrating brown eyes, joy fills the room. Laughter explodes in every corner. I am now looking out at a sea of smiles and happy blushes. Everyone loves receiving his or her personal killer compliment, and everyone develops friendly feelings toward the giver. The Killer Compliment User's Manual. Just like a cannon, if you don't use the killer compliment correctly, it can backfire. Here's the user's manual that comes with the mighty missile. Technique 55. Killer Compliment. Whenever you are talking with a stranger you'd like to make part of your professional or personal future, search for one attractive, specific, and unique quality he or she has. At the end of the conversation, look the individual right in the eye. Say his or her name and proceed to deliver the killer compliment. Rule 1. Deliver your killer compliment to the recipient in private. If you are standing with a group of 4 or 5 people and you praise one woman for being fit, every other woman may feel like a barrel of lard. If you tell one man he has wonderful posture, every other man may feel like a hunchback. You also make the blushing recipient uncomfortable. Rule 2. Make your killer compliment credible. For example, I'm tone deaf. If I'm forced to sing even a simple song like, "Happy Birthday," I sound like a sick pig. If anyone in earshot were foolish enough to tell me they liked my voice, I'd know it was insincere. Rule 3. Confer only one killer compliment per half year on each recipient. Otherwise, you come across as insincere, groveling, obsequious, pandering, and thoroughly manipulative. Not cool. With careful aim, the killer compliment captures everyone. It works best, however, when you use it judiciously on new acquaintances. If you want to praise friends every day, employ the next technique. 56. How to make 'em smile with itty-bitty boosters. In contrast to the big guns of killer compliments for strangers and the tombstone game for loved ones, which we will learn shortly, here's a little pea shooter you can pop off at anyone, anytime. I call it little strokes. Little strokes are short, quick kudos you drop into your casual conversation. Make liberal use of little strokes with your colleagues in the office. Nice job, John. Well done, Kyoto. Hey, not bad, Billy. I have one friend who uses a lovely little stroke. If I do something he likes, he says, "Not too shabby, Leil." You can also use little strokes to acknowledge the everyday achievements of your loved ones. If your spouse just cooked a great meal, say, "Wow, you're the best chef in town." Just before going out together, say, "Gee, honey, you look great." After a long drive, you might say, "You did it. It must have been tiring." With your kids, you can say, "Hey, gang, great job cleaning up your room." I once read a poignant article in Reader's Digest about a little girl who often misbehaved. Her mother had to continually reprimand her. However, one day, the little girl had been especially good and hadn't done a single thing that called for a reprimand. The mother said, "That night after I tucked her in bed and started downstairs, I heard a muffled noise. Running back up, I found her head buried in the pillow. She was sobbing. Between the sobs, she asked, 'Mommy, haven't I been a pretty good girl today?' The question, the mother said, went through her like a knife. I had been quick to correct her, she said, when she was wrong. But when she tried to behave, I hadn't noticed it, and I put her to bed without one word of appreciation." Adults are all grown-up little girls and little boys. We may not go to bed sobbing if the people in our lives don't notice when we are good. Nevertheless, a trace of those tears lingers. Technique 56. Little strokes. Don't make your colleagues, friends, or loved ones look at you and silently say, "Haven't I been pretty good today?" Let them know how much you appreciate them by caressing them with verbal little strokes like, "Nice job," "Well done," and "Cool." Little things mean a lot. Little strokes are indeed little. But as every woman knows, they mean a lot. I've yet to meet a woman who wouldn't agree with these lyrics from an old song sung by Kitty Collin. Blow me a kiss from across the room. Say I look nice when I'm not. Touch my hair as you pass my chair. Little things mean a lot. Send me the warmth of a secret smile. To show me you haven't forgot. For always and ever, now and forever. Little things mean a lot. To further complicate the art of the compliment, one must consider timing. Blatant, barefaced, brazen flattery turns off all but the blindest egomaniacs. However, the human animal never fails to amaze observers. There are moments when, if you don't give a blatant, barefaced, brazen compliment, even to a bright individual, you lose. The following technique defines those moments. 57. How to praise with perfect timing. I'll never forget the first time I gave a luncheon speech in front of strangers. I'd practiced for the stuffed animals on my bed and my roommate, Christine, but this was my debut in front of a real audience. As I shakily got to my feet, I looked out at 17 smiling Rotarians waiting for my words of wit and wisdom. My tongue was as dry as chalk dust, and my palms were as wet as a fish. The audience might as well have been 17,000 judges waiting to sentence me to eternal humiliation if I didn't inform and entertain each one. I gave a last panic-stricken glance at Christine, who had driven me to the club, and began, "Good afternoon. It gives me great pleasure." 30 minutes later, amidst scattered applause that I feared was obligatory, I crawled back to my seat next to Christine. I looked expectantly at her. She smiled and said, "You know this dessert isn't bad. Have some." Dessert. Dessert. Damn it, Christine, how did I do? I silently screamed at her. A few minutes later, Christine told me how much she assumed, everyone else enjoyed my talk. Nevertheless, by then, it was too late. The crucial compliment-craving moment had passed. Quick as a hiccup, you must compliment now. When the doctor sadistically smacks your knee with that nasty little rubber hammer, you instantly give a knee-jerk reaction. When people accomplish something, you must instantly hit them with a knee-jerk, "Wow, you were great." Say they've just successfully negotiated a deal, cooked a terrific Thanksgiving turkey, or sung a solo at a birthday party. No matter whether their accomplishment is trivial or triumphant, you must praise it immediately, not 10 minutes later, not 2 minutes later, immediately. The moment the winner walks out of the boardroom, the kitchen, or the spotlight, the victor wants to hear only one sound: "Wow." Technique 57. The knee-jerk, wow. Quick as a blink, you must praise people the moment they finish a feat. In a wink, like a knee-jerk reaction, say, "You were terrific." Don't worry that they won't believe you. The euphoria of the moment has a strangely numbing effect on the achiever's objective judgment. But what if they really bombed? Are you asking me to lie? You ask. Yes, absolutely, positively, resoundingly, yes. This is one of the few moments in life where a lie is condoned by the most ethical individuals. Big winners realize that sensitivity to an insecure performer's ego takes momentary precedence over their deep commitment to the truth. They also know that when sanity returns to the recipient and they suspect they screwed up, it won't matter. He or she will retroactively appreciate your sensitivity and forgive your compassionate falsehood. We've talked a lot about giving compliments, both covert and overt. Now let's discuss a skill that, for many, is even harder: receiving them. 58. How to make 'em want to compliment you. We have a national weakness. We don't know how to receive a compliment. In fact, I would like to dedicate the following technique to my French friends who contend that the French are better at everything. Well, I concede one point. The French are, indeed, better at receiving compliments. I'll explain how shortly. Americans, unfortunately, are terrible at accepting adulation. If someone compliments you and you react clumsily out of embarrassment, you unwittingly start a vicious cycle. A friend ventures a compliment. He, smiling, "Hey, that's a nice dress you're wearing." She, frowning, "Oh, this old thing." He, thinking, "Whoops, she didn't seem to like hearing that. She thinks I have terrible taste to like that dress. I'd better keep my mouth shut." 3 weeks later, she, thinking grumpily, "He doesn't ever give me compliments anymore. What a boor." He, thinking gloomily, "What's her problem? Girls don't like what?" Several months ago, in one of my seminars, the group was discussing compliments. One fellow insisted that girls don't like compliments. Girls don't like what? I asked incredulously. He explained, "I once told a woman she had beautiful eyes. And she said, 'Boy, are you blind?'" The poor chap was so wounded by her reaction that he became gun-shy and hadn't aimed a compliment at a female since. What a shame for womankind and what a blight on his social skills. Upon receiving a compliment, many people demur or proffer an embarrassed little, thank you. Worse, they protest, well, not really, but thanks anyway. Some people toss it off with, just luck. When you react this way, you do a grave injustice to the complimenter. You insult a well-meaning person's powers of perception. Vous êtes gentil. Leave it to the French to come up with a congenial catch-all phrase. Upon receiving a compliment, they say, vous êtes gentil. Loosely translated, that means, how kind of you. An American saying, how kind of you, could sound stilted, like the little flower girl in My Fair Lady trying to be cultured. Nevertheless, we Yanks can express the French gentil sentiment with a technique I call boomeranging. When you toss a boomerang, it makes an almost 180-degree swerve in midair and soars back to land at the feet of the thrower. Likewise, when someone tosses a compliment your way, let the good feelings soar back to the tosser. Don't just say, thanks. Or worse, oh, it's nothing. Let them know of your gratitude and find a way to compliment them for their compliment. A few examples. She says, I like those shoes. You say, oh, I'm so happy you told me. I just got them. He says, you really did a good job on this project. You say, oh, that's so nice of you to tell me. I appreciate your positive feedback. You can also boomerang the good feelings back when people ask you a question about your family, a project, an event, or anything that shows they are interested in you. Your colleague asks, how was your vacation in Hawaii? You answer, oh, you remembered I went to Hawaii. It was great, thanks. Your boss asks, are you over your cold now? You answer, I appreciate your concern. I feel much better now. Whenever someone shines a little sunshine on your life in the form of a compliment or concerned question, reflect it back on the shiner. Technique 58. Boomeranging. Just as a boomerang flies right back to the thrower, let compliments boomerang right back to the giver. Like the French, quickly murmur something that expresses, that's very kind of you. Incidentally, in that seminar, I decided to do womankind a favor by setting Malakin straight on compliments once and for all. I asked the fellow who swore women hated praise to give 3 women sitting near him a sincere compliment. He chose the woman with the beautiful silver hair sitting behind him, the girl with hands like a pianist to his left, and the lady with the lovely deep blue eyes on his right. He told them all. 3 women waltzed out of the room that night feeling a little better about themselves than when they walked in. And, I hope, for all the women he would yet meet in his life, 1 man left with a changed attitude about compliments. As we come to the end of our exploration of praise, I want to make sure you're aiming dead center for people's hearts. Whether you're giving little carrier pigeon kudos or laying a killer compliment on your conversation partner, this next technique keeps you on target. 59. How to make a loved one feel you are the partner for life. Do you remember when you were a kid and mommy's and daddy's friends asked, and what do you want to be when you grow up? That was our cue to regale our adoring audience with dreams of being a ballerina, a firefighter, a nurse, a cowboy, or a movie star. Well, most of our lives wound up being a little closer to butcher, baker, or candlestick maker. Nevertheless, we all still have fantasies of our own greatness. Even though most of us cashed in our childhood dreams of being the star we thought we'd be so we could make some money, we all know that deep down we are very, very, very special. We say to ourselves, maybe the world will little note nor long remember how brilliant, how wonderful, how witty, how creative, or how caring I really am. However, those who truly know and love me, they will recognize my greatness, my magic, my specialness over all other ordinary mortals. When we find people with the supernatural powers of perception to recognize our remarkable qualities, we become addicted to the heady drug of their appreciation. Praising someone you know and love requires a different set of skills from complimenting a stranger. The formula to bring someone even closer to you personally or professionally follows. I call it the tombstone game. It requires a little setup. Step 1. In a quiet moment chatting with your friend, loved one, or business partner, tell him or her that the other day you were reading about, of all things, tombstones. The piece was about, you say, what people fantasize will be inscribed above their grave after they die. You learned that people want the quality they are most proud of in life etched in stone. Then say, the variety is surprising. Everyone has a different self-image, a different deep source of pride. Examples. Here lies John Doe. He was a brilliant scientist. Here lies Diane Smith. She was a caring woman. Here lies Billy Bucks. By golly, he could make people laugh. Here lies Jane Wilson. She spread joy wherever she went. Here lies Harry Jones. He lived life his way. Step 2. Reveal to your partner what you would like carved on your tombstone. Be serious about your revelation to encourage him or her to do likewise. Step 3. Now, you pop the question, Joe, when all is said and done, what are you most proud of? What would you like the world to most remember about you? What would you want the world to see carved on your tombstone? Perhaps your business partner Joe says, well, I guess I'd sort of like people to know that I'm a man of my word. Listen carefully. If he expounds on it, take note of every nuance. Then file it away in your heart and don't say a word about it again. Joe will forget you ever played the tombstone game with him. Step 4. Let at least 3 weeks pass. Then, whenever you want to improve the relationship, feed the information back to your partner in the form of a compliment. Say, Joe, you know the reason I really appreciate being in business with you is because you're a man of your word. Wow, that hits Joe like a 747 out of the sky. Finally, he thinks to himself, someone who appreciates me for who I really am. Telling him you admire him for the same reason he admires himself has an impact on Joe like no other compliment in the world. Now, suppose your friend is Billy Bucks, the one who wanted his wit carved on his tombstone. You'd say, Billy, old buddy, you're terrific. I love you because you can really make people laugh. I love you because you fill in the blank. Suppose your significant other is Jane Wilson in the preceding example. Tell your beloved, Jane, I love you because you spread joy wherever you go. Suppose your life partner is Harry Jones. You take his hand and say, Harry, I love you because you live life your way. Blam! You have found that tender spot where the heart and the ego blend. Technique 59. The Tombstone Game. Ask the important people in your life what they would like engraved on their tombstone. Chisel it into your memory but don't mention it again. Then, when the moment is right to say, I appreciate you, or, I love you, fill in the blanks with the very words they gave you weeks earlier. You take people's breath away when you feed their deepest self-image back to them in a compliment. At last, they say to themselves, someone who loves me for who I truly am. The Tombstone Game compliments are not interchangeable. Billy Bucks might not appreciate your calling him a man of his word. Billy's thing is humor. Jane might not value your thinking she lives life her way. Her source of pride is spreading joy wherever she goes. It's wonderful to tell people you appreciate or love them. When it matches what they appreciate or love about themselves, the effect is overpowering. Part 7. How to direct dial their hearts. Hundreds of people have formed impressions of you through that little device on your desk, your bedside table, or your kitchen wall. And they've never actually met you. They've never seen your smiles, felt your frowns, or grasped your hand. They've never enjoyed your hugs, read your body language, or seen how you dress. Everything they know about you comes through tiny filaments, sometimes from hundreds of miles away. But they feel they know you just from the sound of your voice. That's how powerful the telephone is. Powerful, yes, but not always accurate. For years, I dealt with my travel agent only by phone. Ronnie, my faceless agent whom I'd never met in person, got me rock-bottom prices on airfares, cars, and hotels. However, her snippy phone personality really ticked me off. A dozen times, I vowed to find another agent. One Monday morning several years ago, I received bad news and had to book an immediate flight home for a family emergency. I had no time to wait in line at the airport, so I jumped in a cab and asked the driver to wait in front of the travel agency while I grabbed tickets and a boarding pass. Like a lit fuse, I zipped into Ronnie's agency for the first time. Seeing my frenzied rush, the woman sitting at the front desk sympathetically jumped up. She gave me a reassuring smile and asked how she could help me. As I blithered on about my need for an emergency ticket, she smiled, nodded, and lunged immediately into action. What a terrific lady, I thought as she printed out the tickets. Moments later, darting out and gratefully grasping the tickets in my fist, I called out over my shoulder, by the way, what's your name? Leil, I'm Ronnie, she said. I whirled around and saw a thoroughly congenial woman with a big smile on her face waving to wish me a safe trip. I was dumbfounded. Why had I previously thought she was so snippy? Ronnie was, well, so nice. Sitting back in the cab on the way to the airport, I figured it all out. Ronnie's friendliness, her warm smile, her nods, her good eye contact, her body language, her, "I'm here for you," attitude, were all silent signals that didn't travel through wires. I closed my eyes and tried to remember the voice I had heard moments ago. Yes, it was Ronnie's same crisp, curt pronunciation. But her friendly body language made her seem like a different person from the brusque agent I'd dealt with on the phone. Ronnie's phone personality and her demeanor in person were completely different shows. I realized it's the same with all of us. Your personality, mine, and everyone's could be likened to a show, a theatrical performance. You want to make sure yours is a box office smash, not a flop. The following 10 techniques will get your phone personality rave reviews. 60. How to sound more exciting on the phone. I have a friend, Tina, who designed costumes for an off-Broadway show that became a smash hit a few years ago. The tiny show was such a critical success that it won the heart of an angel, a backer, and made its way to Broadway. However, the show laid a big fat egg. When I read the bad news, I called Tina. "Tina, why did the show get such bad reviews on Broadway?" Tina told me that, sadly, the director didn't insist that the actors and actresses change their performances to adapt to the new surroundings. The actors' understated movements, which moved small audiences alternately to laughter and tears, were lost in the big Broadway house. Audiences couldn't see their subtle gestures and poignant facial expressions. Tina explained that the performers neglected to make their movements much bigger to fit the new medium. That excellent advice is not just for actors. Whenever you are talking, you must consider your medium. If your face were on a big movie screen, you might get your message across with a wink or an eyebrow raise. On radio, however, that would be meaningless. Because listeners couldn't see your wink, you'd have to say something like, "Hi, cutie." Because listeners couldn't see your raised eyebrows, you'd have to say, "Wow, I'm surprised." Your body language and facial expressions comprise more than half your personality. When people don't see you, they can get an entirely wrong impression, as I did with Ronnie. To get your personality across on the phone, you must translate your emotions into sound. In fact, you have to exaggerate the sound because studies have shown that people lose 30% of the energy level in their voices on the phone. Say you meet an important new contact tomorrow. When you're introduced, you shake her hand, fully face her, make good, strong eye contact, and let a sincere smile flood over your face. You even nod and smile, listening intently as she speaks. She likes you a lot. But how good an impression could you make on that VIP if both you and she were blindfolded and had your hands tied behind your backs? That's the handicap you suffer on the phone. If she couldn't see you, you'd have to substitute words to let her know you're agreeing or listening. You'd have to somehow verbalize that you're smiling and use her name more to replace the eye contact. You'd be using the technique I call talking gestures. To make up for your missing eye contact, punctuate your phone conversations with, "Uh-huh," or, "I hear you," so your listener knows you're nodding in approval. Verbalize, "I see," "Oh, that's great," "No kidding," "Interesting," and, "Tell me more." If she didn't see you hitting your head in surprise, better say, "What a surprise." Or, you don't say. If he just said something impressive and he can't see your look of admiration, try saying, "That was wise of you," or, "You're no dummy." Of course, you need a big verbal smile in your repertoire. Try saying, "Oh, wow, that's funny." Obviously, you're going to choose phrases that match your personality and the situation. Just make sure your phone listeners hear your emotions. Technique 60. Talking gestures. Think of yourself as the star of a personal radio drama every time you pick up the phone. If you want to come across as engaging as you are, you must turn your smiles into sound, your nods into noise, and all your gestures into something your listener can hear. You must replace your gestures with talk, and then punch up the whole act by 30%. 61. How to sound close even if you're hundreds of miles away. When you're not sitting across from each other, resting your elbows on the same desk, your forks on the same table, or your heads on the same pillow, you need a substitute for intimacy. How can you create closeness when the two of you are hundreds of miles apart? How can you make the person you're talking to on the phone feel special when you can't pat their back or give them a little hug? The answer is simple. Just use your caller's name far more often than you would in person. In fact, shower your conversations with his or her name. When your listener hears it, it's like receiving a verbal caress. Thanks, Sam. Let's do it, Betty. Hey, Dimitri, why not? It's really been good talking to you, Kati. Saying a person's name too often in face-to-face conversation can sound manipulative. However, on the phone, the effect is dramatically different. If you heard someone say your name, even if you were being jostled around in a big, noisy crowd, you'd perk up and listen. Likewise, when your phone partner hears his or her own name coming through the receiver, it commands attention and recreates the familiarity that the phone robs from you. If your listener is drifting, it brings him right back. If she's opening mail, she stops. If he's picking his teeth, he pulls the pick out. When you say someone's name on the phone, it's like yanking the person into the room with you. Technique 61. Name shower. People perk up when they hear their own name. Use it more often on the phone than you would in person to keep their attention. Your caller's name recreates the eye contact and the caress you might give in person. Saying someone's name repeatedly when face-to-face can sound pandering. But because there is physical distance between you on the phone, sometimes you're a continent apart, you can spray your conversation with it. 62. How to make 'em happy they called you. Brr-ing. No matter whether you hear the ring in the boardroom, the bedroom, or the bathroom, self-styled telephone experts tell you, smile before answering. Some pros even suggest you perch a mirror right next to your phone to monitor your grin. Been there, done that, it doesn't work. One evening, in the middle of my weekly mud pack facial, the phone rang. The horror of seeing myself in the phone mirror made my voice as hideous as my face. I immediately trashed the pro's advice along with the mirror. Who wants to sound like a dizzy Pollyanna? A no-brain Cheshire cat? A lonely recluse whose life is so dull that the big thrill of the day is a phone call? Any phone call, from anybody. Big winners don't smile before answering. They put a smile in their voices after they hear who is on the line. That's when it counts. Answer the phone unemotionally and professionally. Say your name or the name of your company. Then, when you hear who is on the line, let a big smile flood over your face. Oh Joe, smile, how nice to hear from you. Sally, smile, how are you? Bill, smile, I was hoping it would be you. My friend Steve lives in Washington, D.C., and heads a major trade association that lobbies on Capitol Hill. Whenever I call Steve, I never know which of his dozens of assistants is going to answer. Nevertheless, whoever answers gives me the same warm response. First, he or she says, Cable Telecommunications Association, followed by the individual's name, and then, how may I direct your call? There's no fake friendliness, no prefab smiles in the voice. I am sure the assistant is not beaming back at himself or herself in any mirror. When I say, is Mr. Efros available? This is Leil Lowndes calling. That's when the employee becomes super friendly. Oh yes, Ms. Lowndes, he or she purrs. Definitely. Let me put you right through. Wow, does that make me feel special? As I'm waiting for Steve to come to the phone, I fantasize him sitting at the head of a long mahogany table in his weekly staff meeting. I can just hear him instructing his staff, now, if the president or some higher-ups in the White House call, put them right through. Oh, and of course, if that important woman, Leil Lowndes, calls, put her right through, too. While visiting Washington last year, I had lunch with Steve. I took the opportunity to tell him what a pleasure it was to call his office and how I appreciated his staff's warm phone reception. I thanked him for familiarizing each of them with my name and mentioning that I might be calling from time to time. Steve looked across the table at me and blinked. Leil, he said, you teach telephone skills. Haven't you caught on? Huh, forgive me if I'm bursting a bubble, Steve said, but everyone gets that reception, no matter who's calling. Oh, when a pain in the neck calls. But Steve, I protested when I'd recuperated from the initial disappointment of realizing I was a victim of a technique and not a VIP. What if the caller is unknown, a complete stranger? Surely your staff shouldn't fake they know the caller. Of course not, Leil. In that case, I instruct them to show energy and enthusiasm over the reason they're calling. For example, suppose the caller is a cable operator wanting to join our association. The caller would get a smile and a sincere, oh yes, Mr. Smith, I'll put you right through. Yeah, but suppose the caller is selling office furniture. I challenged. Doesn't matter, Steve said. The salesperson gets the same reception after the staffer hears why he's calling. If my staffer says warmly, "Oh, office furniture," the caller feels good, and I find the salesperson is a lot easier to deal with later. I told him, "Okay, Steve, starting tomorrow morning, I'm going to put that, 'Oh wow, I'm so happy you called for that reason,' attitude in my voice." The next morning, the first call was from my dentist's office. "Ms. Lowndes, this call is to remind you that you're overdue for your 6-month checkup." "Oh, of course, you're so right," I cooed. "I'm so glad you called." The receptionist sounded surprised but very pleased at my reaction. "I can't book an appointment right now," I continued, "but I'll call you as soon as my schedule frees up." She didn't hassle me with her usual, "Well, when do you expect that to be?" She just hung up satisfied. And I got what I wanted. No call from my dentist's office for at least another 6 months. The second time the phone rang, it was a man who had ordered my tape set, calling to complain that one of the tapes broke. "Oh my goodness, I'm so glad you told me about that," I said with the enthusiasm of having won the lottery. The caller sounded a little shocked but obviously pleased at my reaction. "Of course, I'll get another set out to you, and I hope you accept my apologies." The caller hung up satisfied. And I got what I wanted, his goodwill and word of mouth in spite of my tape duplicator's blooper. The third call was tougher. This was from a vendor I had completely forgotten to pay. "Oh, I'm so glad you reminded me of that bill," I lied. Again, shocked pleasure was the caller's reaction. I was probably the first creditor in history who ever sounded happy she had called. In the back of my mind, I felt there was one bill I had overlooked. I'm writing the check as we speak. Then I got my reward. The caller said, "By the way, don't worry about the 2% per month late payment charge. As long as we get your check by the end of the week, it will be okay." She hung up happy, and I got a present. No finance charges in spite of my oversight. And so it went throughout the rest of the day, the rest of the week, and ever since. Try it. You'll find you get a lot more from anyone when you smile after you find out who it is or why they're calling. Use the, "Oh wow, it's you" technique on almost every call. Technique 62. Oh wow, it's you. Don't answer the phone with an, "I'm just so happy all the time" attitude. Answer warmly, crisply, and professionally. Then, after you hear who is calling, let a huge smile of happiness engulf your entire face and spill over into your voice. You make your caller feel as though your giant warm fuzzy smile is reserved just for him or her. 63. How to sneak past the gatekeeper. No, not the screen. Picture a torture device called the screen. The mad scientist, laughing maniacally, forces the victim into a giant meat grinder that mashes him through a heavy metal screen. It slices his body into a million molecules before he's reconstituted on the other side. Being screened when you call someone's office is the emotional version of that ordeal. You place your cold call. "May I speak to Mr. Jones?" You pleasantly ask, "Who's calling?" A haughty voice responds, "Of course, your name is." Not prestigious enough for the screener to grant you the exalted status of speaking to Jones. Her ruthless interrogation continues, "And what company are you with?" You submit your company's name, praying it will score with her. And then, to top it off, she has the pluck to ask, "And what's this in reference to?" Og. Several weeks after my luncheon with Steve, I had the occasion to call him again. "Is Steve Efros available? This is Leil Lowndes calling." "Oh yes, Ms. Lowndes, definitely. Let me put you right through." I start humming happily as I wait for Steve to come to the line. A moment later, his assistant came back and said sympathetically, "I'm so sorry, Ms. Lowndes. Steve just stepped out to lunch. I know he'll be sorry he missed your call." Meanwhile, I'm still smiling. Do I suspect that Steve didn't just step out to lunch? Do I suspect he's sitting right there? Do I ever, in my wildest paranoid dreams, think he doesn't have the time or inclination to talk to me? Do I feel screened? No way. I'm as happy as a carefree kitten as I leave my number for a callback. You see, I have probably fallen for the sneaky screen. Technique 63. The sneaky screen. If you must screen your calls, instruct your staff to first say cheerfully, "Oh yes, I'll put you right through." May I tell her who's calling? If the party has already identified themselves, it's, "Oh, of course, Mr. Who's it?" I'll put you right through. When the secretary comes back with the bad news that Mr. or Ms. Bigwig is unavailable, callers don't take it personally and never feel screamed. They fall for it every time, just like I did. 64. How to get what you want on the phone from big shots. I know a secret about a big cat who owns an international hotel chain with properties in 6 countries. He hires and fires thousands, awards or pulls immense contracts, borrows from major financial institutions, and makes lavish contributions to charities. Mr. Big Cat, we'll call him Ed, has a respected and immediately recognizable name in his industry. And here's the secret. Mrs. Big Cat is the real brains behind the operation. I became friends with Mrs. Big Cat, we'll call her Sylvia, when I did some consulting for her husband's organization. Sylvia invited me to tea one afternoon. She sweetly apologized that this was maid's day off, so we'd have to fend for ourselves. As we happily perched ourselves on the patio and were about to dive into our tea and crumpets, the phone rang. She excused herself to answer it. I heard Mrs. Big Cat say, "No, I'm sorry, he's not in." Shall I tell him who called? No, I don't know when he is planning on returning, but if you give me your name and... No, I said I don't know what time he'll be back. Yes, I'll tell him you called. As Sylvia returned to the patio, I could see she was annoyed by the call. Always on the lookout for a good phone story, I ventured a questioning look. Picking up on my curiosity, she said, "That fool thinks he's going to get a contribution from Ed." Ha, she laughed wryly. Her candor emboldened me to ask her more. It turns out the caller, a Mr. Creighton, was a fundraiser for a major charity Ed was considering contributing to. My hostess said Creighton had called twice in the past 2 weeks when Ed was out. And not once did he greet me, ask how I was, or apologize for the disturbance. This did not please Mrs. Big Cat. Was it a major irritation for Mrs. Big Cat? No, only minor. But did it mean a major loss for the little cat who called? It sure did. In Ed and Sylvia Big Cat's household, subtleties count. At the dinner table, Mrs. Big Cat could say to her husband, "A very nice man named Creighton called for you today, dear." Or she might say, "A rather irritating chap named Creighton called for you today." One comment or the other could mean millions won or lost by Creighton's charity, all because little cat Creighton mildly ruffled Mrs. Big Cat's whiskers. Home advice. Salute the spouse. Office advice. Salute the secretary. Technique 64. Salute the spouse. Whenever you are calling someone's home, always identify and greet the person who answers. Whenever you call someone's office more than once or twice, make friends with the secretary. Anyone who is close enough to answer the phone is close enough to sway the VIP's opinion of you. A surprising number of Big Cat spouses and secretaries have deep claws into important business decisions. When it comes to hiring time, firing time, promoting time, or buying time, many spouses have a say. When it comes to whose calls get through, whose proposals get put on the top of the boss's desk, and who gets luncheon appointments made, secretaries' opinions count. Only foolish callers don't realize that all spouses and secretaries have names. All spouses and secretaries have lives. All spouses and secretaries have feelings. All spouses and secretaries have influence. Deal accordingly. 65. How to get what you want, by timing. When Alexander Graham Bell invented the phone, he and his comrades had no use for trite phrases like, "Hi, how ya doin'?" Bell and his colleagues never just started spouting their ideas into their listeners' ears. The first words out of their mouths in those times were, "Can you talk?" Bell and his buddies were, of course, referring to technical capabilities. Little did they know that more than 100 years later, big winners would use a form of that same greeting. Today, of course, "Can you talk?" means, "Is it convenient to talk?" Before launching into conversation, they always ask, "Is this a good time to chat? Did I catch you at a good time? Do you have a minute to discuss the widget account?" Everyone has a big Ben in their brain that determines how receptive they are going to be to you and your ideas. When you mess with their internal cuckoo clock, they won't listen to you. No matter how interesting your information or how pleasant your call, bad timing means bad results for you. It's not your fault. Whenever you call someone at home, you never know whether she was sleeping or whether there's a fire raging in the kitchen. Whenever you call someone at work, You never know whether he's got 2 hours to get a report in or whether the big boss is not so patiently sitting at his desk. Whenever you place a call, always, not occasionally, not frequently, ask about your timing. Make it a habit. Make it a rule. Make it a self-punishable crime if the first words out of your mouth don't concern the convenience of your timing. Hi, Joe, is this a good time to talk? Hello, Susan, have you got a minute? Hi, Carl, did I catch you good or did I catch you bad? Sam, do you have a second for me to tell you about what happened at the game last Saturday? There are many ways to say it, but it all boils down to, is this a good time to talk? My friend Barry, a broadcaster, accomplishes more in a day than most people do in a week. He came up with a clever conversational device that ensures he'll never shatter anyone's emotional sundial. He calls it, "What color is your time?" Barry introduces the device by telling the people he calls that he has great respect for their time. He then asks permission to start his future conversations with a question that ensures he'll never disturb them at an inopportune moment. Barry says he's going to ask what color their time is. They should honestly answer, red, yellow, or green. Red means, I'm really rushed. Yellow means, I'm busy, but what's on your mind? If it's quick, we can deal with it. Green means, sure, I've got time. Let's talk. Red, like the stoplight at the corner, means stop. Yellow means hurry up. Time is short, or stop and wait for the next green light. Green means go. Busy people pick up quickly on his artful device and enjoy the game. Most especially, they appreciate Barry's sensitivity and respect for their time. In fact, he says most of his callers play the same sensitive game when they call him. Hi Barry, what color is your time? Are you green? Sales folks, wait for the green light. A note here for salespeople. If you ask a prospect if he or she has time to talk and the answer is, not really, but tell me what's on your mind, don't. Do not make your sales pitch while he or she is red. Do not talk when he or she is yellow. Wait until green, very green. If you ever want to see any green coming from your prospect, that is. Technique 65. What color is your time? No matter how urgent you think your call is, always begin by asking the person about timing. Either use the, "What color is your time?" device or simply ask, "Is this a convenient time for you to talk?" When you ask about timing first, you'll never smash your footprints right in the middle of your telephone partner's sands of time. You'll never get a no, just because your timing wasn't right. 66. How to impress everyone with your outgoing voicemail message. You can tell a lot about people just from the outgoing messages they leave on their voicemail. Hello, his machine answers. I'm not in right now. But you probably don't want to talk to me anyway. Beep. Would you suspect this fellow has an inferiority complex? Hello, her machine answers. The sound you hear is the barking of our killer Doberman Pinscher, Wolf. Please leave a message after the tone. Beep. Would you suspect this woman is worried about break-ins? Most of us don't record our personal foibles so conspicuously for the world to hear. Nevertheless, people can hear a lot between the lines of what we say on our voicemail. Last month, I needed a graphic artist to do some work for one of my extremely conservative clients. I phoned Mark, an artist whose work I had seen and liked a lot. His answering machine blasted ear-splitting rock music through the receiver. Then his voice boomed over the electric guitar. Hey there, dude, don't be crude. Jess's crooned me an earful of sweet sounds right at that lone tone. Yeah. Beep. I banged the receiver quickly back into the cradle to shut out horrible fantasies of how my client would react if he had to call Mark. His 30-second talent show might have been an appropriate sample of a rock musician's talent, but a businessperson should opt for a more sedate outgoing message. The message you leave on your answering machine reflects your work. Keep yours friendly, neutral, and up to date. And here's the secret. To give the impression you are really on top of your business, change your message every day. Studies show that callers perceive people to be brighter and more efficient when they hear an updated message each time they call. If appropriate, let callers know where you are and when you intend to be back. If you have customers who need to be attended to, this is crucial. Try something like this on your office phone. This is name. It's Thursday, May 7th, and I'll be in a sales meeting until late this afternoon. Please leave your message, and I'll get back to you as soon as I return. That way, if you don't call a client back until 4 p.m., he isn't steaming. Also, keep it short. Some people change their message every day, but it's too long. I had a colleague, a public speaker named Dan, who, in his finest mellifluous voice, imposed his thought for the day on all unsuspecting callers. Last year, I was working on a project with Dan and had to call him 3 times in the same day to leave a progress report. Each time his machine answered, "Hello, this is Dan, and here's my daily motivator." He cleared his throat for his big recorded performance and then continued. "Did someone say something today that offended you? So what? That's their problem." He paused dramatically. "Did someone look at you the wrong way? So what? That's their problem." Again, a pause for the magnitude of that sentiment to sink in. Replace your petty thoughts of anger, exasperation, and spite with thoughts of strength. Calm down. Rise above those little insignificant irritations in life. Focus your thoughts in the direction of fulfillment and accomplishment. Once again, this is Dan. I'm surprised he didn't also leave his agent's phone number here. Leave your message at the tone. And have a great peaceful day. Beep. The first time I listened to Dan's inspirational message, the length mildly irritated me. The second time, I found myself hyperventilating while waiting for him to get through his unbearably long message. By the third call, his schmaltzy message seemed interminable. I was filled with those petty thoughts of anger, exasperation, and spite he warned against because of his darn message. I found it impossible to rise above it and focus my thoughts in the direction of fulfillment and accomplishment. I wanted to punch him in the nose. Outgoing messages are not the venues to give inspirational messages or to impress the world with one's accomplishments. Another friend of mine, a writer, earned herself a few little cat stripes with this one on her machine. "Hello, this is Cheryl Smith. Cheryl is on her national book tour." She paused so all callers could be appropriately impressed, making appearances in 12 cities. Another pause as though awaiting applause. "She'll be returning on October 7th. What's this? She, bit. Cheryl herself is speaking. Please leave your message for her at the tone." Beep. "Yes, Cheryl, we know you're an important author. But your third-party reference to yourself, your narcissistic tone of voice, and topping it off with 12 cities would make any big cat snicker through his whiskers. One last codicil. Avoid one particular message many businesspeople use these days. I'm either away from my desk or on the other line. The subtext of this message is, I'm a slave chained to my desk, and it is an amazing fact that I have escaped for the moment. One night, I was working into the wee hours. At 4 a.m., I decided to leave a message on a colleague's business phone so she'd get it as soon as she came in at 9. "Hello," the message chirped. "This is Felicia. I'm either away from my desk or on the other line right now, but leave your message at the tone." Beep. "Felicia, of course, you're away from your desk. It's 4 a.m. on Sunday morning. On the other line, at this hour. I hope not. You never know how your message is going to affect someone. Just keep yours neutral, friendly, constantly changing, short, and understated. No boasts, no bells, no whistles." Technique 66. Constantly changing outgoing message. If you want to be perceived as conscientious and reliable, leave a short, professional, and friendly greeting as your outgoing message. No music, no jokes, no inspirational messages, no boasts, bells, or whistles. And here's the secret. Change it every day. Your message doesn't have to be flawless. A little cough or stammer gives a lovely unpretentious reality to your message. 67. How to get them to call you back. Producers of big Broadway musicals can be brutal during auditions. An anxious wannabe star, after rehearsing his audition song for weeks, steps on stage. He opens his mouth to sing. After a few notes, the heartless producer shouts, "Thank you. Next." Dreams of stardom dashed in 10 seconds. Businesspeople's professional dreams can also be dashed in the first 10 seconds of their audition. Their audition is the message they leave on someone else's answering machine. Competent businesspeople wouldn't dream of sending a messy handwritten business letter to a VIP on cheap, yellow-stained paper and expecting a response. They know the recipient would toss it in the trash. Nevertheless, some of these same folks will leave a lackluster message on a VIP's voicemail and expect a callback. No one ever told them that big winners scrutinize messages on their voicemail with the same consideration as a big Broadway producer. If you sound good, you've got a chance. If you don't, you are fast-forwarded out of their life. Salespeople, suitors, candidates, and competitors who leave crisp, intelligent, upbeat messages on voicemail get called back. Losers with lackluster tones and uncrafted messages never hear from Mr. or Ms. Make it happen. Make sure your message reflects 3 C's: confidence, clarity, and credibility. In addition, make it entice, entertain, or interest the listener. A flat, "This is Joe, call me back," doesn't score with big winners. Stay tuned for radio DJs use tricks to keep their listeners tuned in. Top salespeople have similar little tricks to entice prospects to call them back. Here's one called a cliffhanger. To make sure listeners won't switch stations during the radio commercial, the broadcaster throws out a mini mystery, and right after the commercial, we'll be back with the winning ticket. It could be yours. Stay tuned. Whenever you leave a voicemail message for anyone, try to include a cliffhanger. "Hi, Harry, this is Andrew. I have the answer to that question you asked me last week." Or, "Hi, Diane, this is Betsy. I have some big news about that project we were discussing." Now Harry and Diane have a reason to call Andrew and Betsy back. Pitch personality into your message, too. Picture the people listening to it. Say something to pique their curiosity or make them smile. The message you leave is your 10-second audition. Make it good. Technique 67. Your 10-second audition. While dialing, clear your throat. If an answering machine picks up, pretend the beep is a big Broadway producer saying, "Next." Now you're on. This is your 10-second audition to prove you are worthy of a quick callback. Incidentally, if someone's voicemail unexpectedly comes on and you are unprepared, quickly hang up before the beep so they don't get a hang-up message. Take a moment to craft your entertaining, enticing, or interesting message. Rehearse it once with confidence, clarity, and charisma. Then redial to leave your great hot message. A funny thing happens. If your party answers this time, you'll be disappointed. 68. How to make the gatekeeper think you're buddy-buddy with the VIP. The inspiration for this next telephone technique comes from personal experiences with mid-Manhattan toilets, a less than refined origin, to be sure. New York City, in spite of all its reputed sophistication, lags behind some of the shabbiest European cities in one respect: Manhattan has few public toilets. And none of those European-style, charming, and at times very much appreciated freestanding structures on street corners. In the days when I made sales calls around the busy city of New York, this presented a problem, several times a day. I often found myself at the mercy of coffee shop cashiers who jealously guarded their restroom facilities. Some shops even put menacingly scribbled signs in the window: "Bathrooms are for customers only." I often found that if I played it straight, going up to the cashier and asking if I could use the amenities, I'd get shot down. So I used the following technique. Without casting a glance at the cashier, I'd strut confidently into the coffee shop. I'd march right past the bathroom bouncer and keep my gaze fixed on one of the booths. She'd assume I was coming for lunch or had simply returned to collect my forgotten gloves. Once past the gatekeeper of the loo, I'd wait for her to be busy ringing up the next check. Then, like greased lightning, I'd sprint into the John. I dubbed this deception the ho-hum caper, after my feigned attitude of, "Ho-hum, business as usual. I come here every day with nothing on my mind but lunch." Let us now translate that sneaky subterfuge into a seldom-fail phone technique. You can use the maneuver to sneak around secretaries and dodge their heartless screening. Instead of playing it straight and asking for your party by name, just say, "Is he in?" Or, "Is she in?" Using the pronoun is like verbally sprinting past the secretary with a business as usual, ho-hum, I call every day, attitude. Technique 68. The ho-hum caper. Instead of using your party's name, casually let the pronoun, he, or she, roll off your tongue. Forget, may I speak to Ms. Bigshot, please. Just announce, "Hi, Bob Smith here, is she in?" Tossing the familiar, she, off your tongue signals to the secretary that you and her boss are old buddies. 69. How to make them say you have super sensitivity. Whenever you're on the phone with someone, you hear a lot more than their voices. In the background, you might hear dogs barking, babies crying, or a crackling sound. For all you know, the dog has his tail caught in the refrigerator, the baby needs to be fed, or the house is on fire. When you acknowledge the sound by asking if they have to take care of it, you warm the hearts of your listeners. When you are talking to someone at work, you often hear another phone ringing. Say immediately, "I hear your other line." Do you have to answer it? Even if not, he or she will appreciate the gesture. If they do have to catch the other call, you can be sure they heard nothing you said after the first ring. They're only thinking, "How can I interrupt this babbling person without being rude so I can answer my other phone?" In fact, with every burring, irritation sets in that you are holding them hostage from doing what they need to do. Here is the technique guaranteed to save you from being in that uncomfortable position. The subtext, of course, is that you are sensitive to what's going on in your caller's world. If you're talking to someone far away or in another country, another way to show your tops in the communications department is to translate time references into their time zone. When you leave a message, say, "I can be reached between 3 and 5 your time." Technique 69. I hear your other line. When you hear a phone in the background, stop speaking, in mid-sentence, if necessary, and say, "I hear your other line. Are your dog barking, your baby crying, your spouse calling you?" Ask whether they have to attend to it. Whether they do or not, they'll know you're a top communicator for asking. And don't forget foreign holidays. Last July 1st, I was on the phone with a client from Australia. I was impressed when he wished me, "Happy Independence Day weekend." So impressed, in fact, I ran out to find a chart of international holidays. I made a note in my calendar for next January 26th to wish my Aussie friend, "Happy Australia Day." If you do business with people around the world, be sure to extend good wishes to them for their holidays. Forget about your own if they're not shared. I'm still mortified about the time last November when I was on a conference call with a Canadian client and 7 of his salespeople, and I wished them all, "Happy Thanksgiving." 70. How to listen between the lines on the phone. The first time I saw The Wizard of Oz, the story bewitched me. The second time I saw The Wizard of Oz, the special effects amazed me. The third time I saw The Wizard of Oz, the photography dazzled me. Have you ever seen a movie twice, 3 times? You notice subtleties and hear sounds you completely missed the first time around. It's the same on the phone. Hearing it is much better the second time around. Because your business conversations are more consequential than movies, you should listen to them 2, maybe 3 times. Often we have no clear idea of what really happened in our phone conversation until we hear it again. You'll find shadings more significant than the color of Toto's collar, and more scarecrows than you imagined who haven't got a brain. How do you listen to your important business conversations again? Simply, legally, and ethically tape record them. I call the technique of recording and analyzing your business conversations for subtleties instant replay. Having a tape recorder on her phone could have made a dramatic difference in the career of my friend Laura. Laura, a nutritionist, had developed an excellent health drink. It deserved to be marketed nationally. I was in Laura's office one day discussing her plans, and I said, "Laura, I've got just the contact for you." Several months earlier, I had met Fred, a man who owned a chain of supermarkets. Fred owed me a favor because, at his request, I'd given a pro bono talk for a social club he belonged to. Fred was a big player in the supermarket world, and with one, yes, he could put my friend's health drink in his stores. That would launch Laura nationally. I placed the call and, lo and behold, he was in. And, an even bigger lo and behold, Fred sounded interested in Laura's beverage. "Put her on," Fred said. I proudly handed Laura the phone, and their conversation started out fine. "Oh sure, I'll send you a sample," Laura said. "What's the address?" Then I heard Laura say, wait a minute, let me get something to write with." I rapidly rolled a pen and pushed a pad in front of her nose. What's that again? Did you say 4201 or 4102? I moan inaudibly. "And how do you spell the name of the street?" My moan becomes audible. Whoops, this pen just ran out of ink. "Leil, do you see another pen on my desk?" I did, and this time I felt like throwing it at her. "Sorry, what's that again?" Yikes, now I wanted to grab the phone out of Laura's hands. She shouldn't be bothering a busy big player for details like repeating addresses. She could have called his secretary back later for clarification. But even that would have been unnecessary if she were recording the conversation with the instant replay technique. She could have merely mentioned that she was flipping on the recorder. Most heavy hitters are comfortable with that concept, and she would have had it on tape. Fred was nice to Laura that day. But my friend never heard back from him. And to this day, she wonders why. She'll never know the confused phone exchange nixed the deal. Was Fred being unfair just because Laura was a little slow on the phone? Absolutely not. Fred figures, if this woman is as insensitive about my time at the beginning of a possible business relationship, what's she going to be like down the pike? Wise choice, Fred. I still like Laura. She's still my friend. But will I introduce her to any other big winners who might help her? I can't take the chance. How to set up your instant replay. Instant replay is simple and cheap. Go to your local electronics store and ask for a recorder for your telephone. Slap it on your phone receiver and plug the other end into a cassette recorder. Then turn the recorder on during your next important conversation. The device could earn you hundreds of dollars on your first call. In some states, the law requires you to inform the other party that you are recording them. Make sure to check with the authorities about the legality in the state where you live. If it's one-party consent, don't worry, you're the one party. Obviously, you must never, ever use the tape for any other purpose than for your own second listening. Not only would that be unlawful, but it would be unconscionable. For extra security, don't leave people's taped conversations lying around. Keep the same tape in your cassette machine and use it over and over to record important details. With instant replay, you can catch balls your conversation partner throws out on the first bounce. You're on the phone with your boss. He rambles off 4 or 5 names in a law firm you're supposed to write to, then the address, then the 9-digit zip code. Realizing he's pitched you some pretty fast balls, he asks, "Shall I repeat that for you?" "No thanks, I got it," you proudly say, silently tapping your little tape recorder. The boss is impressed. Yet another benefit of instant replay, it helps hide your ignorance. Recently, I was on the phone with a cameraman negotiating a price on a videotape to use as a speaker's demo. Luckily, I was recording the conversation because his flurry of Hi8, VHS, Super VHS, Beta SP, and 3/4-inch U-Montage had me wanting to crawl into a rodent hole in the wall. But I listened to the tape of our conversation afterward. I wrote down all the words I didn't understand and then asked a video friend what they meant. Now I was able to call the cameraman back and say, "I'd like a 2-camera shoot on Beta SP. And can you give me a VHS dub so I can do some offline editing?" Don't you think I got a much better price than if I'd asked, "What's a Beta SP?" Technique 70. Instant replay. Record all your business conversations and listen to them again. The second or third time, you pick up on significant subtleties you missed the first time. It's like football fans who often don't know if there was a fumble until they see it all over again in instant replay. Forget what they said, hear what they meant. Instant replay also makes you sensitive to levels of communication far deeper than just your caller's words. You tune into their real enthusiasm or hesitation about an idea. When we want something, our minds play funny tricks on us. If we desperately crave, yes, from someone, we hear, yes. But, yes, isn't always what it seems. A client's forceful, yes, and her hesitant, yes, are different as heaven and hell. Last month, I asked a woman who'd book me for a speech if her office could reproduce my 10-page handout. She gave me the answer I wanted, which was, yes. Later, however, I re-listened to our conversation on tape. Her answer about the handouts had been a very hesitant, well, yes. I immediately called her back and said, "By the way, don't worry about those handouts." "Oh, I'm so glad," she purred, "because we really don't have the budget for things like that." I gained much more in my client's goodwill than the value of reproducing a few sheets of paper. Let us now return to your live, in-person show. We're going to talk not only about how to be a hit at a party, but how to smoothly hit on all the folks you want, just like a politician. Part 8. How to work a party like a politician works a room. The politician's 6-point party checklist. When invited to a party, most of us waft into a fluffy thought process. Our random reverie goes something like this. This could be fun. Wonder if they're going to serve food. Hope it's good. Might be some interesting people there. Wonder if my friend so-and-so is coming. Golly, what should I wear? That's not the way a politician thinks about a party, however. While politicians, heavy-duty networkers, serious socializers, and big winners in the business world are staring at the invitation, they instinctively surf to a different channel. Before they RSVP with yes or no, their brains craft journalistic campaign questions. It's the 6-point party checklist: who, when, what, why, where, and how. Let's take them one by one. Who is going to be at the party? More specifically, who will be there that I should meet? Serious networkers calculate, who must I meet for business? Who should I meet for political or social reasons? And, if single and searching, who do I want to meet for possible love? If they don't know who is going to be in attendance, they ask. Politicians unabashedly telephone the host or hostess of the party and ask, who's coming? As the party giver chats casually about the guest list, politicians scribble the names of the people who interest them, then resolve to meet each. When should I arrive? Politicians do not leave arrival time to whenever they finish getting dressed. They don't ask themselves, should I be fashionably late? They carefully calculate their estimated time of arrival and estimated time of departure. If the party is bulging with contacts, big players get there early to start hitting their marks as each arrives. VIPs frequently come early to get their business done before party regulars, who hate to be the first ones there, start arriving. They are never embarrassed to arrive early. After all, the only people who see them are other early arrivals who are often heavy hitters like themselves. Nor will you find politicians prowling around, the last to slink out the door. Once they've accomplished what they set out to do, they're on their way to the next opportunity. If their agenda is more social, they try to leave their departure time open and their après-party schedule free. That way, if they make an important new contact, they can stay around and talk with him, drive her home, or go somewhere else for coffee. What should I take with me? A politician's checklist is not the usual, let's see, my comb, cologne, and breath mints. They pack more functional networking tools in their pockets or purses. If corporate cats will be prowling the party, they pack a pocketful of business cards. If it's a gala where people are gadding about on the social ladder and they want to exude old-world elegance, they grab a handful of social cards containing only their name and possibly an address and phone number. Some feel giving out a business card in a purely social setting can be gauche. The most vital tool in their party pack is a small pad and pen to keep track of important contacts. Why is the party being given? The politician's perpetual philosophy of penetrate the ostensible enters here. That's just a fancy way of saying, look under the rug. They ask themselves, what is the ostensible reason for the party? A big industrialist is giving his daughter a graduation party. A newly divorced executive is throwing himself a birthday bash. A floundering business is celebrating its 10th year. Nice, politicians say to themselves, that's the ostensible. But what's the real reason for the party? Maybe the industrialist wants to get his daughter a good job, so he's invited dozens of potential employers. The birthday boy is single again, so the guest list is heavy with attractive and accomplished females. The business desperately needs good PR if it's going to stay around another 10 years. So they've invited the press and community movers and shakers. Politicians have expert under-rug vision to spot the host's real agenda. They will, of course, never discuss it at the party. However, the insight elevates them to a shared state of higher consciousness with other heavy hitters at the bash. Their knowledge also makes them valuable agents for the party giver. A savvy politician introduces the job-seeking daughter to some executives at the party or tells the most alluring women at the bash what a great guy the birthday boy is. When chatting with reporters, he talks up the host's business that needs good PR. When people support the real reason for the party, they become popular and sought-after guests for future events. Where is the collective mind? Often, people from one profession or one interest group will comprise most of the guest list. A politician never accepts any invitation without asking herself, what kind of people will be at this party, and what will they be thinking about? Perhaps there will be a drove of doctors. So she clicks on the latest medical headlines and rehearses a little doc talk. If the guests are a nest of New Age voters, the politician gets up to speed on telepathic healing, tantric toning, and trance dancing. Politicians can't afford to be out of the loop. How am I going to follow up on the party? Now, the big finale. I call it contact cement. It's cementing the contacts the politician has made. After meeting a good contact and exchanging cards, practically everyone says, it's been great talking to you. We'll stay in touch. This good intention seldom happens without Herculean effort. Politicians, however, make a science out of keeping up the contact. After the party, they sit at their desks and, like a game of solitaire, lay out the business cards of the people they've met. Using the business card dossier, technique described later in this section, they decide how, when, and if to deal with each. Does this person require a phone call? Should that one receive a handwritten note? Shall I email or call the other one? Use the 6-point party checklist, the who, when, why, where, what, and how, of a party, as your general game plan. Now let's get down to specifics. 71. How to avoid the most common party blooper. The average partygoer, let's say Charlie, arrives at the bash. He makes a beeline for the refreshment table for munchies and a beverage. He then finds a few buddies and starts chatting away with them. Chewing the nibbles on his plate and the fat with his friends, he occasionally looks around the room to see who might be new and fun to talk to. He's hoping several attractive and interesting people at the party will spot him and come over to talk. What's wrong with Charlie's approach? Everything, if Charlie wants to make the party productive. Let's start with the average partygoer's first mistake, getting some refreshments and a drink right off the bat. People mingling at a party make judgments, often subconscious, about whom they are going to approach. Have you ever lived on a farm? Or had a dog or a cat? Then you know you never disturb animals when they are eating. Likewise, when a human is eating, other humans do not feel comfortable advancing. If partygoers' eyes scan the crowd and see you with the feed bag on, they pass right over you. Subconsciously, they're saying to themselves, let the hungry hound chow down, and maybe we'll talk later. Later never comes because they wind up making friends with someone else whose mouth isn't full. Politicians always eat before they come to the party. They know they'd need a circus juggler's talent to shake hands, exchange business cards, hold a drink, and stuff crackers and cheese into their mouths, all with just 2 hands. Technique 71. Munching or mingling. Politicians want to be eyeball to eyeball and belly to belly with their constituents. Like any big winner well versed in the science of proxemics and spatial relationships, they know any object except their belt buckle has the effect of a brick wall between two people. Therefore, they never hold food or drink at a party. Come to munch or come to mingle. But do not expect to do both. Like a good politician, chow down before you come. 72. How to make an unforgettable entrance. Loretta Young makes television history when she appears at the head of her immense staircase and surveys the set. Then she swoops down to start the show. The Pope steps out onto his balcony overlooking St. Peter's Square in Rome and surveys the crowd. Then he begins the benediction. Betty Davis stops in the doorway and looks around. Then she mutters, "What a dump." And every late-night TV comic since, "Here's Johnny," steps center stage and scrutinizes the applauding audience. Then he reveals the reason for the smirk on his face. What do all these great entrances have in common? Each pauses momentarily and looks around before swooping into decisive action. Movie directors love shots of the doorway where the camera pans, the music swells, and all eyes gravitate to the honcho or honchote standing under the frame. Does the star skulk into the room like a frightened little kitten in a new owner's home? Or, like many of us do at a party, frantically gravitate to the first familiar face so people won't think he or she is unconnected? No, the star stops. Then, framed by the doorway, his or her notable presence is felt by all. People who have mastered this trick have what envious theatrical wannabes call stage presence. Stage groupies think some lucky stars are born with it. Think again, thespians. It's cultivated. Politicians don't just slink unnoticed into a room full of people. Politicians make the entrance. With one simple technique, you too can make great entrances. I call it rubberneck the room. Before entering, stop dramatically in the doorway and survey the scene slowly with your eyes. It is significant that, while you're standing in the doorway, you're not thinking, "Look at me." The reason you're rubbernecking the room is not to show off, it is so you can diagnose the situation you're walking into. Take note of the lighting, the bar, and, most important, the faces. Listen to the music, the buzz of the crowd, the clinking of glasses. See who is talking to whom. While rubbernecking, you'll also be using, be the chooser, not the choosee, the next technique, which helps you select your first, second, and maybe third target. Now, like the big cat who rules the jungle, leap in to make your first move toward owning the room. Technique 72. Rubberneck the room. When you arrive at the gathering, stop dramatically in the doorway. Then slowly survey the situation. Let your eyes travel back and forth like a SWAT team ready in a heartbeat to wipe out anything that moves. In tandem with rubberneck the room, try using the following technique. 73. How to meet the people you want to meet. Politicians don't wait for others to approach them. If the party host or their campaign manager has not supplied a must-meet list, they choose their targets while rubbernecking the room. As their keen eyes scan the crowd, they're asking themselves, who would I most enjoy talking to? Who looks like they could be most beneficial to my life? Who could I learn the most from in this group? How do they choose? They look at everyone the same way my friend Bob, the caricature artist, looks at people. You can tell a whole lot more than you realize if you keep your gaze fixed on someone. Every twinkle in someone's eye and every line surrounding it tells a story, the story of the life he or she leads. Who was it who said, at age 30, everyone has the face he deserves? Yet few of us consciously look into strangers' eyes. How foolish that, at a party or convention for making contacts, most people are embarrassed to make eye contact with people they don't know. In my networking seminar, I prime participants to make intense visual contact by asking them to form a big circle, walk around the room, and silently stare at each other. Gaze into each other's eyes, I tell them. Examine each other's movements. As they are walking, I say, the most important business contact, the dearest friend, or the love of your life is probably not in this room. Nevertheless, sometime soon, you will be in a room where you will spot someone you sense could change your life. I want you to be prepared. I want you to have the courage to make the approach and not wait in vain for that special someone to approach you. While strolling and staring, I ask them to silently choose the 4 people they most want to talk to during the break. Only the beautiful people will be chosen. When given this unfamiliar and uncomfortable assignment, the participants assume everyone will make a beeline for the most attractive people. It never happens. Something mystical occurs when people take the time to really look at each other. Everyone discovers a distinctive beauty in 1 or 2 other people that is very personal, very special, and speaks uniquely to the seeker. The dearest friend in my life was a homely little fellow named Chip. He was only 5 feet 2 inches tall. Chip had a huge nose and funny little eyes peeping out through thick glasses. At a party, without using this technique, I probably would never have noticed Chip. However, my concentration was on him the day we met because he was giving a speech. When I gazed intently into his eyes and watched his lips moving, I saw such subjective beauty coming from his face. He became my best friend for 12 years until a tragic disease took his life. Nevertheless, Chip remained beautiful to me until the end because, no matter how twisted his body became with illness, the beauty shone through his spirit. As the seminar participants explore each other's faces and movements, they discover the subjective beauty in their faces and spirits. No one can explain why one person chooses another as one of his or her special 4. Yet practically everyone returns from the break having made a new good friend. Never is anyone left unchosen. When you seek people's special qualities by exploring their faces, you will find them. If you want to walk out of any gathering with your life enhanced, spend time with people you choose, not just those who choose you. Be choosy in who you pick. But don't wait to be the choosee. Technique 73. Be the chooser, not the CHOOSEE. The lifelong friend, the love of your life, or the business contact who will transform your future may not be at the party. However, someday, somewhere, he or she will be. Make every party a rehearsal for the big event. Do not stand around waiting for the moment when that special person approaches you. You make it happen by exploring every face in the room. No more ships passing in the night. Capture whatever or whomever you want in your life. Sure, in a seminar, it's easy, but what about real life? Sometimes, after the break, a participant will say, it was simple to go up to people I wanted to talk to this time because you gave it as an assignment. But what about at a real party? Recently, one of my participants named Todd asked me this question in front of the group. I asked, Todd, how did you make the approach this time? Well, I just went up and said, hi, I'm Todd. I wanted to talk to you. Well, I asked. It dawned on him that he could use this opening phrase to meet anyone at any party. To smooth a potentially awkward moment, you quickly follow up with an innocuous question like, how do you know the hostess? Or, do you live in the area? Now, you're off and running just as though the host had introduced you. Of course, other choosy people will be prowling around the party. Some of them, after scrutinizing you, will decide you are one of the special people they choose to talk to. The following is a subliminal maneuver to make it easy for them to come over to confirm they made a wise choice. 74. How to subliminally lure people to you at a gathering. Have you ever noticed how comfortable you feel sauntering into certain rooms? The chairs are arranged in a way that welcomes you, as if saying, "Come right on in and sit on me." Conversely, you enter other rooms where you must navigate a circuitous route around tables and dressers before you finally find a free chair. Likewise, some people arrange their body furniture, their arms and legs, to say, "Hey, come right on over and talk to me." Yet other people's body language shouts, "Keep out. Approach at your own risk." Shy people inadvertently say, "Stay away," when they fold their arms. They give off insecure signals by clutching a purse, clasping a drink, or smoking a cigarette. Controlled studies show that partygoers are more comfortable approaching people who stand with an open body, arms uncrossed and hanging at their sides, legs slightly separated, and a slight smile on their faces. Any object between you and the crowd is a subliminal cutoff, even your purse. More people approach a woman who sports a shoulder bag than one squeezing a handbag. The shoulder bag hangs behind her back, thus leaving the path to talk to her open. Give them the old wrist flash. Now, here's the pièce de résistance. Next to your face, your wrists and palms are among the most expressive parts of your body. Palms up speak volumes of good sentiments. The Pope's wrists and palms are up when he beckons, "Come unto me, my brethren." The burglar's wrists and palms are up when he says, "I give up, don't shoot." The innocent man's wrists and palms are up when he's saying, "I don't know who took the money." Vulnerable, open palms signify, "I have nothing to hide." They also signify acceptance. When you are listening to a business colleague to whom you want to signal acceptance, make sure your wrists and palms are up. Even if you're resting your head on your chin, turn your wrists forward. Whenever you are chatting with anyone, give yourself a constant hand check. Make sure you don't point your knuckles directly toward anyone. Let them have the pleasure of seeing the soft, tender, "come hither," skin of your wrists and palms, not the wrinkled, "go away," skin on your knuckles. Romance on your mind. Ladies, let your hands do some talking for you. Women instinctively turn their wrists and palms upward when a man excites them. In fact, the old wrist flash while talking with males subconsciously gives them a sexy jolt. Pave a clear path for people who find you special. Frightened little jungle cats crouch behind rocks and logs so no bigger animals will spot them. In the social jungle, shy people do the same. They instinctively seek out corners and sit in seats where they won't be seen. Technique 74. Come hither hands. Be a human magnet, not a human repellent. When standing at a gathering, arrange your body in an open position, especially your arms and hands. People instinctively gravitate toward open palms and wrists seductively arranged in the "come hither" position. They shy away from knuckles in the "get lost or I'll punch you" position. Use your wrists and palms to say, "I have nothing to hide, I accept you and what you're saying," or "I find you attractive." Whereas lynxes and lions stroll confidently to the center of the jungle clearing, human big cats in the social jungle also stand confidently in a clearing so others can see them. Like a politician, position yourself near a doorway since everyone must pass your way at some point in the evening. Now we come to a technique all politicians use. In fact, some political pundits have credited the election of both John Kennedy and Bill Clinton to their mastery of the technique I call tracking. 75. How to make them feel like a movie star. In the 1940s, movies were different. Before experimental films, cinema verite, and nouvelle vague, they had stories. Americans hopped in their Buicks, with a foxtail tied to the radio antenna and baby boots suspended from the rearview mirror, drove to the movie house, and watched a story unfold before them. Almost invariably, the hero and heroine on the silver screen would meet, fall in love, overcome seemingly impossible obstacles, get married, and presumably live happily ever after. Oh, the stories varied slightly. But there was always a leading man and maybe a leading woman. Then there was the rest of the world. The supporting characters could live or die without much fuss. But every minor event in the star's life was significant. Well, movies may have changed, but human nature hasn't. Everyone feels like the star of a 1940s movie. Every trivial event in their lives is momentous. There's M.E. Then there's the rest of the world. What someone had for breakfast, what shoes he chose to wear, and whether he took time to floss his teeth can be more important to that particular someone than the fall of faraway nations or the rise of global temperatures. Husbands and wives sometimes share their spouse's minutiae. What did you have for breakfast, honey? You didn't wear those shoes, did you? Did you remember to floss? To create an interesting intimacy, big winners make a point to remember minute details of important contacts' lives. They obviously don't feign interest in what they had for breakfast or whether they flossed or forgot. But to make someone feel like a big star, they remember details their contact happens to share. Take their lead. If a prospect mentions he had Rice Krispies for breakfast, allude to it later. If, in chatting, your boss tells you she wore uncomfortable shoes to work one day, find a way to refer to it on another occasion. If your client mentions he's a resolute flosser, compliment him at a later date on his discipline. It hints that he or she is a memorable star in the galaxy of people you've met. It's called tracking their lives. When you track their minutiae, you make them feel like 1940s movie stars and that minor events in their lives are major concerns in yours. Don't leave it to chance. Politicians make a science out of tracking. They keep a little black box either on their desk, in their computer, or in their brain of the last concern, enthusiasm, or event discussed with everyone in their life. They keep track of where people were, what they said, and what they were doing since the last conversation. Then the first words of the next phone call or meeting with that person relate to that information. Hello, Joe. How was your trip to Jamaica? Hey Sam. Did your kid make the baseball team? Hi, Sally. Have you heard back from your client yet? Nice to hear from you, Bob. It means you survived that Szechuan restaurant you were going to last time we spoke. When you invoke the last major or minor event in anyone's life, it confirms what they've known all along. They're the most important person in the world. One of the most powerful forms of tracking is remembering anniversaries of people's personal achievements. Did your boss get promoted to her present position 1 year ago today? Did your client go public? How much more memorable than a birthday card to send a 1-year congratulations note? Remembering people's private passions is another effective strategy. Several years ago, I wrote regularly for a magazine. My then editor, Carrie, was obsessed with her new kitten named Cookie. Recently, I ran into Carrie at a writer's conference. In early conversation, I said to her, I guess Cookie's a full-grown cat by now. How is she? Carrie's astonished smile was my reward. Leil, she squealed, I can't believe you remember Cookie. Yes, she's fine now and Carrie went on for another 10 minutes about Cookie, the now full-grown cat. Technique 75. Tracking. Like an air traffic controller, track the tiniest details of your conversation partners' lives. Refer to them in your conversation like a major news story. It creates a powerful sense of intimacy. When you invoke the last major or minor event in anyone's life, it confirms the deep conviction that he or she is an old-style hero around whom the world revolves. And people love you for recognizing their stardom. A week later, I got a call from Carrie asking me if I'd do a big story for her magazine. Did she think of me because I used the tracking technique and remembered Cookie? Nobody can say, but I have my suspicions. I've seen the tracking technique work on too many people to assume the rewards are coincidental. How do politicians remember so many facts to track about so many people? They use the following technique. 76. How to amaze them with what you remember about them. Several years ago, I attended a political fundraising event in a Midwestern state. One guest intrigued me. Sometimes I'd see him in animated conversation with several people. Other times, he'd be standing alone, scribbling something on a card in his hand. Then, the next time I looked up, he'd be chatting with someone else. The next minute, he'd be scribbling in his hand again. He repeated this pattern for over an hour. I became as curious as a nosy neighbor. Who was this fellow? At one point during the evening, I was standing alone by the refreshment table. He came up to me with a big smile, a warm handshake, and introduced himself. Hi, I'm Joe Smith. He asked me what I was drinking. I told him white wine, and we started discussing preferences. I happened to mention my favorite white was Sancerre. While we talked, I had to bite my tongue to resist asking him what he'd been up to with the feverish note-taking. A few minutes later, I spotted a friend across the room and excused myself. He asked for my card, and as I walked away, I peeked over my shoulder. I knew it. There he was, scribbling on my card. That was my opening. I turned back and, trying to pass my inquiry off as a joke, said, "Hey, I didn't give you my measurements." "What's that you're writing?" He gave a hearty laugh at my tasteless joke and said, "You caught me." He turned over my card, and I saw one word written on it, sincere. Then, to assuage my paranoia, he emptied his pocketful of people's business cards to show me the scribbles on the back of each. I assumed it was just Joe's little system to help him remember people. It wasn't until months later that I saw the method to his madness. One morning, I went to my mailbox and found a personal postcard from Joe. He told me he was running for state senator. Then, at the bottom of the card, he'd written, "Had any good sincere lately?" That won my heart. Had I lived in his state, a little touch like that might have swayed my vote to him. Technique 76. The business card dossier. Right after you've talked to someone at a party, take out your pen. On the back of their business card, write notes to remind you of the conversation, their favorite restaurant, sport, movie, or drink, whom they admire, where they grew up, a high school honor, or maybe a joke they told. In your next communication, toss off a reference to their favorite restaurant, sport, movie, drink, hometown, or high school honor. Or bring back the laugh over the great joke. They may not jump up and down asking, "How did you remember that?" Nevertheless, they will remember you. No matter how important the VIP, he or she senses a special kinship with the person who refers to something other than their usual well-known accomplishments. Politicians are constantly selling themselves. If you've ever wondered why America is called the land of promise, just keep your ears open in election year. But, of course, to know what to promise people, politicians use the next super sales technique called eyeball selling. 77. How to make the sale with your eyeballs. The percentage of sales that Jimmy, a good friend of mine, makes is hard to believe. Even his sales manager doesn't know how he does it. But I do, because he told me. Jimmy says the fancy sales techniques he's learned over the years: benefit selling, partnering, selling to personality types, value-added concept, rejection proofing, spin selling, all pale in comparison to what he calls eyeball selling. Eyeball selling is not about memorizing 24 closing techniques, nor is it verbally sparring with a customer to overcome objections. Jimmy says it's quite simple: keeping his eyes open, watching his customers' reactions, and adjusting his sales pitch according to how his customer's body moves. While Jimmy is giving his sales pitch, he's concentrating more on how his customer fidgets, twitches, and squirms than on what he's saying. He's scrutinizing his customer's involuntary head movements, studying her hand gestures, body rotation, facial expressions, even her eye fluctuations. Jimmy says when his customer is not saying a word, even if she's trying to maintain a poker face, she cannot help but communicate. She may not articulate how receptive she is to your pitch, but she's clearly telling you nonetheless. Jimmy believes that knowing what turns a prospect on, what turns her off, and what leaves her neutral from moment to moment can make or break the sale. How Jimmy finds out where the buck stops. The product Jimmy sells is expensive lighting equipment. Often he must make sales presentations to groups of 10, 20, or more people. He says, the first challenge in eyeball selling is discovering who the real decision maker is. Jimmy meets this challenge in an unorthodox, though not necessarily recommended, way. Right after saying, "Good afternoon, gentlemen and ladies," he makes a slightly confusing statement. Why? Because the surprised group doesn't know how to react. Their heads all twirl like weather vanes on a windy day to look at, guess who? The honcho, the heavyweight, the head man or woman. Now Jimmy's got his decision maker, so he can continue eyeball selling to that person. What to do when you get your cue? Some signals are obvious, Jimmy says. People shrug their shoulders for indifference, tap their fingers for impatience, or loosen their collars when they feel uncomfortable. But there are hundreds of other unconscious gestures I keep my antennae tuned for. For example, I watch the exact angle of my prospect's head position. If it's fully facing me, especially if it's cocked at a cute little angle, it means they're interested. In that case, I keep right on talking. But if their head is slightly turning away, that's a bad sign. I take it as a cue to change the subject and maybe talk about a different benefit of my product. Jimmy not only tailors what he's saying to his customers' reactions, but he also actively takes steps to change his prospect's body position if he feels it's not receptive. He says, the body must be open before the mind can follow. For example, he continues, if your customer has his arms crossed in front of his chest, hand him something to look at so he has to unfold them to take it from you. Jimmy always carries a briefcase full of props to break down barriers. He has photos of his wife and kids to hand to married prospects, snapshots of his Skye Terrier for customers who have a dog, an antique watch to show antique lovers, and a pocket-sized computer to show gadget fanatics. Jimmy says, as long as I can get them to open their arms to reach for something, I have a shot at their minds. Jimmy also paces the timing of his pitch to match his customer's covert reactions. When his client reaches for an object, he takes it as a cue to talk slower or just be quiet. Reaching for a paper clip or fondling a folder on the desk signifies, I'm thinking about it. Of course, Jimmy is on constant lookout for sales-ready signals like picking up the contract, fondling the pen, or turning their palms up. At that point, he cuts quickly to the close. Another cue to bring out the contract signing pen is when your prospect's head starts bobbing up and down like a plastic duck. They're silently screaming, yes, I'll buy. Unskilled salespeople just keep on talking until they finish the pitch they learned in training. Many keep talking so long that they answer themselves. Conversely, when customers move their heads back and forth, no matter what they are saying, they mean, no. Eyeballing is not just for selling. Without a word, your friends and loved ones also show their wishes. When my friend Deborah became engaged to Tony, it seemed obvious to everyone, except Deborah, that it was not a marriage made in heaven. A few months before their wedding, I said, Deb, are you really sure Tony's the one for you? Oh yes, she said, her head moving right and left, back and forth, I love him very much. That marriage never took place. Her body recognized what her mind hadn't yet realized. Like a politician, think of your social conversations as sales pitches. Even if you have no product, you want them to buy your ideas. If your listener turns away while you're talking, don't concentrate on how rude the person is. Like a sales pro, ask yourself, how can I change the subject to turn this person on? If their whole body starts to turn away, use the time-honored personal question tactic. Ask about their favorite topic. George, how big did you say that bass you caught last week was? Or use his name and ask a personal question. That's always a grabber. Archibald, what did you say the name of your high school football team was? We've talked about only a few responses. Hints for reading someone's body language could fill a book. In fact, they have, many of them. I suggest a few of my favorites in the references. Read up on body language and tune into its visual channel whenever you're trying to sell to people, get their vote, or convince them you're the best candidate for the job or the role of life partner. Technique 77. Eyeball selling. The human body is a 24-hour broadcasting station that transmits, you thrill me, you bore me, I love that aspect of your product, or, that one puts my feet to sleep. Set the hidden cameras behind your eyeballs to pick up on all your customers' and friends' signals. Then plan your pitch and your pace accordingly. Wouldn't it be super to have Jimmy's success rate with our listeners accepting whatever we say? We can if we just keep our eyes open. A quick review. That's all there is to it. You'll remember to eat before coming to the party, the munching or mingling technique, to leave your hands free for heavy networking. When you arrive, you'll stop in the doorway and rubberneck the room to get the lay of the land. While rubbernecking, you'll be the chooser, not the choosee, and pick your prospects for the evening. When standing around, you will be relaxing and inviting with come hither hands. You haven't forgotten, of course, to use the meeting people techniques from previous chapters. If you spot someone you want to talk to, check them out for a what's it you can comment on. Finding none, just ask the party giver, who's it? If the host or hostess is not in sight, simply stand near your target and resort to the eavesdrop-in technique. While chatting with anyone you've previously met, you will, of course, use tracking to win their vote or heart and all the techniques in part 2 to ensure the conversation is interesting for your new acquaintance. Finally, you'll employ eyeball selling to make sure you're on target with every conversation. And don't forget, as you say, so long, to scribble material for your next contact on your business card dossier. It's a good feeling when you've done it all right. Continue using these techniques politicians use to work a room, and you'll suffer no more unimportant parties. And, following the advice throughout the book, you'll never strike anyone as an unimportant person. Now we move on to the advanced section of how to talk to anyone. Some of the following techniques may make you scratch your head in confusion. Pay special attention to the ones that do, because it means sometime, you might find yourself scratching your head over something much more painful, like the bump from hitting a glass ceiling, or why the business deal, friendship, or love affair went sour. You might never know, unless you read it here, that it was your own communications fumble. Part 9. How to break the most treacherous glass ceiling of all. Sometimes people are tigers. Every week, when I was a kid, my mother took me to the National Geographic Society to see a film. The one on tigers still invades my nightmares many years later. Sitting there in the darkened theater, I watched a mother give birth to 3 tiny cubs. One was born with a mangled leg. I witnessed how all the other tiger cubs excluded him. Right there in front of the cameras, he was tortured to death by the others. I remember crying and thinking how the healthy cubs were like some of the kids in my school. Sometimes they could be very cruel. My best friend in grade school was Stella, and she was a beautiful girl inside and out. But she had a speech defect, a cleft palate. Many of our classmates laughed at her behind her back and excluded her from their games. Kids haven't changed much. When I give talks for colleges and young people's groups, the discussion often turns to popularity. Everyone wants to be liked. Occasionally, students tell me stories about how some girl has a minor physical defect, say, a crossed eye or a nervous twitch. They say some kids laugh and make fun of her. Or a boy has a limp, so no one chooses him for their baseball team. Even if he can run just as fast as the other kids, some of his classmates don't like the image of a cripple being on their side. The years go by, and kids become adults. Not much changes. Adults are not as cruel about physical disabilities, happily, but they can be brutal about social disabilities. Social disabilities are insidious because often we don't recognize them in ourselves. We can be blind to our social handicaps and deaf to our verbal deficiencies. But we're quick to recognize them in others. How many times has one of your associates made a dumb, insensitive gaffe? How often have you written somebody off because of some stupid move? Do you think he knew what he was doing? Of course not. He had no idea he was crossing a line or stepping on your toes. Probably no one ever told him about the subtleties we're going to discuss in this final section of how to talk to anyone. We've all heard about the glass ceiling some companies construct over women and minorities. People seldom discuss another kind of glass ceiling. This one is even more treacherous because you can't legislate against it, and only top communicators recognize it. Yet it's a rock-hard shield. Many bright individuals hit their heads on the thick glass as they try to climb up the next rung of the ladder to join the big boys and big girls on top. The folks able to crash through are the ones who abide by the unspoken rules that follow. Consider each of the following techniques. If you find any of them obvious, give yourself a pat on the back. It means you're already a tiger in that area. Be on the lookout for those communication sensitivities where you find yourself saying, "You gotta be kidding. What's wrong with that?" Watch out. It means someday, somewhere, you might commit that particular insensitivity. Then, when a big winner responds coolly to your suggestion, doesn't return your phone call, doesn't give you the promotion, doesn't invite you to the party, or doesn't accept your date, you'll never know what happened. Read each of the following techniques to ensure you're not making any of these subtle mistakes that let the big players lacerate you and keep you from getting what you want in life. 78. How to win their affection by overlooking their bloopers. One remarkable reaction opened my eyes to yet another difference between big winners and little losers. Several years ago, I was doing a project for a client, and I had the pleasure of being taken to lunch by the 4 biggest fish in the firm. They wanted to familiarize me with the communication problems their company was experiencing. We went to a busy midtown restaurant at peak lunchtime. Every table was filled with a variety of corporate creatures. Upper and middle management types were lunching in their suits and ties or high-collar blouses. Workers and secretaries were munching in their blue shirts or short skirts. The restaurant was buzzing with conversation and conviviality. Over the entree, we were in deep discussion about the company's challenges. The CFO, Mr. Wilson, was talking about the financial outlook when suddenly, blam! Not 6 feet away, a waiter dropped a tray full of dishes. Glasses broke. Silverware clattered against the marble floor, and a hot-baked potato rolled under our table in a direct path for Wilson's feet. Practically everyone in the restaurant turned toward the humiliated waiter. We heard a cacophony of, "Uh-oh, Butterfingers. Whoops, watch it," and a variety of tittering and derisive laughter. Wilson, however, didn't miss a word of his monologue. Not one big player at my table turned or blinked an eye. It was as though nothing had happened. The restaurant gradually quieted down around us as we continued our deliberations. A few minutes later, the baked potato shot back out from under our table. At that moment, I found myself wondering whether Wilson had been a soccer player in his youth. Over coffee, the director of marketing, Ms. Dawson, was discussing the company's planned expansion. Suddenly, she made an expansive gesture with her arms that knocked over her coffee cup. Just as I was about to say, "Oh dear," I bit my tongue. Before I could grab my napkin to help, Dawson was dabbing the muddy puddle with hers, not missing a syllable of her soliloquy. None of her cool colleagues at the table even seemed to notice the overturned cup. At that instant, I realized that big boys and big girls see no bloopers and hear no bloopers. They never say, "Butterfingers," "Whoops," or even, "Uh-oh." They ignore their colleagues' mistakes. They simply don't notice their comrades' minor spills, slips, fumbles, and blunders. Thus, the technique, "See number bloopers, hear no bloopers," was born. Let me suffer in your silence. I have one friend who, every time I sneeze, says, "Oh, are you coming down with a cold?" Every time I miss a step on a curb, it's, "Be careful." Every time he sees me after a long day's work, he asks, "Are you tired?" Granted, this is small fry in the great bouillabaisse of bloopers. The poor guy probably genuinely thinks he's being sensitive to my needs. But, darn it, coming down with a cold, missing the curb, and looking tired are less than cool. Let me suffer in your silence. If you're having dinner with a friend and she makes a mistake, be blind to her overturned glass. Be deaf to her sneeze, cough, or hiccups. No matter how well-meaning your Gesundheit, whoops, or knowing smile, nobody likes to be reminded of their own human frailty. Fine, you say, for small slips, but what should one do in extreme circumstances? Say a rippling tide of soda is flooding across the table in your direction, and it will be impossible to ignore by the time it reaches your lap. If possible, deftly flip your napkin to obstruct the current and keep talking. Try not to miss a syllable of the sentence you started before the oncoming tide. At this point, your companion might mutter incoherent apologies. Adroitly weave a parenthetical, "It's nothing," into your current phrase and continue talking. On such small sands, the castles of big cat camaraderie are built. Technique 78. See no bloopers, hear no bloopers. Cool communicators allow their friends, associates, acquaintances, and loved ones the pleasurable myth of being above commonplace bloopers and embarrassing biological functions. They simply don't notice their comrades' minor spills, slips, fumbles, and faux pas. They obviously ignore raspberries and all other signs of human frailty in their fellow mortals. Big winners never gape at another's gaffes. If people hate to be reminded of the moments when they're not shining, there is another event almost as disillusioning. It is when a talker is shining, and the spotlight abruptly pivots to a more urgent matter. The speaker is forgotten in the flurry. Top communicators put the glow back in the gloomy gabber's eyes with the technique that follows. 79. How to win their heart when their tongue is faltering. In ancient Japan, if you saved someone's life, it became their self-imposed task to spend the rest of their life serving you. Nowadays, if you rescue someone's story, a molecule of that ancient instinct still courses through their veins. It happens all the time. Someone in a group is telling a story, and just before their big point, boom. There's an interruption. Someone new joins the group. A catering person with a tray of crackers and cheese comes over, or a baby starts crying. Suddenly, everyone's attention turns to the new arrival, the nibbles on the tray, or the adorable little tyke. Nobody is aware of the interruption, except the speaker. They forget all about the fact that the speaker hasn't made his or her point. Or you're all sitting around the living room, and someone is telling a joke. Suddenly, just before their big punchline, little Johnny drops a dish or the phone rings. After the crash, everyone talks about little Johnny's clumsiness. After the call, the subject turns to the impending marriage or medical operation of the caller. Nobody remembers that the great punchline got aborted, except the joke teller. When you're regaling everyone at a restaurant, have you ever noticed how you can almost set your clock by the waiter coming to take everyone's order just before your hilarious punchline? Most joke and storytellers are too timid to say, after the invasion, now, as I was saying. Instead, they spend the rest of the evening feeling miserable for not finishing. Here's where you come in. Rescue them with the technique I call, lend a helping tongue. Watch the gratitude in the storyteller's eyes as they stabilize where their story sank and sail off again toward the center of attention. Their expression, along with the recognition of your sensitivity by the rest of the group, is often reward enough. You are even more fortunate if you can rescue the story of someone who can hire you, promote you, buy from you, or otherwise lift your life. Big winners have elephantine memories. When you do them subtle favors like lend a helping tongue, they find a way to pay you back. Technique 79. Lend a helping tongue. Whenever someone's story is aborted, let the interruption play itself out. Give everyone time to dote on the little darling, give their dinner order, or pick up the jagged pieces of china. Then, when the group reassembles, simply say to the person who experienced story interruptus, now please get back to your story. Or better yet, remember where they were and then ask, so what happened after that, and fill in the last few words. Harvey Mackay, the world's most notable networker who rose from envelope salesman to corporate CEO and one of America's most sought-after business and motivational speakers, teaches us that the world goes round on favors. How right he is. The next 3 techniques reveal unspoken subtleties of this critical balance of power. 80. How to let them know what's in it for them. Savvy businesspeople know that everyone is constantly tuned to the same radio station, WeFM. Whenever anyone says anything, the listener's instinctive reaction is, what's in it for me? Sales pros have elevated this constant query to the exalted status of an acronym, WeFM. They pay such strict attention to the WIIFM principle that they don't open their pitch with the features of their product or service. Top professionals start by highlighting the benefits to the buyer. Except for tactical reasons during sensitive negotiations, big winners lay both, what's in it for me? And, what's in it for you? WIIFY, right out on the table. This is so critical that if one camouflages WIIFM or WIIFY, the concealer is relegated to the status of a little loser. I once invited a casual acquaintance to lunch. I had hoped to consult with Sam, the head of a marketing association, about my speaking business. I told him my desire and jokingly asked if an hour of his valuable time was available in return for lunch at a great restaurant. That was my way of saying, look, Sam, I know there's no real benefit to you except a tasty lunch and the dubious pleasure of my company. In other words, I was revealing Wi-Fi. To make the meeting even more convenient for him, I said, Sam, choose the date and the best restaurant in your neighborhood. The day of our lunch consultation rolled around, and I traveled 45 minutes across town to his chosen restaurant. As I entered, I was surprised to see an assortment of people arranged around the largest table in the room with Sam as the smiling centerpiece. Obviously, this was not the setting in which I could consult with him. Unfortunately, Sam had already spotted me by the coat check. I was trapped. It wasn't until after lunch coffee arrived that I realized why Sam had assembled the group. He wanted each person to donate presentations on their particular expertise to his organization. The sly fox hadn't revealed his own, what's in it for me. Had Sam been a straight shooter and a big player, he would have told me on the phone, Leil, I'm getting a group of speakers who might be helpful to my organization together for a Dutch treat lunch. I will, of course, try to answer your questions about your speaking business, but we will be a group of 10. Would you like to join us, or shall we choose another date when we can have more privacy? I would gladly have spoken pro bono for Sam's group had he been upfront about it. Instead, by not revealing WIIFM, we both lost. I lost a half day, and because of his trickiness, he lost my free speech for his group. Don't deny them the pleasure of helping you. Big winners also lay their cards on the table when asking someone for a favor. Many well-meaning folks are embarrassed to say how important the favor is to them. So they ask as though it's a casual inquiry when it's not. A friend of mine named Stefan once asked me if I knew any bands his organization could hire for their annual event. I told him, no, I'm sorry. I really don't. But Stefan didn't let it go at that. He pressed, Leil, didn't you once work with bands on ships? I told him, yes, but I no longer have contact with them. I thought that was the end of it. But Stefan didn't stop there. He grilled me further, and I found myself getting confused and irritated. Finally, I said, Stefan, who's in charge of getting the band? He sheepishly said, I am. Criminy jickets, Stefan, why didn't you tell me it was your responsibility? In that case, let me do some research and see if I can find a good one for you. I was happy to do my friend a favor. But Stefan, by not telling me how important it was to him, risked not getting help. He also went down a notch or two in his friend's esteem by not revealing we FM. When asking someone for a favor, let them know how much it means to you. You come across as a straight shooter, and the joy of helping you out is often reward enough. Don't deny them that pleasure. Technique 80. Bear the buried we FM and WIIFY. Whenever you suggest a meeting or ask for a favor, divulge the respective benefits. Reveal what's in it for you and what's in it for the other person, even if it's zip. If any hidden agenda comes up later, you get labeled a sly fox. Asking for or granting favors is a fabric that holds together only when woven with utmost sensitivity. Let us explore more ways to stitch this delicate cloth so your relationship doesn't rip. 81. How to make them want to do favors for you. One of my clients, Susan Evans, heads up a large real estate firm. Once, while sitting in her office discussing an upcoming project, her secretary buzzed. Excuse me, Ms. Evans, it's your brother-in-law Harry on the phone. Oh, of course, she smiled, put him on. My client, making apologies for the interruption, picked up the phone. I left the room for a few moments to give her privacy. When I returned, Susan was just hanging up, saying, sure, have him phone me. She told me the call was from her brother-in-law, whose young cousin worked in a gas station but was interested in a career in real estate. The young man is going to call me, and I'll see if I can help him out. It was obvious she was happy to do her brother-in-law a favor. We picked up our discussion where we left off. Not 4 minutes later, the secretary buzzed again. Ms. Evans, a Sunny Laker is on the line. He says he's your brother-in-law Harry's cousin and he's supposed to call you. My client was taken aback. I could tell from her expression that she was thinking, boy, my overanxious brother-in-law didn't waste any time, did he? It seemed obvious to both of us what had happened. Like greased lightning, Harry must have hurriedly called cousin Sunny to give him the big headline. Evans would see him. Then, by dialing Ms. Evans immediately, Sunny made it seem like the big deal interview was the most important event in his otherwise dull and dismal life. True or not, one truth remained. Little cousin was insensitive to an unspoken rule big winners always obey. Don't jump immediately when someone is doing you a favor. Allow the person granting the favor time to savor the pleasure of agreeing to it before having to pay up. Both the brother-in-law and the potential employees slipped in Evans's estimation, all because of timing. To ensure the kid wouldn't call his real estate mogul sister-in-law too quickly, Harry should have waited a day before telling his cousin the good news. Also, young Sunny should have asked cousin Harry about Evans's schedule. Sometimes an immediate call is advantageous, but not when someone is granting you a favor. Technique 81. Let him savor the favor. Whenever a friend agrees to a favor, allow your generous buddy time to relish the joy of his or her beneficence before you make them pay the piper. How long? At least 24 hours. One might think Evans was unfairly judging Sunny harshly just because he didn't let her savor the favor. It runs deeper than that. Evans's subconscious thought process goes something like this. If this kid is insensitive to the subtleties of timing when getting a job, how sensitive is he going to be when negotiating the sale of a house? One agent's overanxious call to an owner can mean thousands lost in commissions for the firm. Big winners have supernatural vision into your future. They see every communication blunder you make as a visible blotch on your X-ray. It dims your prognosis for being successful in life. Let's look at yet another tenuous thread between favor asker and favor granter that must not be severed lest the relationship unravel. 82. How to ask for favors. And get them. I once asked a well-connected friend who works in a top Los Angeles talent agency if she knew any celebrities I could contact for a project I was working on. Tanya flipped through her Rolodex and came up with just the names I needed. It was obvious to both of us that I owed her big time. When I thanked her profusely on the phone, Tanya said, "Oh, I'm sure you'll find a way to pay me back." "Well, of course I will," I said. "That goes without saying." And well, it should have gone without saying. She was reminding me that the favor wasn't out of friendship, but because she expected something in return. 2 days later, Tanya called and said she was coming to New York in a few months. She was just checking to see if I could put her up then. Naturally, I could, but blatantly cashing in on the return favor so quickly was not a smooth move. When someone does something nice for you, you find yourself with an elephant's memory. In fact, you consciously look for ways to return the favor. Had Tanya called even years later, of course, I would have remembered that I owed her one. Frankly, I was glad it came up so quickly so I could even the score. Nevertheless, I do wish the whole barter aspect had been left unspoken. It tarnished what should have been a generous sharing on both sides. Tarnish always wears off on the tarnisher. When you do someone a favor and they obviously owe you one, wait a few weeks. Don't make it look like tit for tat. Allow the favor asker the pleasurable myth that you joyfully did the favor with no thought of what you're going to get in return. They know that's not true. You know that's not true. But only little losers make it obvious. Technique 82. Tit for wait. Wait, tat. When you do someone a favor and it's obvious that he owes you one, wait a suitable amount of time before asking him to pay. Let him enjoy the fact or fiction that you did it out of friendship. Don't call in your tit for their tat too swiftly. The next 3 techniques also involve timing, not of favors, but of important discussions. 83. How to know what not to say at parties. When police were hot on the tail of a thief in ancient times, he would frantically seek a church to duck into. The crook knew that if he could get to an altar, the frustrated posse could not arrest him until he came out. When a pack of wolves in the jungle is in hot pursuit of a jackrabbit, the frightened bunny's eyes seek a hollow log. He knows the wolves can't devour him until he emerges. Likewise, in the human jungle, big cats have certain safe havens. Although unspoken, they are as secure as a 10th century altar or a hole in the log. At clearly understood times and places, even the toughest tiger knows he must not attack. I call these safe havens. I have a friend, Kirsten, the president of an advertising agency, who each year invites me to her company's Christmas party. One year, the holiday spirit was in extra high swing. Conviviality was high, and champagne flowed freely. It was a terrific bash. As the evening wore on and more bubbly flowed, the decibel level of the holiday revelers increased. So high, in fact, that Kirsten told me she was going to tiptoe out the back door and offered to drop me off at my place. As we were making our way toward the exit, we heard a woozy voice in the crowd, "Oh Kirsten, Kirsten." A mail room worker, warped with too much seasonal spirit, wobbled up to her boss and said, "You know, this is a great party, a great party. But I been doing some figuring. If half what it cost went into a child care facility for the 7, count 'em, 7, mothers with preschool children who work here." Kirsten, a top communicator, took Jane's hands in hers and gave her a big smile. She said, "Jane, you're obviously excellent at math. You're right, just about half of what this party cost would indeed pay for the opening of such a facility. Let's talk about it during business hours." We then made a swift departure. On the way back to my place, she let out a big breath and said, "Phew, I'm glad that's over." "Didn't you enjoy the party, Kirsten?" I asked. "Well, sure," she said, "but you never know what's going to happen." For instance, she said, that remark Jane made. She went on to explain that management had already had several meetings about opening a child care facility for employees. In fact, plans for turning an unused storage area into a beautiful nursery were already in the works. Naively, I asked Kirsten why she hadn't mentioned that to Jane. It wasn't the right time or place. Kirsten had handled the situation at the party the way any big winner would, no spoken confrontation now but probable silent condemnation later. Jane, unfortunately, had broken the first and spoken safe haven rule: parties are for prater. Did Kirsten chastise Jane? Did she punish her inappropriate behavior? Not then, of course. Nevertheless, Jane would probably feel the repercussions a few months down the line when it came to promotion time. By then, poor Jane wouldn't even know why she was passed over. Will it be because of a one-time overindulgence? Jane might grumble, "Yes, Jane is wrong. It's simply that big players can't take the chance that one of their key people will feel too much holiday spirit at another party and next time confront an important client." Technique 83. Parties are for prater. There are 3 sacred safe havens in the human jungle where even the toughest tiger knows he must not attack. The first of these is parties. Parties are for pleasantries and good fellowship, not for confrontations. Big players, even when standing next to their enemies at the buffet table, smile and nod. They leave tough talk for tougher settings. Let's move to the second safe haven where big cats can escape the claws of bigger cats and, they hope, the growls of lesser ones. 84. How to know what not to say at dinner. Did you ever wonder why business lunches between big bosses go on interminably long, sometimes well into the afternoon? Did you ever suspect it's just because they like to sit, drink, and massage each other on the company expense account? Perhaps there's an element of that. But the main reason is that the dining table is an even more sacred safe haven than a party. Big boys and big girls realize that whether it's a business dinner, lunch, or breakfast, breaking bread together is a time when they must discuss no unpleasant aspects of the business. After all, tough negotiating can kill your appetite. Let's listen in on an average business lunch between big players. We hear the clanking of glasses as they consume drinks over convivial conversation. They are discussing golf, the weather, and making general observations about the state of the business. During the main course, the discourse turns to food, the arts, current affairs, and other non-threatening subjects. Wasted time, one might ask. Not at all. The big players are watching each other's moves very carefully, calculating each other's skills, knowledge, and prowess. Like NFL scouts observing college football practice, they're determining who's got the right stuff. Big players know that how people handle themselves at a social occasion is an accurate barometer of their big business muscle. As they smile and laugh at each other's jokes, they are all making silent critical judgments. Finally, coffee arrives. At this point, one or more of the biggies gently broaches the business at hand. Naturally, he or she does it with supposed reluctance, trying to repress the obvious relief that at last they can get down to significant matters. He exclaims, "What a shame such genial company should have to concern itself with mundane matters like making money." Only after they have played out this crucial charade can they discuss business. But no dirty business. The biggies can brainstorm over coffee. They can discuss proposals over dessert. They can toss around new ideas over cordials. They can explore the positive side of the merger, the acquisition, or the partnership while waiting for the check. However, should any disagreement, misunderstanding, or controversial aspect arise, they must immediately relegate it to another table, the conference table. Technique 84. Dinners for dining. The most guarded safe haven respected by big winners is the dining table. Breaking bread together is a time when they bring up no unpleasant matters. While eating, they know it's okay to brainstorm and discuss the positive side of the business, their dreams, their desires, their designs. They can free associate and come up with new ideas. But no tough business. This convention probably arose out of a prudent agreement not to inflict indigestion on each other. Tough negotiating is unpalatable and can ruin an otherwise perfectly mouthwatering veal chop. Incidentally, the same rule applies in the social jungle. If one partner in a friendship or a love relationship has some heavy relationship issues to discuss, save them for after dessert. Even if you don't solve the problem, you want to enjoy the delicious chocolate souffle. Let's crawl into our third and final safe haven to explore it. 85. How to know what not to say in a chance meeting. William, who sells widgets, has been trying to get Big Winner on the phone for weeks to see if BW's company will buy his line of widgets. Big Winner is still considering Willie's widgets and plans eventually to return his call. However, at this point in our story, our little hero's phone has not rung. It just so happens that one evening, Willie finds himself standing behind Big Winner in the supermarket line. What good fortune, thinks Willie. Oh hell, thinks Big Winner. I hope he's not going to hit me with talk of his widgets at this hour. Those who appreciate safe havens know there are two very different endings to this story. The Willie who brings up widgets with an, "Aha, I've got you now," gleam in his eye never gets his call returned. Even if Big Winner preferred Willie's widgets above all others, he would find the supermarket entrapment sufficiently painful to punish the little loser. However, the Willie who just says, "Hello there, BW. How good to see you," with nary a word of widgets, shows he's a big player, too. This Willie will most certainly get his call returned, probably the next day, out of Big Winner's relief and gratitude for Willie's graciousness. Technique 85. Chance encounters are for chit-chat. If you're selling, negotiating, or in any sensitive communication with someone, do not capitalize on a chance meeting. Keep the melody of your mistaken meeting sweet and light. Otherwise, it could turn into your swan song with big winner. Consistently create safe havens for people if you want them to elevate you to the status of big winner. You may find yourself dining with them, going to parties with them, receiving big hellos in the hall, and closing deals much faster than during business hours. Who knows? If it's your desire, you may even make yourself eligible for some heavy socializing at the top. Big winners make it safe for each other to accept invitations to play golf, spend the weekend in their country homes, or relax by each other's pools. They know there will be no sharks swimming in the water and no razor blades buried in the shrimp cocktail. 86. How to prepare them to listen to you. Once, several years ago on a New York City street, I caught a man trying to break into a car. I shouted for him to stop. Instead of contenting himself with escaping, the burly would-be burglar decided to retaliate. As he raced past me, he shoved me down onto the cement, and I cracked my skull against the curb. Dizzily, I wobbled into the emergency room of a nearby hospital. Holding an ice pack against my throbbing head, I was grilled by the emergency room triage nurse on my address, telephone number, social security number, insurance carrier, policy number, and so on. It was as if she had said, "The heck with your cracked skull. You can tell me about that later. What's your insurance number? Don't bother me with that minutiae." All I wanted to do was tell somebody, anybody, what happened to me. It wasn't until the very end of her ruthless and sadistic interrogation that she asked, "So what happened?" I later told my sad story to a friend, Sue, a nurse who works in admitting in another emergency room. She said, "I know. I can't believe they print the forms that way. Injured people don't get to tell what happened to them until the last line of the form." Sue said getting crucial numerical details from people suffering in the ER with broken bones and burns was a real challenge. Until, she said, she switched her questioning around. She'd first ask them what happened. They'd tell her all about it, and she'd listen sympathetically. Then, she said, they were only too happy to give me the information I needed. Good bosses understand this human need to talk. Robert, a colleague of mine who owns a small manufacturing firm, says whenever one of his employees complains about a problem, he never holds the griper's feet to the fire for facts first. He hears the employee out completely. He lets them carry on about the cantankerous customer or the uncooperative coworker. Then, after he's gotten it off his chest, Robert says, "I get the facts a lot more clearly." When you have important information to impart, any kid working in a garage knows you can't pump more gas into a full tank. Too much topping it off, and it splashes onto the cement. Likewise, your listener's brain is always full of his or her own thoughts, worries, and enthusiasms. If you pump your ideas into your listener's brain, which is full of their own notions, you'll get a polluted mixture and then a spill. If you want your supreme ideas to flow into their tank unpolluted, drain their tank completely first. Technique 86. Empty their tanks. If you need information, let people have their entire say first. Wait patiently until their needle is on empty and the last drop drips out and splashes on the cement. It's the only way to be sure their tank is empty enough of their own inner noise to start receiving your ideas. Whenever you are discussing emotionally charged matters, let the speaker finish completely before you jump in. Count to 10 if you must. It will seem like an eternity, but letting the flustered fellow finish is the only way he'll hear you when it's your turn. I'm going to make you miserable before you can enjoy being my customer. Companies that run mail-order operations could take a hint from this technique. One reason I enjoy ordering from LL Bean, a mail-order clothing and sports equipment outfit, is that they let me ask questions about the wearable or widget I want first. They let me ramble on with my questions about the quality, the available colors, how it looks, how it feels, how it smells, and how it works. Then, when I'm all worked up about receiving my 4 size 10, red and chartreuse, soft, odorless widgets, they tastefully ask for my credit card number. Other companies have first grilled me on the number, the expiration date, my customer number, which I can never find on the back of the catalog, and how often I've ordered from them in the past before I even get to fantasize about the wonderful widget I might want to buy from them. This takes all the joy out of the purchase and sometimes kills the sale. Top communicators do more than just let you babble on. They use the next technique while you're in the process of dribbling down. 87. How to turn their anger around in 3 sentences or less. Emo is a word invented by Helen Gurley Brown, the grand dame of Cosmopolitan magazine. Emo, translated, is give more emotion. Once, Cosmopolitan asked me to write an article on communicating sensitive matters, most specifically advising young women on how to make their boyfriends more passionate. I interviewed a passel of psychologists, communication experts, and sexologists. My draft came back from Cosmo all marked up with more emo scribbled on every page. I called my editor and asked what it meant. She said that was Helen's way of saying to downplay all that factual stuff from the sex therapists and so-called experts. Write about the emotions the young woman feels when her boyfriend isn't passionate enough, the emotions the accused male feels when confronted, and the emotions the couple feels about discussing their quandary. Helen Gurley Brown, a certified big winner, liked to have it all and knew just how to get it. Helen recognized that when the time is right, you should reject the rational and empathize with the emotions. In other words, smear on the emo. Oh, no, he must have been mortified. LL Bean recently smeared emo all over me. Several months ago, my friend Phil wanted to buy some trousers and asked for a recommendation. I dragged him to my closet to show him the quality and construction of LL Bean clothes. That convinced him, and Phil ordered a pair of navy blue dress trousers. Phil wore his brand new LL Bean pants for the first time on a big date with a new girlfriend at an elegant restaurant. While following the maitre d' to the cozy corner booth he'd requested, his date happened to drop her evening bag. Phil promptly bent over to pick it up. Right down the middle seam. Most of the diners facing Phil's derriere mercifully looked away. A few tittered. Phil, tugging the torn seams together to cover his backside, backed his way into the booth. The cool upholstery against his bottom for the rest of the evening reminded him of his humiliation. When I heard of Phil's tribulations, I was furious at LL Bean. I immediately called one of their customer service agents. She sympathized as I told her about Phil's ordeal, but I was still simmering. She patiently listened and even asked me for details about the disaster. When I finished the long, sad story, the agent said, "Oh, that's terrible. I understand. Your friend must have felt awful." "Yes, he did," I agreed. "He must have been mortified." She said. "He definitely was," I said, surprised at her excellent grasp of the situation. "And you, when you heard about it, you must have felt terrible, too, especially after you'd recommended our products so highly." "Well, your products usually are excellent," I said, calming down a bit. "I'm so sorry we caused you this pain and aggravation," she said. "Oh," I interrupted, "it's not your fault." Now I was completely appeased. It must have just been a fluke that this one pair of pants was. Technique 87. Echo the emo. Facts speak. Emotions shout. Whenever you need facts from people about an emotional situation, let them emote. Hear their facts, but empathize like mad with their emotions. Smearing on the emo is often the only way to calm their emotional storm. There's more to this story, but let me pause here to interject the echo the emo technique. The clever customer service representative not only emptied my tank and softened me up with echo the emo, she completely dissolved me with the next technique. 88. How to make them like you even when you've messed up. The next day, UPS delivered not only the replacement slacks but also a handwritten apology and a hefty gift certificate. Would I order from that company again? You bet I would. Would I recommend their clothes to someone else? You bet I would. Top customer service folks welcome mistakes because they know it gives their firm a chance to shine. Whenever you mess up and someone suffers because of it, make sure they come out ahead, way ahead. I call the technique, my goof, your gain. Visiting an important client's office, I once tripped on a rug and took a nosedive, making a 3-point landing in a vase on her desk. My nose was spared, but her vase shattered into smithereens. 2 tubes of crazy glue and lots of, "Where the heck does this piece go?" Later, the vase was back on her desk, and we agreed it looked pretty good. Nevertheless, the next day, I had a messenger deliver a beautiful vase, 10 times the value of the almost totaled one, with a dozen roses in it. Whenever we speak, my client tells me that every time she looks at the new vase, she smiles. A better, incentive gift, than a pen with your name on it, right? The next time I visit her office, my client may hide some of her more valuable breakables. But, Thanks to my goof, your gain, there will be a next time. Technique 88. My goof, your gain. Whenever you make a blunder, make sure your victim benefits. It's not enough to correct your mistake. Ask yourself, what could I do for this suffering soul so he or she will be delighted I made the flub? Then do it, fast. In that way, your goof will become your gain. Now, suppose it's not your boo-boo, it's theirs. How can you make their goof your gain? Read on. 89. How to trap a rat with class. In Japan, some citizens prefer to lose their lives rather than lose face. In America, the same death wish exists, with one modification. The Yank dreams of the death of the mortal who made him lose face. Why make enemies? Unless it is your obligation to catch cheaters or entrap liars, let them get away with it. Then immediately get them out of your life and the lives you're responsible for. Even when the case is open and shut against someone, when you've got the rat fink trapped, leave him an escape hatch. The best example I heard of this high sensitivity was from one of my clients. She was invited to brunch at the home of a wealthy socialite known as Lady Stephanie. Lady Stephanie's home was filled with beautiful objets d'art. Not the least among them was an exquisite collection of extremely valuable Fabergé eggs, which all the guests admired. At the end of the elegant champagne brunch, my client told me she was walking out the door, chatting with several other guests. Just then, Lady Stephanie sidled up to one woman leaving at the same time as my client. "Oh, I'm so happy you were admiring my Fabergé collection," Lady Stephanie said, sliding her hand into the pocket of the guest's mink coat and plucking out one of her priceless eggs. "You must have wanted to see this one in the sunlight. Come, let us look at it together. It reflects the bright light beautifully." The mink-clad thief gulped and furtively looked around to see who had witnessed her gentle entrapment. My client and everyone in the foyer saw what happened but took Lady Stephanie's lead and pretended naivete about the attempted heist. Carrying the charade a step further, Lady Stephanie and the sticky-fingered guest admired the egg in the sunlight. Then Lady Stephanie, with her Fabergé egg secured safely between her perfectly manicured fingers, marched home to put the treasure in its rightful place. The attempted egg snatcher crawled back to her car, marking her last attendance at Lady Stephanie's coveted bashes. The hostess let the foiled filcher get away with a few slivered shreds of her ego left intact. Why did Lady Stephanie come out ahead? Everyone who witnessed and subsequently heard about the thwarted burglary has renewed respect for Lady Stephanie. Snaring the thief while sparing her pride helped Lady Stephanie maintain her reputation as the hostess with the mostest. Why do big winners let bad news people get away with blunders? Because, like mothers confronting naughty children to correct them, confronting creeps is a way of saying, "I care." By closing your mouth and then the door forever, you are saying, "You are so beneath me I'm not going to waste my words on you." Mea culpa. Big winners leave an escape hatch for the small foibles of friends they wish to keep by taking the blame themselves. If a friend gets lost and is an hour late arriving at your house, tell her, "Those directions I gave you were terrible." If he breaks your Lamage's bowl, say, "Oh, I shouldn't have left it in such a precarious position." It's the old mea culpa routine that endears you to everyone, especially when they realize it wasn't your fault. Technique 89. Leave an escape hatch. Whenever you catch someone lying, filching, exaggerating, distorting, or deceiving, don't confront the dirty duck directly. Unless it is your responsibility to catch or correct the culprit or unless you are saving other innocent victims by doing so, let the transgressor out of your trap with his tricky self in one piece. Then resolve never to gaze upon it again. Residents of Toronto, Canada, have a well-earned reputation for grace. They demonstrated it last year in a downtown Toronto drugstore. A shopper attempted to stroll out through the security system with a purloined object in his pocket. Instead of a shrill alarm shattering all shoppers' eardrums, as in many American cities, a tasteful little chime sounded. A charming voice came across the public address. "Excuse us, we have failed to inactivate the inventory control system. Thank you for your patience while you wait for a customer care representative to come help you." Isn't that a nicer way of saying, "Freeze, punk, while we come frisk you"? Now let's move on to the next technique to keep people from messing up, and to help them give you their very best. 90. How to get whatever you want from service personnel. A complimentary letter is called a buttercup, because it butters up the recipient. Buttercups are nice. Even nicer are buttercups about someone to their boss. I once needed a massive photocopying job. It was so immense that the assistant manager of Staples' office supply store didn't think it could be finished by the end of the week. Nevertheless, grudgingly, he grumbled, "I'll try." In my enthusiasm and hope that he could, I gushed, "Wow, you're great. What's your boss's name? Your supervisor should get a letter of congratulations on hiring you. You really try harder for your customers." To my astonishment, not only was my printing job done 2 days early, but every time I walk into Staples, the assistant manager rolls out the red carpet. I began to think. I may be onto something. A premature letter of commendation for favors not yet received could be a clever tactic. I decided to check it out with a few heavy hitters on my consultation list. One fellow I know, Tim, a top travel agent, is a real can-do guy. He gets anything his friends ask for in a finger snap. He's the fellow to call when you want hard-to-get theater tickets. He's the guy you call when your airline says the hotel is booked or the flight is oversold. When I told him of my Buttercup experience, Tim laughed and said, "Leil, of course. This is news to you. A complimentary letter to someone's boss, or the promise of one, is a great insurance policy. It's as good as a written rider that you will be well taken care of in the future." Now I have a standard one in my computer. The Buttercup reads as follows. Dear name of supervisor. I know how important customer service is to an organization such as yours. This letter is to commend name of employee. He, she is an example of an employee title who gives exceptional customer service. Name of store or business continues to have my business thanks in great part to the service given by name of employee. Gratefully, signature. I've sent this letter to supervisors of parking lots, owners of insurance companies, and to managers of dozens of stores where I shop regularly. I'm sure that's why I never need to worry about getting a parking place when the lot is full, an immediate callback from my insurance agent, and attentive service at my regular shopping haunts. But be careful, don't just ask, "What's the name of your supervisor?" Hearing those words can make an employee as nervous as a turkey in November. Be sure to couch it in a compliment. Say something like, "Wow, you are terrific. What's your supervisor's name? I'd like to write him or her a letter." Then write it. You'll forever be a VIP in his or her book. Technique 90. Buttercups for their boss. Do you have a store clerk, accountant, law firm junior partner, tailor, auto mechanic, maitre d', massage therapist, kids teacher, or any other worker you want special attention from in the future? The surefire way to make them care enough to give you their very best is to send a buttercup to their boss. The next technique tells you how to stand out as a VIP when you're in a group. 91. How to be a leader in a crowd, not a follower. During the McCarthy era, government spies infiltrated underground political rallies to determine who was dangerous to national security. The agents were trained applause watchers. They photographed and investigated men who clapped first, shouted, "Bravo," the loudest, and smiled the longest at the end of politically inflammatory speeches. The spies dubbed those individuals the dangerous ones. The infiltrators believed that first responders were confident individuals who had the power to persuade followers and the charisma to lead crowds. In less politically sensitive gatherings, the same principle applies. People who respond first to a presentation or happening, without looking around to see how everyone else is reacting, are men and women of leadership caliber. Cool cats clap first. You are sitting in an auditorium with hundreds of fellow employees listening to the president of your firm introduce a new concept. As you're slouching anonymously in the audience, you think your expression is invisible to the person at the podium. Not so. As a speaker, I guarantee you that every one of my colleagues sees every smile, every frown, every light in every eye, and every emblem of extraordinary human intelligence flashing back at him or her. Likewise, the company president making a presentation anxiously surveys his corporate jungle and, from the faces peering back at him, senses which employees are sympathetic and which are not. He also knows which among the sea of faces floating in front of him has the potential to be a heavy hitter like himself. How? Because heavy hitters, even when they do not agree with the speaker, support the podium pontificator. Why? Because they know what it's like to be on stage. They understand that, no matter how big or small the person at the front of the room is, when giving a speech, he or she is concerned about the crowd's acceptance. Technique 91. Lead the listeners. No matter how prominent the big cat behind the podium is, crouched inside is a little scaredy cat who is anxious about the crowd's acceptance. Big winners recognize you're a fellow big winner when they see you leading their listeners in a positive reaction. Be the first to applaud or publicly commend the person you agree with or want favors from. When the company big shot delivers his last line, carefully contrived to bring the crowd to its feet or employees to acquiescence, do you think he's unaware of who starts the trickle or the riptide of acceptance? No way. Though his head is down while taking a bow, with the insight of a McCarthy-era spy, he perceives precisely who inaugurated the applause, precisely how long after the last words were uttered, and precisely how enthusiastically. Being the first to put your hands together, being the first to jump to your feet, and, if appropriate, being the first to shout, "Bravo," gets you big cat status with the speaker. Be the first clapper, no matter how small the crowd or how informal the talk. Don't wait to see how everyone else is going to respond. Even if it's a small group of 3 or 4 people standing around, be the first to empathize with the speaker's ideas, the first to mutter, "Good idea." It's proof positive that you're a person who trusts his or her own instincts. 92. How to make all the right moves. Any minute, any second, football fans know the score. Even beer-guzzling Big George, dozing in front of the TV set on Football Sunday, knows. Poke his pudgy pot, and in a wink, he'll tell you who's winning, who's losing, and by precisely how many points. Key players in the game of life are like George. Even when you think they're dozing, they are constantly aware of the score between themselves and everyone in their lives, friends and family included. They know who is winning, who is losing, and by how many points. When 2 Japanese businessmen meet, it's obvious who is on top. You measure it in millimeters by how close to the floor their noses come when bowing. The bottom man's nose dives lower. In America, we don't have carefully choreographed bows showing the score in a relationship. But boys and girls in the business big league know who is top dog and who is bottom dog today. It can change tomorrow. The bottom dog must curtsy deeper. He or she must show deference. The bottom dog must offer to meet at the top dog's office, pick up the restaurant tab when appropriate, and be respectful of the top dog's time. If the bottom dog fails to show the proper deference, he doesn't get his nose rubbed into the ground. He simply disqualifies himself from barking in the big league. That's what happened to my girlfriend Laura, who developed the healthy milkshake. Remember her from Instant Replay. When we last left Laura, she was blowing her chances with Fred, the top banana of a supermarket chain, by grilling him for details of his mailing address, complaining that her pen was out of ink, and making him wait while she got another, writing down numbers wrong, ad nauseum. I didn't tell you the worst part. After Fred generously invited Laura to send him samples of her health shake, she dropped another bomb by asking him which shipping service she should use. He must have said FedEx because I heard Laura say, "Well, my milkshake needs to stay refrigerated." Does FedEx have refrigerated trucks? At this point, I knew she had strangled the deal by her own phone cord. She shouldn't nudge the supermarket czar with dinky shipping details. In fact, Laura should be so grateful that she should personally deliver the drink the next day, rolling it all the way to his supermarket with her nose if need be. Laura was obviously not aware of the great scorecard in the sky. That day, the tally was Fred everything, Laura nothing. Big winners, before putting pen to paper, fingers to keyboard, mouth to phone, or hand to someone else's to shake, do a quick calculation. They ask themselves, who has the most to benefit from this relationship? What has each of us done recently that demands deference from the other? And what can I do to even the score? Friends keep tabs too. The great scorecard in the sky is not just bobbing over businesspeople. If family members and friends look carefully over their loved ones' heads, they'll spot it. And, like an over-the-counter stock, it goes up or down every day. When you mess up, you have to even your score by doing more for the one who didn't. To keep love alive, keep your eye on the great scorecard in the sky. Several months ago, I met a nice chap named Charles at a convention. We started discussing our favorite foods. His was homemade linguine with pesto sauce. I liked Charles, and I make a mean pesto sauce. The remarkable coincidence of these two elements emboldened me to invite him to dinner at my place. Great, he said. We set it for 7:30 the following Tuesday. Tuesday afternoon, I began preparations for the big date. The cuckoo clock on the wall monitored my progress. At 5 cuckoos, I ran to the store to find pine nuts. By 6 cuckoos, I was back home grinding basil and garlic. At 7 cuckoos, I was folding napkins, setting the table, and pulling out fresh candles. Whoops, running late. I changed clothes and spruced myself up. When 7:30 struck, I was all ready. The pesto and I awaited his arrival. 8 o'clock rolled around, and no friend. Well, I figured I'd open the wine and let it breathe. Another hour passed, and no Charles. The cuckoo called me, cuckoo, 9 times now. I began to believe the bird. It was evident Charles wasn't coming. I had been stood up. The next day, Charles called with half-hearted apologies and a semi-plausible excuse. His car broke down. Gee, I'm sorry, I said. I wanted to say, did Martians capture you? Were you transported to another planet where there were no phones to call me? I resisted the sarcasm. However, he did sound contrite, so I was almost willing to forget it. Until his next question. He obviously wasn't aware of how he'd slipped in the great scorecard in the sky because, instead of inviting me for linguine with pesto at a fine Italian restaurant to make up for his blunder, he asked, when can we reschedule at your house? Never, Charlie. Technique 92. The great scorecard in the sky. Any two people have an invisible scorecard hovering above their heads. The numbers continually fluctuate, but one rule remains. The player with the lower score pays deference to the player with the higher score. The penalty for not keeping your eye on the great scorecard in the sky is to be thrown out of the game, permanently. Your destiny. We've met many people in How to Talk to Anyone. A few of their names are changed, but each is very real. Recently, I decided to track down some of the folks with whom I'd crossed paths over the years. I wanted to see what they're up to now. Laura, my old friend who dreamed of milkshake millions but ignored the supermarket czar's scorecard, is now back at her day job. Sam, who ruffled me by not revealing he wanted me to speak for his organization, no longer has one. Sonny, who hounded his brother-in-law's cousin with a too-quick call, is still pumping gas. Tanya, who insisted on immediate tit-for-tat, no longer has that terrific job at the talent agency. Poor Jane, the mail-room clerk who confronted her boss at the Christmas party 5 years ago, is still wrapping packages. And Dan, who left the prolonged inspirational message on his phone, now has an unlisted number, not a good sign for an aspiring speaker. Whereas Barry, who asks everyone he calls, "What color is your time?" was recently chosen Broadcaster of the Year by the National Association of Talk Show Hosts. Joe, who keeps note of everyone on his business card dossier, is now a state senator. Jimmy, the expert at eyeball selling, was recently written up in Success magazine. Steve, whose staff insinuates, "Oh wow, it's you," to every caller, is one of the most requested speakers on the cable circuit. Tim, the can-do guy who gets what he wants from workers in every industry by writing buttercups for their boss, now owns the travel agency. And Gloria, my hairdresser who gives the great nutshell resume, recently opened a salon on New York's fashionable Fifth Avenue. Does this mean to say that just because the first folks irked me and a few others they were exiled to a humdrum existence? And that the latter group, who made people smile, would attain great heights? Of course not. Those isolated moments of their lives we examined were but one move of many they made each day. But consider, if you had been someone who was ruffled by Laura, Sam, Sonny, Tanya, Jane, or Dan, and they called you, would you feel like extending yourself for them? Probably not. The memory of their ragged dealings would still sting. Whereas if you heard from Barry, Joe, Jimmy, Steve, Tim, or Gloria, happy memories of your exchange would flood over you. You'd want to do whatever you could for them. Multiply your response by many thousands. As we said in the introduction, nobody gets to the top alone. Over the years, the smooth moves of these big winners have captured the hearts and conquered the minds of hundreds of people who helped boost them rung by rung to the top of whatever ladder they chose. How does one become an instinctive smooth mover rather than a ragged rider through life? The answer became blindingly clear one snowy day last winter. Lumbering along a neatly groomed track on cross-country skis, I spotted a Nordic skier swiftly striding toward me on the same trail. I didn't need to observe his high kick or his snazzy diagonal poling to know I was obstructing the path of a pro. While mustering the energy to lug my throbbing legs out of the track so super skier could soar past, he deftly sidestepped out of the groove, leaving the groomed trail all for me. As he whizzed toward me, he slowed slightly, smiled, nodded, and said, "Good morning. Beautiful day for skiing, isn't it?" I appreciated his deference and insinuation that we were equals on the snow. I knew he was not thinking, "Hey, look at me. Here I am." But, "Ah, there you are. Let me make room for you." As I implied in the opening words of this book, the difference in life success between those two types of thinkers is incalculable. Why was super skier able to pull off his move so gracefully? Was he born with the skill? No, his was a deliberate move that grew out of practice. Practice is also the fountainhead of all smooth communication moves. Excellence is not a single and solitary action. It is the outcome of many years of making small smooth moves, tiny ones like the 92 little tricks we've explored in How to Talk to Anyone. These moves create your destiny. Remember, repeating an action makes a habit. Your habits create your character. And your character is your destiny. May success be your destiny.